In 2017, there were reports that Mr. Pawar was planning to join hands with the BJP. In 2019, Mr. Pawar has admitted that he did consider the possibility of joining hands with the BJP. There were talks between the two. Now we come to 2023. What is to suggest that what we've seen today is a prelude to Mr. Pawar and the entire party joining hands with the BJP as an official ally? Where does that leave Eknath Shinde is one question. But for now, Mr. Pawar will have to answer the question. Ajit Pawar claims he has spoken to Sharad Pawar and taken his blessings. Has Mr. Pawar given those blessings? People close to Mr. Pawar say he is continuing with his programs as scheduled. He is not part of this exercise that's taking place in Mumbai. But with Mr. Pawar, you never know what tomorrow brings. But as of today, our sources maintain that Mr. Pawar doesn't want to be seen to be identified with his nephew. But given the scale of what has happened, you never know. Will Mr. Pawar actually be in a position now to completely distance himself from the fact that his core supporters have joined hands with the BJP?
Well, you know, the indications that we are getting right now is that a press conference will happen soon where Mr. Pawar is concerned. But I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav into this conversation as well. The biggest takeaway of that press conference, Rahul Srivastav, is as per Ajit Pawar, there is no faction. This is the real NCP. There's no going to be fight for any symbols. This is the united NCP. And he says he spoke to Mr. Pawar, Sharad Pawar, on the telephone, and he has the blessings of not just Mr. Pawar, but also the second working president of the NCP, Supriya Sule. The other one was sitting right next to him, Mr. Praful Patel.
Preeti, one will have to wait and see how it unfolds, really. Which way is Sharad Pawar going to go to ensure that the party he created does not get decimated? Will Pawar take the extreme step? Because there was one very interesting line that if the NCP can go with the Shiva Sena, what's the problem in going with the BJP? That means that secular communal fig leaf which always existed for political parties, I think that the NCP's breakaway faction till now, I will call them, is not adhering to. The second very important thing is when Mr. Ajit Pawar says that he is the NCP, what it means is that like the Eknath Shinde faction had done, that it stake claim to the organization, the parliamentary, the assembly units, and then it moved that the symbol should be given and the name of the party should be given to that faction. And that meant that controlling the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray party was stolen from him. Is that what Ajit Pawar eventually going to do? Then you may have a very interesting situation that a bunch of turncoats will eventually be controlling the two original parties.
But, you know, Rajdeep, in all of this, do you see Mr. Pawar just taking it lying down? Or do you think he has his blessings? Because there's so much to be read between the lines in all of this as well. Abject silence right now from Mr. Sharad Pawar or his daughter, the second working president of the NCP, Supriya Sule.
I can only go, Preeti, by what we have on record. First week of May, within 48 hours of Mr. Pawar dramatically saying he's resigning as president of the NCP, that is Sahil Joshi and myself of India Today, met Mr. Pawar, and he told us then on record, not on camera but on record, that he was very clear. Ajit Pawar had met him and evinced his interest to join the BJP, and Mr. Pawar had said those who want to go can go. And at that stage, Mr. Pawar had given us every reason to believe that he would then rebuild the party if necessary in his way. I've done it before, I will do it again. Now the question is, that was in early May. We are now in early July. Mr. Pawar had indication that about 25 MLAs would leave him. Now it's about 40 plus, and who knows, it could be even more. We are told 3 of the 5 MPs are with the Ajit Pawar faction. Given that, has Mr. Pawar in a way orchestrated this, choreographed this, is a question that is being asked by some political observers in Maharashtra. On record, Mr. Pawar's close associates insist that he will continue to fight within the MVA, that he wants to be seen as a magnet for the opposition. Only, 10 days ago, he was in Patna with Praful Patel and Supriya Sule.
But Rajdeep, 10 days from now, there was also murmurs his name might have been announced as the convener of the Maha Bandhan.
That's right. That's exactly what I was saying. So Mr. Pawar, there was talk of him being a convener of a Maha. I think Mr. Pawar is still going to play wait and watch. I don't see Mr. Pawar openly endorsing what Ajit Pawar has done overnight. That does not serve his purpose. But as we've seen with the likes of Mr. Pawar, there's always a plan B. His plan A at the moment is consolidate his position if possible within the MVA, within the wider Maha of the opposition. But plan B, clearly, given the kind of close associates of him, Dilip Valse Patil becoming a minister, here is someone who doesn't move without Mr. Pawar's permission. Who has been was Mr. Pawar's assistant when Mr. Pawar was chief minister. To have someone like him switch sides gives one reason to believe that whatever has happened is not without the knowledge of Mr. Pawar. He knew this was brewing. To what extent has he supported it? Will he support it right away? Possibly not. But who knows? If 3-4 months down the line he sees that the Maha is going nowhere, he's always got this option. The rest of the NCP, the likes of Praful Patel, Dilip Valse Patil, who've really grown under Mr. Pawar's shadow, they would ideally like Mr. Pawar to be part of this arrangement. And as I said, there have been 3 previous occasions where Mr. Pawar has negotiated with the BJP. So is he willing now on a 4th occasion not just negotiate but join hands? That's the big question. 2 big questions. Eknath Shinde, does he continue as chief minister? The buzz in Maharashtra is Fadnavis at some stage will take over with Shinde and Ajit Pawar as deputies. And the second big question, which way does Sharad Pawar go? Those 2 questions I think will be answered over the next month or 2, possibly even earlier.
Well, even if he goes to the Maha, what does he take to the Maha? Multiple questions there. We're also going to now shift focus to the opposition. What happens in Maharashtra? The 2 major partners of the Maha Vikas Aghadi riddled with infighting, and what we are seeing right now where the NCP is concerned. Right before that, the Shiv Sena. On the other hand, what about the larger picture? Because Ajit Pawar opened his press conference with that he has done so, or rather his party, with what he says officially has done so in the capacity to support Mr. Modi. All of that in the picture, but let's once again listen in to what the newly minted Deputy CM of Maharashtra said. Listen in.
1984 के बाद अपने देश में कोई भी एक ऐसा नेता कि उनके नेतृत्व में देश आगे जा रहा है, ऐसा कभी हुआ नहीं। अलग अलग गुट को एक करके देश को चलाने की कोशिश की गई, लेकिन 9 साल आपने देखे होंगे, उसमें नरेंद्र मोदी साहब का नेतृत्व में आज देश काम कर रहा है। बाहर अगर कोई भी देश में जाते हैं अपने भारत की तरफ से, तो सब उनको सपोर्ट देते हैं, सब उनको बहुत अच्छा नेतृत्व ऐसे बोलते। सामने वाले विरोधक वो खुद का खाली अपना स्टेट का देखते हैं। एक कोई मुझे लीडर अपोजिशन में दिखाओ कि वो देश का सोचकर देश में काम कर रहा है, ऐसा कहीं दिखाई नहीं देता। और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए हमें सबको ऐसा लगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में ही लोकसभा हो या आगे वाले चुनाव हो, उसके बारे में हम साथ जाना चाहते हैं। पूरे विधायक हमारे साथ है, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हमारे साथ है, बाकी के पार्टी के वर्कर हमारे साथ है। इसीलिए आज मैंने डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप का ओथ ली। तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी बढ़ाएंगे। हम राष्ट्रवादी पार्टी के और भी ज़्यादा वर्कर्स पार्टी में कैसे आएंगे वो देखेंगे। हम अभी पावर में आए हैं, पावर में आके अलग अलग रीजन जो है वहाँ के जो सवाल है वो सवाल हल करने के लिए हम पूरी कोशिश हमारी रहेगी।
ही चर्चा जी सुरू झाली की संघटनेत काम करायची इच्छा जाहीरपणानं व्यक्त केली आणि त्याच्यात काही चूक नाही, कारण ती पक्षाची बैठक होती। चर्चा ही त्यातनं सुरू झालेली आहे। ही चर्चा जी सुरू झाली की संघटनेत काम करायची इच्छा जाहीरपणानं व्यक्त केली आणि त्याच्यात काही चूक नाही, कारण ती पक्षाची बैठक होती। चर्चा ही त्यातनं सुरू झालेली आहे। ही चर्चा जी सुरू झाली की संघटनेत काम करायची इच्छा जाहीरपणानं व्यक्त केली आणि त्याच्यात काही चूक नाही, कारण ती पक्षाची बैठक होती. चर्चाही त्यातनं सुरू झालेली आहे.
That was an old reaction of Mr. Sharad Pawar. The spotlight now on Mr. Sharad Pawar. Where is he? Well, he's in Pune. So is Supriya Sule, his daughter. And are we expecting a press conference? Hopefully is what we're getting to understand in a couple of hours from now. But having said that, what will Mr. Sharad Pawar do? And let's now look at what this move actually augurs or means for the opposition, both where the Maha or the possibility of a united opposition is concerned at a national level, and what it really means for the Maha where Maharashtra comes into question. I want to quickly pull in Rahul Srivastava, Poulomi Saha and Rajdeep Sadhusai into this conversation. Rahul Srivastava, you know, just about 8 days ago, you had Mr. Pawar, who played a crucial figure in the Patna meet. 10 days from now in Bangalore, there were already murmurs that he could have been the most acceptable face as a possible convener to the Mahagathbandhan. What really comes of that right now? When you look at a larger national scale, the state of Maharashtra was one of the key states that at least the Mahagathbandhan would have been looking at to swing seats, 48 of those.
See, Preeti, if you go by what Rajdeep tells us, that Sharad Pawar may be interested in rebuilding the party. So if Sharad Pawar gets busy rebuilding the party in Maharashtra, then how does he build a united opposition? I think his attention will be terribly divided between the country and his own party unit. Second, the problem is that though the Shiv Sena, the NCP went with the Shiv Sena despite the Shiv Sena's not so secular credentials, there was a difference. The Shiv Sena was a smaller player. Sharad Pawar has the maximum number of MLAs in the Maha Agadi. Eventually going with the BJP for Sharad Pawar in case there is a turnaround and he says that, okay, I'm stepping aside, let the party go with the BJP. That would be different, because then the party would be under the BJP, because the BJP will become the dominant player. That's a very different thing to do. I think for Sharad Pawar, it's a very, very difficult position right now. Primarily because, one, his daughter is not as deeply entrenched as somebody like an Ajit Pawar as far as the NCP is concerned. And remember, if his position stays diminished as the way it is today, with claims of 40 MLAs having gone with Ajit Pawar, his bargaining power goes down. The Congress gains an upper hand with 45 odd MLAs. The Congress will try to be the steering, be at the steering of the Mahavikas Agadi and also at the center, because till now there was a Sharad Pawar factor who could tell the Congress, no, you back down here, let the others step in. I think that weight also of Sharad Pawar may go down. I think it's a very, very critical place for Sharad Pawar to be in.
Well, a critical place for Sharad Pawar to be in, especially where a possible united opposition is concerned. 10 days from now, there's the second meeting there. But Poulomi Saha, what does it actually also mean for the Mahavikas Agadi? Two of its major partners riddled with infighting and factionalism. In one sense, it seems, at least at the back of this press conference, that the Mahavikas Agadi has lost one of its partners completely.
Absolutely, absolutely. If at all, as the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction is claiming that 40 MLAs of the NCP out of the 53 have joined hands with Ajit Pawar to defect away and join the alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Eknath Shinde faction, that just means virtually the NCP party has moved away with Ajit Pawar, as he was claiming. Of course, he was not giving away any numbers in that press conference. He kept saying that everyone is with me, the party is with me, and this is the Nationalist Congress Party, which has today joined hands with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. We will be fighting on the symbol of the clock, and we will be fighting under the name of the NCP. So this is a huge jolt. This is virtually one party less as far as the NBA is concerned, because rebuilding the party, whether Mr. Pawar will be able to turn the tables as he did in 2019, looks very unlikely this time round, because it's a very massive, big faction. It's not just one lone wolf, Ajit Pawar, who just went in the middle of the night, joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis and was sworn in at Raj Bhavan early morning when we were just literally waking up on a weekend morning and rubbing our eyes. This time it's virtually, as one of the leaders was saying in that in one of the sound bites that our colleagues was bringing to us from outside Raj Bhavan, this is Ajit Pawar out there in the open, publicly bringing together some of the top leadership of the NCP, Chhagan Bhujbal, Dhananjay Munde, Dev Patel, Praful Patel, and many others. So this is well thought out here, because the BJP was not going to allow for this to happen a second time round where, the tables are turned on them. Mr. Pawar will not be able to turn this around very easily, Preeti. The question, as Rajdeep has been saying, is boiling down to whether this had his approval or not. Whether he did know or not, I don't think so. That's a question. He did know about this.
Well, he did know about it, as many loyalists were the ones who have taken oath are concerned from the NCP, very close to Mr. Pawar. But in what capacity did he agree with this move? That's the big question. We are expecting a press conference. No word yet from Mr. Sharad Pawar. But Rajdeep, I want to quickly pull you in once again on, the two facets of this development. One which will take place at a state level, where the Maha Vikas Aghadi possibly losing one of its allies, which is the NCP. On the other hand, on a national scale, on what it really means for a Maha Gadbandhan, because many would suggest that a figure like Sharad Pawar, if you look at, coordinating with the Aam Aadmi Party, with Nitish Kumar, with Mamta Banerjee, he was that cohesive glue that people actually took seriously and spoke with.
It's a big blow to the Maha Gadbandhan that was, emerging post Patna. There's been talk that the next meeting will be in Bangalore on the 13th and 14th of July. Mr. Pawar was hoping to emerge as one of the magnets, one of the key players in this Maha Gadbandhan. He has good relations across the opposition spectrum. So now having to
Rajdeep, we have the chair. Mr. Sharad Pawar will be addressing a press conference any moment now. But go ahead, Rajdeep. Just telling our viewers that picture that that we are showing in right now. Mr. Sharad Pawar would be addressing that press conference. All eyes on that press conference. Apologies for interrupting you, Rajdeep. Go ahead.
No, you see, Mr. Pawar, if he is to take the path that I believe he will at the moment, which is say that I am not joining hands with the BJP, I remain with the opposition. If that's the direction in which he's going, he will have to spend an awful lot of time crisscrossing Maharashtra and rebuilding the party. Not easy at 83. When he formed the NCP, he was 59. He's now going to be 83 this year. This is now a much more aggressive BJP. I keep repeating this. What we are seeing in Maharashtra is at one level a proxy war between Sharad Pawar and Amit Shah, and everyone else is a pawn in the game. If that is the case, then Mr. Sharad Pawar will have to invest a lot of time in Maharashtra to rebuild his party, and thereby will not be able to focus on a Maha Gadbandhan. You see, the problem this Maha Gadbandhan has nationally is each of these leaders first have to look at their home territory. Mamta Banerjee is facing a crucial panchayat poll. Nitish and Lalu and Tejaswi in Bihar, we don't know which way Nitish Kumar will eventually swing. Each of these leaders, Aam Aadmi Party has battles that they are facing with the ordnance in Delhi. They have to first get their own house in order before they can stitch together a wider alliance. For now, I think for the next few months at least, Mr. Pawar's focus will be on rebuilding the party.
Well, you're right there, and that is if he decides to rebuild the party, because as we showed you that chair, which he's going to take shortly from now and address that press conference, as per Mr. Ajit Pawar, he spoke to Mr. Sharad Pawar on the telephone, and very clearly, not just Mr. Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, both of them said that they have the backing of the entire party. Repeatedly questioned whether they had the backing of the man on your television screen, Sharad Pawar. They said yes. They spoke with him on the telephone, and he did agree with the move made by Ajit Pawar as an official move made by the NCP. Is that so? Mr. Sharad Pawar will be hopefully laying to rest all the questions that have emerged on the sidelines of the role he played or did not play, or were kept in the dark with what has transpired just about 2 hours ago on this Sunday afternoon in the state of Maharashtra. Mr. Sharad Pawar is in Pune smiling. A lot has gone down. And Rajdeep, I would reckon, Mr. Pawar, you've spoken with him many times. Quite nonchalant, at least, smiling right now, understands what has gone down, and clearly keeping, he's got a statement, Rajdeep, in his hand, which he would be reading. Let's listen in. Let's listen in to what Mr. Pawar says, getting ready to address the press.
तुमचा आता बघा
अभी सर कुठला आहे ठीक आहे
रेडी दोन दिवसापूर्वी देशाच्या प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी एक स्टेटमेंट केलं होतं. ते काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या विरोधी होतं आणि त्यानंतर राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्याबद्दल होतं. त्या स्टेटमेंटमध्ये त्यांनी दोन गोष्टी सांगितल्या.
Two things were said in that
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष भ्रष्टाचारामध्ये सापडलेला पक्ष आहे आणि हे सांगत असताना त्यांनी राज्य सरकारी बँक याचा उल्लेख केला आणि त्याबरोबर इरिगेशनच्यामध्ये जी काही तक्रार होती त्यासंबंधीचा त्यांनी उल्लेख केला.
Some points about
हा जो उल्लेख त्यांनी केला आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष या भ्रष्टाचारात सहभागी आहेत असा जो आरोप केला.
he made an allegation that NCP
आज
is corrupt.
मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांना त्यांनी शपथ दिली. याचा अर्थ त्यासंबंधीचे त्यांनी केलेले आरोप हे वास्तव नव्हते. त्या सगळ्या आरोपातून पक्षाला
Now it
आणि
means those
ज्यांच्या
allegations were
उद्देशाने
not true.
आरोप केले होते त्या सगळ्यांना मुक्त केलं. त्याबद्दल मी पहिल्यांदा प्रधानमंत्र्यांचा आभारी आहे.
So basically, the PM has given them their blessing. They're free of those allegations today who've been inducted.
प्रश्न आता दुसरा आहे.
The second question is,
आमच्या काही सहकार्यांनी
some of our
जी
colleagues,
पक्षाची भूमिका आहे त्यापेक्षा वेगळी भूमिका घेतली.
they've taken a different position from the party.
मी महाराष्ट्राच्या पक्षाच्या काही प्रमुख लोकांची बैठक ही बोलवलेली होती
I
आणि त्या
had called for a
बैठकीमध्ये
meeting of senior leaders.
काही प्रश्न उपस्थित केले गेले होते.
Some questions were raised there.
संघटनात्मक बदल करण्याच्या संबंधीचे त्याचा विचार करणार होतो. पण प्रश्न उपस्थित हे केले गेले होते त्यापूर्वीच काही सहकाऱ्यांनी पक्षापासून एकदम वेगळी भूमिका घेतली.
But before that, some party members have taken a different position.
पक्षावर अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आज या ठिकाणी मांडली. माझं स्वच्छ मत असं आहे की पक्षातले काही सदस्य विशेषतः विधिमंडळाचे यांनी कितपत वेगळी भूमिका घेतली या संबंधीचं चित्र आणखी 2-3 दिवसात लोकांच्या समोर येईल.
I'll take this
त्याचं
to the
कारण
people in the next 2 to 3 days.
की ज्यांची नावं आली त्यातल्या काही लोकांनी आजच माझ्याशी संपर्क साधून आम्हाला या ठिकाणी निमंत्रित केलं आणि आमच्या सह्या घेतल्यात, पण आमची भूमिका वेगळी आहे की ती कायम आहे याचा खुलासा त्यांनी माझ्याकडे केलेला आहे.
Some people have told me that we were called and our signatures were taken.
पण याचं स्वच्छ चित्र माझ्या इतकंच जनतेच्या समोर त्यांनी मांडण्याची आवश्यकता. ते जर त्यांनी मांडलं तर त्याच्याबद्दल माझा विश्वास बसेल, मानलं नाही तर त्यांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली असा निष्कर्ष मी काढेल. आता प्रश्न राहिला पक्षाच्या भवितव्याच्याबद्दलचा.
The question is about the NCP's position
हा
now.
आजचा प्रकार हा इतरांना नवीन असेल, मला हा नवीन नाही. मला आठवतं आहे की 1980 साली निवडणुकीच्या नंतर मी या पक्षाचं नेतृत्व करत होतो. त्या पक्षाचे 58 आमदार निवडून आले होते आणि 1 महिन्याच्या नंतर त्या 58 पैकी 6 सोडले तर सगळे मला पक्ष सोडून गेले. सगळे पक्ष सोडून गेले.
This is not new to me. This has happened before.
58चा नेता होतो विरोधी पक्ष नेता, त्याच्याऐवजी मी 6 लोकांचा म्हणजे 5च, मी 1 सोडून 5च लोकांचा नेता झालो. 5
From 58
लोकांच्या
leaders and then Neta, I
पुन्हा
stayed
पक्ष
a
बांधायला
leader
मी
of 5 to 10
महाराष्ट्रात
leaders. This happened in the 1980s.
माझा उद्देश त्याच्यामध्ये होता की पुन्हा पक्षाची बांधणी करायची. आणि 5 वर्षाची निवडणूक झाली. या निवडणुकीत 2 गोष्टी दिसल्या की आमची संख्या ही 69 वर गेली, म्हणजे संख्या वाढली. 5चा नेता असताना सुद्धा वाढली. आणि
In the next election, my numbers went up.
जे पक्ष सोडून गेले त्यापैकी 3 ते 4 जर सोडले तर सगळे पराभूत झाले. त्यामुळं 1980ला जे चित्र दिसतं ते
Many of them
चित्र
returned.
पुन्हा महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेच्या पाठिंब्यावर कसं उभं करता येईल हा माझा एक कलमी कार्यक्रम राहील. माझा महाराष्ट्राच्या सर्वसामान्य जनतेवर आणि विशेषतः तरुण पिढीवर प्रचंड विश्वास आहे.
I have full faith in the people of Maharashtra and especially the youth.
निवडणूक झाली 4 वर्षापूर्वी, त्यावेळी सुद्धा असंच चित्र होतं. पण सवन महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जिथं जाता येईल त्या ठिकाणी जाणं, आपली भूमिका मांडणं हे काम केलं आणि त्याचा परिणाम आमची संख्या ही मोठ्या प्रमाणात वाढली आणि आम्हाला यश त्या ठिकाणी आलं. संयुक्त सरकार आम्ही लोकांनी स्थापन केलं. आज पुन्हा ती स्थिती आहे.
This
मला
circumstance has repeated itself today.
अनेकांचे फोन येतात.
I'm getting a lot of phone calls.
या सगळ्या स्थितीत आपण सगळे एक आहोत, आमचा साथ तुम्हाला आहे अशा प्रकारची मतं मांडतात.
They're telling me that we're with you, we're together.
ममता बॅनर्जींचा फोन आला.
Mamata Banerjee called me.
काँग्रेसचे नेते खडगे अध्यक्ष त्यांच्याकडनं माहिती मिळाली.
मल्लिकार्जुन खडगे called me.
नेते आज या देशामध्ये एक पर्यायी शक्ती उभी करावी याची आवश्यकता आहे असं म्हणणार आहे. या सगळ्यांची ही भूमिका आहे आणि त्यामुळे
Opposition leaders believe that the country needs an alternative.
त्याची मला चिंता नाही आहे. आजचा दिवस संपला, उद्या सकाळी मी बाहेर पडणार आहे.
Tomorrow morning I'll step out again.
यशवंतराव चव्हाणांच्या समाधीचं दर्शन घेईन आणि उद्या त्याला कराडला, सातारला एक दलित समाजाच्या घटकांची एक पहिला मेळावा घेणार आहे. आणि
I'm going to Satara to address a massive rally.
राज्यात आणि देशात जेवढं जाता येईल आणि जेवढी लोकांच्याशी संपर्क वाढवता येईल तेवढा कार्यक्रम माझ्याकडून केला जाईल आणि हीच माझी उद्याची नीती.
And my position is I will go ahead with my program.
ज्या पद्धतीने एकनाथ शिंदेंनी पक्षावर दावा सांगितलाय त्याच प्रकारची भूमिका अजित पवारांनी आता पत्रकार परिषदेत घेतली. त्यांनी राष्ट्रवादीवर दावा सांगितलाय, तर त्याबद्दल काय बोलतो?
माझं काही म्हणणं नाही, कोणी काही दावा करा, माझा लोकांचा विश्वास. मी त्या लोकांच्याकडे जाईन आणि हा निर्णय लोक ठरवतो.
I will go to the people and they will decide.
ज्यांना इतिहास नीट पाहिजे, राष्ट्रवादी आला कसा? राष्ट्रवादी हा फक्त नव्हता. आम्हाला लोकांच्या काही भूमिका, आमचे काही मतभेद काँग्रेसशी झाले आणि पक्ष नसताना पक्ष आम्हीच स्थापन केले. पहिला पक्ष दुसऱ्यांनी नेला असेल, पण त्याचा परिणाम आमच्या कशावर झालेला नाही. त्यामुळे कुणी काही क्लेम करो, आम्ही लोकांच्या जाऊन आमची भूमिका मांडू आणि त्या
Let whoever claim what they have to, we will just go to the people.
याची काळजी घेऊ. माझी खात्री आहे त्यांचा पाठिंबा मिळेल.
आता उपमुख्यमंत्री ज्यांनी आता शपथ घेतली त्यांची पत्रकार परिषद झाली, त्याच्यामध्ये 3 मुद्दे त्यांनी प्रामुख्याने मांडले. एक तर आम्ही राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस म्हणूनच सरकारमध्ये सहभागी होत आहोत. दुसरा मुद्दा त्यांनी मांडलाय तो म्हणजे की मी शुक्रवारीच विरोधी पक्षनेते पदाचा राजीनामा दिलेला होता. आणि तिसरा मुद्दा जो आहे की राज्यातल्या जनतेचे प्रश्न सोडवण्यासाठी म्हणून आम्ही सहभागी झालेलो आहोत.
2 गोष्टी. विरोधी पक्ष नेतेपदाचा राजीनामा दिला ही माहिती आम्हाला तुमच्याकडनं कळली, कारण आमच्याकडे दिलेली नाही. कदाचित
He may have resigned his LOP, but he didn't resign
राजीनामा
from the
द्यायचं
party.
असेल तर ते द्यायचं ठिकाण हे स्पीकर आहे. विरोधी पक्ष नेत्याची नेमणूक संख्या असल्याच्या नंतर स्पीकर करतात. तो बहुतेक त्यांच्याकडे केला असेल आणि त्यांच्याकडे केला असेल तर आम्हाला करण्याचं काही कारण नाही, तो दिला असेल. त्यामुळे त्याच्याबद्दलचं काही भाष्य करायचं कारण नाही. तर दुसरा प्रश्न तुमचा
असा की आम्ही राष्ट्रवादी
Leader of opposition is chosen by the speaker based on numbers.
की पक्षाचं नाव घेऊन कोणी काही भूमिका घेतली त्याच्याबद्दल आम्ही भांडण करणार नाही. आम्ही लोकांच्या जाऊ आणि लोकांचा
You may have taken the NCP's name and taken a certain position. I'm not going to argue that. I'm going to take it to the people.
आमच्या कार्यक्रमाच्या बरोबर कशी जाईल ह्या गोष्टीची आमची नीती आहे.
आम्ही जर शिवसेनेसोबत जाऊ शकतो तर भाजपसोबत का नाही जाऊ शकत असा प्रश्न होता आणि आम्ही भाजपसोबत.
नाही, असा त्यांचा निकाल असेल, पण राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची जी नीती आहे त्याच्यामध्ये ह्या गोष्टी फासणाऱ्या नाही.
This will not work in the NCP.
विरोधी पक्ष नेतेपद आता कुणाकडे जाणार? दादांनी राजीनामा दिलाय.
नाही, असं आहे
आपल्याकडे आहे का?
ते आत्ताच मी सांगू शकत नाही, कारण राजीनामा दिल्यानंतर उद्या विरोधी पक्ष नेत्याची नियुक्ती करायची असेल तर हा अधिकार महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षाला आहे.
To appoint a new LOP is the decision of the speaker.
मी पक्ष प्रमुख म्हणून 1, 2, 3, 4 दिवसामध्ये आम्ही असेच करू. तो काँग्रेस पक्ष असू शकतो, उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालचा पक्ष असू शकतो, की आम्ही जो राष्ट्रवादी म्हणतो तो असू शकतो. याच्या संख्येचा विचार करून आम्ही पुढं काय मांडणी स्पीकरला करायची ते ठरवू. आत्ता आम्हाला ते सांगता येणार नाही.
कार्यकर्त्यांना काय आव्हान कराल, कारण त्यांची खूप गोष्टी होते.
In the next few days, as NCP patron, I'll speak to the Congress and the other Congress faction, and of course, look at the numbers.
आमची खरी शक्ती सामान्य माणूस आणि कार्यकर्ता आहे.
People are our strength and our karyakartas are our
त्या
strength.
सगळ्यांना ती अस्वस्थता झाली असणार. साहजिक तुम्ही म्हणतात ते खरं आहे की जे कष्ट करतात, आम्हाला लोकांना निवडून देतात आणि ते आम्ही जी सांगतो ती
They place their faith in us and elect us.
ज्या काही प्रवृत्तीची विरोधी अशी संघर्षाची भूमिका घेतात, ज्यांच्याशी संघर्षाची आणि विरोधाची भूमिका घेतली, आज त्यांच्यामध्येच आम्ही सहभागी झालो तर ते अस्वस्थ होणार. त्याच्यात त्यांचा
People
दोष
will
नाही.
see that who they opposed when going into the elections, now they've joined hands with them.
संघटनेची बांधणी करणं हे काम करावं लागेल आणि ते काम मी आणि माझ्याबरोबर असंख्य तरुण महाराष्ट्रातले करतील याची मला पूर्ण खात्री आहे.
ही गद्दारी काही बंड आहे
आणि काय कारवाई केली?
असं आहे की हा पक्षाच्या धोरणाचा विषय नाही. स्वतःच्या धोरणाची विसंगत पावलं कोणी टाकलेली असली तर ती पक्षाच्या दृष्टीने योग्य नाही. त्यासाठी पक्षाचे जे प्रमुख लोक आहेत ते बसतील आणि त्या संबंधीचा निकाल घेतील. फक्त एकच आहे, हा निकाल एका व्यक्ती घेऊन स्वतः घेणं योग्य नाही. त्यामुळे बाकीच्या सहकाऱ्यांना महाराष्ट्राचे जे अध्यक्ष आहेत जयंत पाटील किंवा बाकीचे त्या सगळ्यांची आम्हाला बोलणं करावं लागेल. पण एक गोष्ट या ठिकाणी मला सांगता येईल आणि ती म्हणजे मी पक्षाचा अध्यक्ष आहे. मी काही पदाधिकाऱ्यांची नेमणूक केलेली आहे, त्यांची जबाबदारी टाकलेली आहे. उदाहरणार्थ जनरल सेक्रेटरी म्हणून तटकरेंची नेमणूक मी केलेली आहे आणि जनरल सेक्रेटरी म्हणून प्रफुल्ल पटेल यांची नेमणूक मी केलेली आहे. माझं सत्य त्यांना सांगणं आहे की या सगळ्या प्रकारामध्ये पक्षाच्या हिताच्या दृष्टिकोनातून जी पावलं त्यांनी टाकायला हवी होती ती त्यांनी टाकली नाही आणि त्याच्यामुळं आपली जबाबदारी योग्य रीतीने त्यांनी पाडली नाही. त्यामुळं पक्ष नेतृत्वाचा ज्यांनी त्यांची नियुक्ती केली त्यांचा विश्वास राहिलेला नाही आणि त्यासाठी उचित अशा प्रकारची कारवाई त्यांनीहून तरी करावी नाही तर मला करावी लागेल.
अजित पवारांवर कारवाई करणार का?
असं आहे की जे पक्षाच्या चौकटीच्या बाहेर गेले शपथही घेतल्या त्या प्रत्येकाच्या संबंधीचा निकाल घ्यावा लागेल. 9 लोकांचा त्या प्रत्येकाचा.
सकाळपासून सुप्रियाताई देखील त्या ठिकाणी होत्या. जे काही तिथं बैठकीत चर्चा चालू असेल, काही सुप्रियाताई अजितदादांना मनवायचा देखील प्रयत्न करत होत्या. ही सगळी गोष्ट तुमच्या कानावर देखील असेल. तुमचं काही बोलणं झालं का अजितदादांशी? काय रोखण्याचा पद्धतीने पुन्हा एकदा त्यांनी
अजिबात कोणाशी बोलणं झालेलं नाही. सभासद होते जे त्या ठिकाणी गेलेले होते त्यातल्या काही लोकांनी मला फोन केला आणि आम्हाला या ठिकाणी बोलवलं. आमच्या सह्या घेतल्या. आमचा नाईलाज आम्ही तुम्हाला 2-3 दिवसात येऊन भेटू हे सांगितलं. त्यांच्याशी माझं बोलणं झालं. बाकी ज्या 9 जणांनी शपथ घेतली त्याचे फक्त जाण्यापूर्वी भुजबळ माझ्याशी बोलून गेले की हे होतं हे काही योग्य नाही. मी लोणावळ्याला होते तर मी तिथं जातो आणि याच्यात घेतल्याचं कळवलं. तेव्हा
पार्टी विपक्ष में रूलिंग में नहीं हो सकती तो शिवसेना का हुआ वही एनसीपी का होने जा रहा है. भाजपा की ये खेली है या पवार साहब ने जो गुगली की बात की थी कुछ दिनों पहले ये
गुगली वेगली नहीं, ये रॉबरी है. ये कोई ऐसी छोटी बात नहीं. पार्टी के कुछ लोगों को ये जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर पहले दिन स्टेटमेंट ज्याचा उल्लेख मी केला की त्यांनी NCP त्यांच्यावर भ्रष्टाचाराचे जे आरोप केले त्यातून आमच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांची मुक्तता करण्याची मोलाची कामगिरी त्यांनी केली. हा या गोष्टीचं घराने धरण्याची बाजू.
तुम्ही काल बोलले की सगळे लोक जे आहेत ते काल आता आज जे देवेंद्र फडणवीसांसोबत केले देवेंद्रवासी झाले सर.
काल सांगितलं मी
पक्ष फुटला घर फुटलं असं वाटतं.
अजिबात वाटत
पवारांनी राजीनामा
No, I don't feel like my house has come down.
घर फुटलं कधी म्हणलेलं नाही, म्हणणार नाही. प्रश्न हा घराचा नाही, हा जनतेच्या समोर एखादा विषय भूमिका तत्वज्ञान आपण मांडतो आणि ते घेऊन पुढे जायला काही अडचणी असतील, कमतरता असेल, पण त्याच्यामध्ये बदल नाही, ते चालू राहणार. तो पक्ष आम्ही वाढवणार. मी तुम्हाला सांगितलं मगाशी की एकंदर अनेक लोक संपर्क साधतात, पण त्याचा प्रत्यक्ष आकडा माझ्याकडे नाही. पण माझा अनुभव तुम्हाला सांगितला की 56 पैकी 50 गेले तरी आम्ही वेळ राहिलो. मागच्या वेळेसुद्धा गेले तरी आम्ही वेळ राहिलो. त्यामुळे गेले याची चिंता नाही. मला चिंता एकच आहे की त्यांच्या पुढच्या
देवेंद्र फडणवीसांनी जशी शिवसेना फोडली तशीच म्हणजे त्यांचं मुख्यमंत्रीपद गेलं, त्यांचं सरकार गेलं, याच ईर्षेतून राष्ट्रवादी फोडली असं वाटतं का तुम्हाला?
मला याचं श्रेय द्यायचं असेल ते प्रधानमंत्र्यांना द्यावं लागेल. त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट 2 दिवसापूर्वी केलं होतं आणि त्यामुळं काही आमच्याचे लोक अस्वस्थ होते. आमच्याकडे सुद्धा काही लोकांच्या ईडीच्या केसेस केले, त्याच्यामुळे अस्वस्थ होतं. आणि प्राईम मिनिस्टरसारख्या व्यक्तींनी स्टेटमेंट केले त्याचा उल्लेख, त्यामुळे ती अस्वस्थता वाढली होती. त्यामुळं त्यांना याचा लाभ झाला. पण या तथाकथित काय जे असेल यश असेल आणखीन काही गोष्टी, याचं श्रेय त्याचा वाटा हा प्रधानमंत्र्यांना द्यावा लागेल. ते मी काही सांगत नाही. मी प्राईम मिनिस्टरचा उल्लेख केला, तो प्राईम मिनिस्टरची खोक्या विकायची वाट मी कधी करणार नाही. ते फळ आहे, त्यामुळे तिथे असा विचार मानणं योग्य नाही. पण त्याबरोबर ते जे आरोप अनेकांच्यावर करतात, ॲक्शन घेतात, यंत्रणा वापरतात, त्या गोष्टीचा परिणाम याच्यात झालेला आहे असं प्रायमा फेसी दिसतं.
ईडीचा वापर झाला सगळ्या याच्यामध्ये, कारण सगळे ज्यांच्या कारवाई होती तेच तिकडे मंत्री नेऊन बनवले.
असं कोण म्हणलं?
आता मुश्रीफ आहेत, भुजबळ आहेत, प्रफुल्ल पटेलांचं मधनं नाव येत होतं, ते आता केंद्रात मंत्री होऊ शकतात.
आमचे जे काही ज्यांना ईडीचे प्रॉब्लेम आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये छगन भुजबळांचं नाव आहे, मुश्रीफचं नाव आहे, गुंजांचं नाव आहे, दिलीप वळसे पाटलांचं नाव आहे, अजित पवारांचं नाव आहे, नवाब मलिक विचाराचे आतच आहेत. अशी काही लोकांची नावं आहेत की ज्यांना फेसिंग ईडी प्रॉब्लेम.
ईडी सरकार म्हणायचं का
आत्ता तुम्ही म्हणत नाही, कारण प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी आरोप केला, या लोकांच्यावर काही ना काही ते ॲक्शन्स अशा घेतल्या, तर या सगळ्या ॲक्शन्समधून त्यांना कधी रिलीफ मिळतोय हे बघावं लागेल. आणि मग याच्यातलं नक्की अंडरस्टँडिंग काय होतं ते लोकांच्या समोर येईल. त्याची वाट बघतोय. माझं बोलणं झालं झालं ना, आता झालं.
शिवसेनेचे लोक त्यावेळेस तुम्ही म्हटलं होतं की ते गुवाहाटीला म्हणजे अगदीच बाहेर गेले, त्यामुळे त्यांना फार म्हणजे इकडे परत आणता आलं नाही किंवा अशी परिस्थिती होती. पण आता हे तर तुमच्या सोबत शेवटपर्यंत होते, यांना थांबवण्यासाठी म्हणून किंवा अजित पवार तर गेल्या काही महिन्यापासून आणि तिकडेच होते असं साधारणपणे
आम्ही थांबवण्याचा प्रयत्नच केला. आता जे लोक गेलेत असं म्हणतात, त्यांची नावं तिथे दिली, त्यांच्या सह्या घेतल्या, त्यातले लोक ते संपर्क साधतात. पण त्यांना 2 गोष्टीची चिंता आहे. एक मतदारसंघ, 2 जे पक्षात सहकार्यांची कार्यकर्त्यांची व्यक्तिगत संबंध आहेत त्या संबंधीची चिंता, या 2 गोष्टी त्यांना अधिक जाणवत आहेत. इथं सत्तेचा काही लाभ होऊ शकेल, त्या 2 कामं होऊ शकतील. निवडणुकीच्यासाठी जे काही सहाय्य लागतं त्या संबंधीची चिंतामुक्त हे कदाचित झालेली असते. पण या सगळ्या गोष्टी 100% यश देतात असं नव्हे. शेवटी लोक ठरवतात. लोकांचा विचार, लोकांचा पाठिंबा हा महत्त्वाचा असतो आणि
At the
ती
end of the day, it's the people
चिंता यांच्या
who matter
अनेकांना
and their
असावी.
support that
त्यामुळे
matters.
ते आमच्याशी संपर्क सांगतात.
न्यायालय जसं आता शिवसेनेच्या बाबतीत झालं तर राष्ट्रवादी संदर्भात न्यायालयीन लढाई लढणार.
आम्ही कशात करणार नाही. आम्हाला खात्री आहे की आम्ही पक्ष म्हणून लोकांच्या गेलो तर लोक आमचा विचार करतील.
अजितदादांच्या विरोधामध्ये बारामतीमध्ये उमेदवार असेल.
I'm assured that when I go to the
कोण
people, they
उमेदवार
sympathize.
करायचा तो त्यावेळेस ठरवून अजून 1 वर्ष आहे.
पुन्हा अजित पवार.
तो बघूया ना, आज काय सांगायचं.
सर, ज्यावेळेस आपण राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्षापासून किंवा पक्षीय याच्यापासून दूर जायचा निर्णय घेतला होता, मागच्या वेळेस तुम्ही जाहीर केला, त्याला ही सगळी ही किनार होती का? कारण त्यावेळेस पण अशा बातम्या आल्या.
अजिबात नव्हतं. पण एक चांगलं झालं की त्यावेळेला नंतर जो मी निकाल घेतला, परत घ्यायचा, तो अतिशय उचित होता, योग्य वेळ होता आणि त्याची उपयुक्तता उद्या महाराष्ट्रात दिसेल.
गेल्या वर्षी आपण 24 तासात समोरलं होतं. यावेळेस
यावेळी काही ऍक्शन प्लॅन आहे का?
एकनाथ शिंदेचं भविष्य कसं बघता?
एकाने
एकनाथ शिंदेचं भविष्य कसं बघता तुम्ही आता? त्यांची युटिलिटी कितपत राहिली आहे?
मला वाटतं की आता त्यांनी आणि भाजपवाल्यांनी विचार कर. साधारणतः त्या शपथविधीचा मी कार्यक्रम बघितला आणि त्याच्यात आत्ता जे मंत्रिपदावर आहेत आणि जे होऊ इच्छितात आणि भाजपमध्ये आहेत त्यांचे चेहरे मला चिंताजनक दिसत होते.
I watched the oath-taking ceremony and I saw the faces of the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction. The stress on their face showed.
उन्होंने क्रोनोलॉजी पूरी बताई और वो कह रहे थे कि जिस तरह से ये सारा विरोधी पार्टियां एक साथ आ रही है, गठबंधन का कोई चेहरा नहीं है, इसलिए वो मोदी सरकार के साथ जाना चाहते हैं. उनकी नीतियां उनको पसंद आ रही है.
उनको ये मालूम नहीं, एक तो नीतियाँ पसंद है तो पिछले 4.5 साल क्यों लाइन इनके खिलाफ चलेगी. आज इलेक्शन को 4 साल हो गए. 4 साल से पहले चुनाव के लिए लोगों के सामने गए तो हमारा टारगेट क्या था? मोदी का टारगेट क्या था? हम लोग. और तब इनका टारगेट बना के इनके खिलाफ लाइन रखने के बाद 4 साल काम करने के बाद आज ऐसा क्या परिवर्तन हो गया? तो ऐसी कोई स्थिति नहीं. ये उनको वहाँ जाना था, उनको पावर की आवश्यकता थी. ये जो मोदी साहब का जो स्पीच हो गया 4 दिन पहले और इसने जिस बात उन्होंने कही, इल्ज़ाम लगाए, शायद इसका एक असर होगा और ये असर का स्थिति हम ये डिसीजन के माध्यम से देख रहे हैं.
विरोधी पक्षांची
असं आहे की आम्ही सगळे एकत्र काम करणार आहोत. त्याच्यात काँग्रेस आहे, त्याच्यात उद्धव ठाकरे, त्याच्यावर
We'll continue to work together. Congress, Uddhav Thackeray faction.
आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्र काम करणार. आजच आमची सगळ्यांची टेलिफोन त्याच्यावर बोलणं झालं आणि एवढंच नाही, मी मगाशी सांगितलं की अन्य पक्षाची सुद्धा जे आम्ही राष्ट्रीय पातळीवर एकत्र याचा प्रयत्न करतो आहे तिथंसुद्धा या सगळ्या गोष्टीत आपण अधिक आक्रमक जावं अशी भूमिका आहे. आणि म्हणून मगाशी तुम्हाला सांगितलं की बंगलोरला आम्ही भेटतो आहोत आणि आमची पुढची दिशा ही देश पातळीची ठरवतो.
पवारसाहेब, तुम्ही विरोधी पक्षांची मोठ बांधता आहात. पाटण्यामध्ये जी बैठक झाली, बिहारमध्ये सुद्धा नितीश कुमारांच्या पक्षाबाबत हाच करण्याचा मोदी सरकारचा डाव होता असा आरोप होता. नितीश कुमार भाजपपासून वेगळे झाले. उद्धव ठाकरेंची सुद्धा पार्टी त्याच पद्धतीनं पुरण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. आता राष्ट्रवादी होती. म्हणजे मोदींच्या विरोधात जे पक्ष लढत आहेत त्या पक्षांना अशा पद्धतीनं मोदी सरकार ट्रीट करताय किंवा दाखवून देण्याचा प्रयत्न करतात.
असं मोदींनी काय करावं हा त्यांचा प्रश्न आहे. त्यांच्या पॉलिटिकली जे सूट असेल ते करण्याचं त्या पावलं टाकतात आणि त्यामुळे त्याचा आपण भाष्य करण्याची गरज नाही. पण त्यांनी घेतलेली ॲक्शन ही लोकांना पसंत नाही हे दाखवण्याच्यासाठी लोकांना बरोबर घेणं याची आवश्यकतांचे काम हे करणार.
सर, राज ठाकरेंनी आज आता एक आरोप केला की उद्धव ठाकरेंचं ओझं शरद पवारांना उतरवायचं होतं, त्याचा पहिला अंक आज पार पडला. राष्ट्रवादीची पहिली टीम
असं आहे की त्याचं मी त्याचा कसा व्हायचं त्याचा खुलासा त्यांना विचार ना.
नाही, राष्ट्रवादीची पहिली टीम आज सत्तेच्या दिशेने गेली, दुसरी जाणार आहे असं त्यांचा आरोप आहे.
आता दुसरी टीम आमच्याकडे शिल्लक कोण आहे ती तर बघून द्या.
Who's the second team that's going to shoot?
80 तासाचं सरकार झालं, अजित पवार परत आले.
ज्यांना जायचं आहे ते थांबणार, जे जाणार नाही ते थांबले. त्यामुळे तुम्ही दुसरी टीम तिसरी टीम हा विषयच करा. उद्याच्या निवडणुका होतील त्यावेळेला आम्हा लोकांच्या पक्षाची नवीन टीम ठिकठिकाणी बघायला मिळेल, जशी यावेळी यांच्यासारखी मिळाली.
अजितदादांचा फोन आला होता का शपथ घेतल्यानंतर?
कुणाच आला नाही. ज्यांनी शपथ घेतली
हा सर्व निर्णय घेतला असं त्यांचं म्हणणं आहे. तुम्ही वरिष्ठ कोणाशी संपर्क साधला नाही?
आता त्यांना दुसरं कोणतं वरिष्ठ असू शकेल त्याच्यामध्ये आले तर गेले तर जर तर राजकारणात
प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब ने भी आपसे बात की कि उनको तो अच्छा पद दिया गया.
दिलीप वळसे पाटलांचं आश्चर्य वाटतं अनेकांना.
प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब ने ये सारी बात जाने से पहले, क्योंकि वो आज अजितदादा के बगल में बैठे हुए नजर आए, क्या उन्होंने बात नहीं की थी आपसे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. मेरी नाराज़ी और किसी के पास नहीं, मगर प्रफुल्ल पटेल एंड तस्करे ये दोनों को मैंने अपॉइंट किया था जनरल सेक्रेटरी, और जनरल सेक्रेटरी ने प्रेसिडेंट की जो गाइडलाइन होती है वो छोड़कर कोई गलत कदम उठाया तो ठीक नहीं, इस पद पर रहने का उनका अधिकार नहीं है. ये बात उन्होंने खुद समझना चाहिए और खुद समझकर उन्होंने आगे कंटिन्यू करना या न करना ये तय करना चाहिए.
एका बाजूला साहेब हे म्हणत होते की साहेबांचं
मुझे कोई नाराजगी नहीं है, but two people I appointed as General Secretaries, Praful Patel and Taskare, whether they should continue on, it is for them to decide in these positions.
साहेबाचं आहे काही गमती आहे. ते साहेबाला अशी स्थिती येते तेव्हा भयंकर होऊ येतो, आणखीन जोरात फिरायला असतं, आणखीन लोकांच्या जाऊन उभं करायला आनंद होतो आणि आणखीन नवीन लिडरशिप ही तयार करायला आनंद होतो. मी बोलणं योग्य नाही, पण जे कोणी वंचित झाले त्यांची नीट बारकाईने माहिती घ्या. बहुसंख्य लोकांची सुरुवात कुणी केली, कशी केली हे जर तुम्ही बघितलं तर मला चिंतेचं कारण नाही. उभं करू शकतो नवीन कर्तृत्वाची पिढी. कुणी असं हे असतील किंवा आणखी नसतील, पण उद्या महाराष्ट्राच्या हिताचा विचार करेल असा एक संच आम्ही महाराष्ट्रात उभा करू.
अजितदादांना त्यांच्या मुलाच्या भवितव्याची चिंता होती म्हणून त्यांनी केलं.
नाही, त्याला कशा मुलाचा कसं त्यांनी कधी विषय काढला नाही, हा विषय नव्हता.
साहेब 16 आमदारांच्या
No, Ajit Dada never spoke to me about the future of his children.
मार्ग सोपा झाला असं म्हणता येईल का?
म्हणजे कशा
विधानसभा अध्यक्षांकडे या सगळ्या घटनेमुळे त्यांना हे सगळं सोपं जायचं, पुढे कारवाई करावी.
नाही, मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळं थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही आहे.
तुम्ही बऱ्याचदा म्हटलं होतं की राजकारणामध्ये कुणीच कुणाचा कायमस्वरूपी शत्रू नसतो किंवा कायमस्वरूपी मित्र नसतो. असे नवीन नवीन मित्र, नवीन नवीन शत्रू निर्माण होत आहेत, तर यात काय का?
आमचे मित्र आहेत ते आहेत. काँग्रेस, NCP आम्ही अनेक वर्ष एकत्र लढलो. शिवसेनेचा अलीकडे आमची साथ आली, त्यामुळं हे नवीन नाही. आता हे अलीकडे रुजलेले. आता नवीन कोण करायचे मला आता तरी काही कोणी दिसत नाही. जे आमच्यातनं गेले, ज्यांच्यात गेले त्यांच्याशी आमची मैत्री होऊ शकत नाही.
सर, तटकरेंबद्दल नाराज आहात, प्रफुल्ल पटेलांबद्दल नाराज आहात. त्यांना आपण केलं होतं म्हणून.
नाराज नाही. एक धोरण जे असतं पक्षात, पद्धती असतात, शिस्त असते, त्या चौकशीच्या बाहेर गेले एवढंच सांगितलं.
अजित पवारांच्या नाराजीबद्दलची तीव्र
It's not about being angry, but there is a process, there's a procedure on the question of Praful Patel.
राजकारणामध्ये अनेक, आता साधी गोष्ट आहे, मोदीच बारामतीला येऊन भाषण केलं, दिल्लीमध्ये त्यांनी भाषण केलं की या देशाचं उद्याचं एकंदर भवितव्य आणि एकंदर ज्यांच्या मदतीनं देशाचे महत्त्वाचे प्रश्न सोडवायचे अशा व्यक्तींचं नाव विचारून ज्यावेळेस करतो त्यावेळेस ज्याच्यात नाव येतं त्याचं तेच माझं नाव घेतं. याचा अर्थ ते माझे व्यक्तिगत शत्रू नाही, पण त्यांची पॉलिटिकल लाईन आम्हाला मंजूर नाही, त्यांची आमची लाईन त्यांना मंजूर नाही.
Their political line is not acceptable to us, and our political line is not acceptable to them. It's not personal.
बांधणी या पक्षाची जी विचारधारा आम्ही घेऊन चाललो आहे त्या विचारधाराची बांधणी, नव्या नेतृत्वाची पिढी आणि या सगळ्याच्या माध्यमातून शक्तीतून भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जी समाजाच्या सामाजिक, धार्मिक, जातीय ऐक्य याचा सुरुंग लावतं त्या प्रवृत्तीच्या विरुद्ध आम्ही जाऊ.
मोदींचं नेतृत्व खंबीर आहे, ते देशाला पुढे घेऊन जात आहे, म्हणून आम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत जातो असं अजित पवार म्हणाले. तुम्हाला वाटतं का खरंच मोदी देशाला पुढे घेऊन जात आहे?
आणि असं आहे की हा त्यांचं मत आहे, त्या मताशी आम्ही सहमत असतो तर आम्हीच मोदीचं भांडण कशाला केलं असतं. त्यामुळे ही मतं ज्याची त्याची व्यक्तिगत असतात किंवा एक निमित्त असतं.
फडणवीस पवार सरकारचं भवितव्य काय, आता इथून पुढे काय वाटतं? शिंदे फडणवीस पवार सरकारचं भवितव्य
मी काही ज्योतिषी नाही, त्यामुळे त्याच्यात काय सांगता येईल नाही. आता बघायचं देशातनं मला काळजी एकच आहे की अनेक आमदार भेटायचे भाजपचे सुद्धा की ज्यांच्या अपेक्षा होत्या की त्यांना असं वंचित करतील, काही शिंदेच्या वरचे भेटायचे आणि ते सांगायचे आमचं ठरलं आहे आम्हाला असं वंचित करतील, तर ते एकदम 9 जागा गेल्या. त्यामुळे त्या विचारांचं काय होणार याचीच मला चिंता आहे.
My only concern is there were many within the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction who wanted to become ministers, but 9 places have gone. I'm only concerned about them.
काही फायदा होणार. आम्ही जो बृहस्पती करतो त्यांना त्यांच्या संबंधीचं हे काही नाही, म्हणजे याचा काही फायदा होणार नाही.
एकनाथ शिंदे वारंवार म्हणायचे की महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार असताना अजित पवारांमुळे आम्हाला फंड मिळत नव्हते, त्यांच्यासोबत आम्हाला काम करता येत नव्हतं आणि म्हणून आम्ही हे बंद केलं, आम्ही वेगळं व्हायचा निर्णय घेतला. आता त्यांना अजित पवारांसोबत काम करावं लागणार आहे, पण सोयीचं म्युच्युअल अंडरस्टँडिंग
खातं पण त्यांना दिलं आहे.
खाता पण त्यांना, त्याच्यामुळे आता teamwork चांगलं होईल असं वाटतं.
याचं बघायचं म्हणजे आम्ही बघत बघतोय खाती काय आहेत, कुणाला काय मिळत आहेत, कुणाला संतुष्ट केलं जातं आहे. ही खाती या नवीनच्या कधी गेल्यामुळं दुःखी आत्मेनंतर बाहेर करू नयेत या सगळ्या गोष्टीच्या संबंधीचा विचार करतो. आमच्या दृष्टीने फक्त एकच आता महत्त्वाची गोष्ट आहे की आमचे राज्याचे अध्यक्ष आणि आमची ऑल इंडियाची कमिटी या सगळ्यांना आत्ता हे जे सहकारी मंत्रिमंडळात गेले पक्ष सोडून, कारण पक्षाची भूमिका नव्हती मंत्रिमंडळात जायची, तर ती भूमिका म्हणजे पक्षाची लाईन ज्यांनी सोडून जे गेले त्यांच्याबद्दलची कारवाई पक्ष करेल. ती याला एक प्रोसेस आहे, त्या प्रोसेसनी करेल, ती कारवाई सुरू होईल.
Party line, there will be action taken against them. There's a process to that.
जयंत पाटील सकाळपासून म्हणजे साधारणतः 10 वाजल्यापासून मुंबईच्या पक्षाच्या ऑफिसमध्ये आहे. असा एक कारवाई होणार
साहेब आता पक्ष कार्यालयावर दावा ठोकला जाईल ते म्हणतात की पक्षच आमचा आहे पुन्हा त्यातनं क्लॅशेस होतील मग हे सगळं कसं
सर नाव चिन्हाचं
नाव चिन्हाचं काय
तुमच्या जीवन बोलायला तोचा अधिकार कोणी काढू शकत नाही. शेवटी फक्त कशानं बोला तुमच्याशी लोकांशी संपर्क साधणं त्यांच्याशी कार्यक्रम आणणं जनतेचा पाठिंबा मिळणं त्यातनं फक्त बरं राहतो. त्यामुळे हे जे कोणी सांगितलं मी मला काय आता तुला सांगतो चिन्ह त्या चिन्हाला काही होणार नाही मला माहिती पण चिन्हाचंच तुम्हाला सांगतो माझ्या पुरतं मी आयुष्यातली पहिली निवडणूक लढवली तेव्हा चिन्ह होतं 2 बैल मला आठवत जसं जुन्या काळात बैलजोडी. त्यानंतरची निवडणूक ही लढवली आमच्यात काँग्रेसमध्ये 2 भाग झाले इंडिकेट आणि सिंडिकेट तुम्हाला कदाचित माहीत असतं. तर आमची खून होती सारखा त्याच्यावर निवडणूक आम्ही लढवली. त्याच्यानंतरची जी निवडणूक झाली ती कुठली सारखा हां गाय वासू हां चरख्याच्या आधी गाय वासू नंतर चरखानंतर गायला. आता ह्या 4 खुणा माझ्याच आयुष्यात त्या खुणावर मी निवडणूक लढलो. त्यामुळे खून नसतात लोक वाटतात कोण आहे त्याचं काम काय तो काय करू शकेल आणि तेवढा विश्वास महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेवर माझा आहे. आणि असं दिसतंय की यंदा माझ्या 14 निवडणुका झाल्या. 14 निवडणुकीत लोकांनी मला निवडून दिलं त्याची त्यांचा विश्वास असावा.
I've fought 14 elections and the people have elected me.
शरद पवार.
देवेंद्र फडणवीस कधी काळी मुख्यमंत्री होते या संपूर्ण घटनेबद्दल तुम्हाला काय वाटतं?
हे तो त्यांचा अंतर्गत काय आजपासून मी लोकांच्या घेऊन आमच्या कार्यक्रमाची विचाराची बांधणी त्या कामाला
All right, the party patriarch of the NCP, Sharad Pawar, smiling there, addressing a press conference in Pune, clearly, seemingly blindsided. That's what he says very clearly that he did not know that there was a meeting that was to take place at Ajit Pawar's house. He is not, has not given his blessings to Ajit Pawar. He is not part of the 9 leaders of the NCP who have joined the government now. He says he is the real NCP. What does he really mean? He also goes on to state that Ajit Pawar, contrary to what he said in that press conference, that when Ajit Pawar stated just a short while back that he telephonically spoke with Mr. Sharad Pawar, and Mr. Sharad Pawar did give his blessings or was on board with Mr. Ajit Pawar and 8 other leaders of the NCP joining in as ministers. Mr. Sharad Pawar has said he never spoke to Ajit Pawar in the first place. He said he spoke to Chhagan Bhujbal. However, he also says that Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal was not in favor of this revolt or rebellion. However, Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal did find himself on that dais sitting alongside Mr. Ajit Pawar, the newly minted Deputy CM of Maharashtra. More so, you had Mr. Sharad Pawar who said that many leaders from the NCP, many MLAs have been calling him constantly. Some of them who are allegedly with Ajit Pawar are saying that they do not believe in this revolt or rebellion. Mr. Sharad Pawar also said that he's going to be now going to the people. He's going to carry on with his schedule. He has a mega rally lined up, and he is very clear that there is no, that the NCP is with him. Now, what does he really mean? Because the Ajit Pawar faction, now clearly there is a faction within the NCP, seems to suggest that they have support of over 40 MLAs. What does it really mean there? On the other hand, Sharad Pawar stated that many leaders from the opposition have been calling him. Mamata Banerjee has spoken with him. You had Mallikarjun Kharge who has spoken with him. And he has said to them, given them assurance that the NCP is with them. What does he mean by that as well? Ultimately, he said that the Sutradhar, or the person who's scripted this revolt or rebellion, is no one else but Prime Minister Modi. And how is it that just 3 days ago you had the Prime Minister who called the NCP a corrupt party, has now inducted 8 or 9 of the NCP's top leadership? On what you see on your television screen as I bring in Polumi into this conversation is the NCP headquarters in Mumbai. And you have the NCP cadre there blackening the faces of those leaders that have been sworn in to with the incumbent government of Maharashtra. Dramatic developments that are taking place. Polumi, at least on the face of it, Mr. Sharad Pawar making it clear that he wasn't in the know, that there was a rebellion that was being scripted. He never gave his blessings, never spoke to Ajit Pawar, spoke to Chhagan Bhujbal, who told him he was not in favor of this revolt, says he's going to go to the people, says he is the real NCP. What does he really mean? Because he's also saying he's not going to pursue this legally.
Well, again, yes, he says I have no anger inside of me, but yes, there is a process. He did specifically, of course, mention the case of Praful Patel and Mr. Tatkare, and spoke about the same. Given that I have given them positions, there was a certain responsibility attached to those positions, and there's an accountability associated with it because I elected them. I, as party chief, did that. So clearly, there is some amount of he might be putting up a brave front over there, saying I've faced this in the past. I've done it before. I've lost close to about 1/8, 9th of the party. A lot of my party members, when of course the party has stood and faced such circumstances. I've stood the
All
test
right,
of time.
there's word coming in. Polumi, stay with us. Polumi, stay with us, and I want to take our viewers because it's understandable. There have been certain top leadership of the NCP that wasn't there on that dais today, and that included the likes of someone who's very close to Mr. Sharad Pawar. You have Jayant Patil. On the other hand, you have Jitendra Awad. The latest that has happened, Polumi, and that's the news that we're going to break any minute right now, is that Jayant Patil has informed the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker and asked him to appoint Jitendra Awad as leader of the opposition and party whip. When it comes down to the party whip, it's deja vu of what went down with the Shiv Sena right now. The latest news that we are breaking is Mr. Jayant Patil, who is now, let's call him the Sharad Pawar faction, has informed the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker asking him to appoint Jitendra Awad as leader of opposition and the party whip. It's again going to come down to the numbers, Polumi.
Again, going to come down to the numbers. We still don't know the specific numbers that Ajit Pawar has brought with him to the government, to the ruling alliance. But he, in fact, and with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp, he's not said anything as of yet. The NCP has not said the numbers that they have with them. Mr. Pawar, as you heard over there, claims that some people have contacted him and said that, they called us, they took our signatures. We clearly had no idea this was what this was all about. But the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction claiming that they have 40 NCP MLAs were joining hands with the ruling alliance, which means 13 MLAs are with Mr. Sharad Pawar. Again, it will boil down to the symbol war. It will boil down to the name war. Now, Sahil Joshi, a Mumbai bureau chief, they're breaking that Jayant Patil, who is shortly to address the media, has in fact informed the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker to appoint Jitendra Awad as leader of opposition, which was Ajit Pawar's position earlier, and as chief whip of the party. What does this mean, in fact, for those who have defected along with Ajit Pawar and Chhagan Bhujbal and the likes over to the ruling alliance? Again, we'll have to wait and see, depending on the numbers.
The numbers, everything will come down to the numbers right now. What are the real numbers? Because what Mr. Sharad Pawar also said, Polumi, is very interesting because he says a lot of the names that have been quoted by the Ajit Pawar faction now have spoken with him and say they are not in favor of this rebellion, that they've been made to sign against what their will is. And, you know, classic deja vu. What went down with the Shiv Sena polemic, very, very similar in terms of the script going down right now.
This thing of, they called us in, they had us sign on papers, we didn't know what was on it, clearly did not know what happened, Sahib. This was something which was quoted earlier as well when Devendra, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar had come together and sprung a surprise in 2019. That was again when Supriya Sule then started doing the rounds. She of course met Ajit Pawar as well, and within 3 days a government collapse was brought down in 72 hours, and then of course the Maha took charge. So this is exactly the same thing. Mr. Pawar is claiming that again there are MLAs. Now this includes, very surprisingly, as you've been saying, Chhagan Bhujbal. He says that the only person I spoke to ahead of the swearing-in ceremony was Chhagan Bhujbal, who gave me a call and told me, "Sir, this is happening, and I don't know why this is happening. I don't feel right about this." He then, of course, has gone in and sworn in as
he was sitting right there, right next, exactly, sitting right next to Ajit Pawar where that press conference was going on. Interesting. You know, there's never a dull moment in politics. Rahul Srivastav, I want to bring you in. You've seen many seasons of this. Like Mr. Pawar also said, that I have seen a revolt like this being scripted many times over. But at that point of time, Rahul Srivastav, Mr. Pawar was young, politically, possibly with more elbow room. This time around, he says he's going to go back to the people. He's going to try and rebuild the party. He also emotionally said he's not going to take legal action. What does that quite mean? Because, you know, in that sense, what we are witnessing right now, you have Mr. Jayant Patil, very close to Mr. Sharad Pawar, who's tweeted out saying he stands with Mr. Sharad Pawar, informing the Speaker of Maharashtra, asking him to appoint Jitendra Awad as leader of opposition and chief whip. Dramatic developments over the course of the last few hours, Rahul.
See, I think, Preeti, in politics, leaders play virtually a game of bluff at times. Last time around, when Sharad Pawar had, Ajit Pawar had staged a rebellion, gone with Devendra Fadnavis in that early morning coup, and the BJP thought it had come to power. There is a difference compared to that this time around. And I think the only difference is that Sharad Pawar played his hand. He played his hand, he opened his card, and instead of creating a merit-based transition of power, he created a dynastic-based, although even if it was Ajit Pawar, it would have been a nephew, not the daughter. The point is that given that he played his card, I think, after listening to his press conference, I get one feeling that line is very important, not planning to pursue legal action against him. I will go back, rebuild my party. Leaders are calling me. They all are saying that they are with us. I have a feeling Sharad Pawar has given up on the idea of having a united party.
Right.
To settle his daughter, he needed an unfettered terrain for her. He knew eventually the moment that baton is handed over to Supriya Sule, Ajit Pawar may do that. I think that moment arrived and Sharad Pawar has factored that in. And eventually what he's going to do from here on, if I'm not wrong, he may try to pull some MLAs, try to upset all that. But I think eventually Ajit Pawar is out of Supriya Sule's way. She will inherit a party from...
But that's the problem, Rahul. Does she inherit the party? Because Ajit Pawar says he is the party right now. It's exactly what went down, with the Shiv Sena. You have Jayant Patil, who says appoint Mr. Awad, Jitendra Awad, as the party whip and the leader of opposition.
But that is procedure, Preeti. Procedure can't be interpreted as politics, because a lot of things are going to happen. If somebody is going to get appointed as leader of opposition or leader of the party or chief whip or others, these issues will go to the speaker. And who is the speaker? The issue will go to the election commission.
True.
So somebody will have to prove that how many cadres, organizations and MLAs and MPs, others they have. So these are all procedures. But for all practical purposes, if you look at it beyond that long battle which might be there for the control of the party, even if he loses control of the NCP as a template, there might be some NCP Sharad Pawar. So Supriya Sule gets a party gets to lead a party of her own. Sharad Pawar has enough pelf perhaps to win a few
Right.
seats. Build from there on. It will up to Supriya Sule to build the party. I think Sharad Pawar has gone ahead in a move where he knew Ajit Pawar will do it. He's saying, so be it. He's gone out of the party.
Well, and what, at least, with what you're saying, going by that, Rahul, if Supriya Sule has her own party here, if that actually is going to happen, then she will also have, the legacy of Mr. Pawar, because while he is still around, and to have that man while he is still around, and not in the case of like a Bala Sahib Thackeray in terms of what Uddhav Thackeray, the entire fight of legacy there is, because you have Eknath Shinde claiming the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray there. Here there is Sharad Pawar standing in the corner of Supriya Sule, because Sharad Pawar is a mass leader as well. He might be an astute politician, but he is a mass leader. Lots going on. I want to cut across right now to the party headquarters in Maharashtra of the NCP. My colleague Saurabh Bhaktania following what was or is still the president of the NCP Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. And he has gone to the party headquarters. He has already, as per our sources, spoken with the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker, saying appoint Jitendra Awad as LOP and the chief party whip. We're seeing a very similar face-off as well, which happened during the time of the split of the Shiv Sena. Saurabh Bhaktania, what are you witnessing? Over to you.
So, well, similar thing like you mentioned that what happened to Shiv Sena, the same thing is now happening with the NCP party as well. Remember, the party leaders did not know about this particular thing. In fact, some of the people, if I may clearly say that some of the people who are still with Sharad Pawar, they did not know that this is going to come. And when they knew about it, there was a high-level meeting which took place at Jayant Patil's residence in town, and Jitendra Awad was also there. The meeting went on till around 5 to 6 hours. That is what the sources are telling us. In fact, Supriya Sule also did not know this was coming. They all came to know about this only by afternoon. Now, the party leaders who are right now with Sharad Pawar, they don't want to leave them, and therefore what they are doing is that after the meeting with Jitendra Awad, currently state president Jayant Patil has recommended, he has given a recommendation that Jitendra Awad should be the whip of the party. This similar thing like Bharat Gogawale was that, the similar thing had happened during Shiv Sena party as well. Now what is happening? All the leaders are going to the NCP office in Bharat, and where there will be again a meeting. We have also been told that Sharad Pawar will be leaving from Pune in some point of time.
Now, Sharad Pawar and the other Jayant Patil and other leaders now, all targets will be to call back some of the leaders again. The MLAs again, because they have experienced the similar situation.
Because they have experienced the similar situation earlier as well. Like Sharad Pawar himself has clearly said that this is nothing new to me.
Right.
This is nothing like this has not happened to me. Similar situation had happened to me earlier as well. But
now, stay
Mumbai.
with me, Saurabh.
Saurabh,
Stay with me. Before we cut across to more reactions, what's really happening, and I want to bring in, all our reporters on this, because each and every leader of the NCP is now making allegiance clear. What does this really mean? You have Mr. Patil, Jayant Patil, the president of the NCP, saying, I stand with Sharad Pawar. So you have allegiance clear there. He wants to appoint as party president of, at least that now will be contested, because Ajit Pawar says he has 43 MLAs on his side, 40 of the 53 MLAs on his side that would be contested. And he wants Jitendra Awad, who has also now stood by Sharad Pawar and is being mooted to be appointed as the chief whip. Interesting as well. You have Polume, the former Home Minister, Anil Deshmukh, tweeting out a picture with Sharad Pawar saying, I stand with Sharad Pawar. Little by little, you'll have senior leadership of the party making allegiance very clear.
That's right. There are, of course, leaders of the NCP who are still with Mr. Pawar now, tweeting out pictures with Mr. Pawar and saying that I'm with Sahib, we and the Karyakartas are with Sahib. So clearly they're sending out a message, because at the end of the day, it's a massive jolt for the Sharad Pawar-led Nationalist Congress Party. If the numbers are anywhere close to what the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena are claiming, which is 40 out of 53, that just means that virtually the NCP party has walked away with Ajit Pawar and join hands with the ruling alliance to build the party back up from here to challenge this coup in any way, legally or otherwise as well. It's going to be extremely tough for Mr. Pawar, given
he's not exactly.
that seems...
So, right. Saurabh, I want to bring you back into the conversation because, what one really needed to underline with everything else that Mr. Pawar says, that he did not stand with this revolt and it's happened before. Okay, we do not have Saurabh. But, Rahul Srivastava, the fact that he's not going to pursue it legally, if you are going to appoint a chief whip right now in the form of a Jitendra Awad, you are following it legally because that will be the eventual fallout of it.
See, I think, Preeti, what the idea is to stem the rot. If there are some more people sitting on the fence and who might be ready to jump the ship, by taking this position, by sending somebody forward is going to be the chief whip, by making all these actions, I think Sharad Pawar is trying to plug the leak. The idea is that there should be a firm belief among the remaining MLAs, those who have not gone with Ajit Pawar, that Sharad Pawar is still in control. I think it's going to be a battle of controls also. In that battle of control, Sharad Pawar, if you see why he dropped in the word that Mamata Banerjee, Mallikarjun Kharge, all of us have called him. The basic idea is to show that I'm still the control of that faction of the party which has got a national presence. So if you're going to be a member of parliament or if you have national aspirations, then you stick with me. So I think Sharad Pawar is in a damage control mode. He says that there are people who are calling me up, their signatures were not taken, and some of them whose names are cited have called up and said that no, they are with him. I think next 24 hours is going to be very, very critical because Mr. Ajit Pawar will have to, one way or the other, prove who are with him. And as you are saying, people are already coming out and declaring which side of the fence they are sitting. Now, I think within the next 24 hours, the picture will be clear that where the dust is settling, who and how many are with Ajit Pawar and how many are with Sharad Pawar. Once that happens, I think the battle of for who is the real NCP will be fought at two levels. One is at the Speaker's office. The second will be at the Election Commission. And then, of course, there are always courts to take these battles too. But I think that will be the beginning. I think by tomorrow afternoon, when the NCP faction led by Ajit Pawar looks into who is going to be the chief whip of that faction, counterclaims are going to come in. I think we may have some sense of clarity which way the contest is going.
I want to cut across to Saurabh, who's now with us back. Saurabh, now the Ajit Pawar faction says that they have support of 40 MLAs of the 53. Till what level is this true? Have these leaders been made to sign? Can you give us details? How is it that Ajit Pawar is claiming the support of over 40 MLAs?
So, well, I clearly asked Ajit Pawar. In fact, Preeti, let me tell you, once after the press conference got over and while Ajit Pawar was leaving, I personally asked him that what will be next step and is Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule was informed about this and do you have the numbers? His answer was clear that I have blessings of all. I have informed everyone. In fact, the person means he said indirectly that Sharad Pawar is not in Mumbai, but in fact I have called him, have informed him. So I have blessings of everyone. He did not name anyone, but he clearly said that each and every one from the party, from the NCP party are with me. I have all of this blessing and the entire party have joined the government. Like there is no one behind. But right now we are seeing that how there are some leaders who are actually still with Sharad Pawar. The big names are the Jayant Patil, then Anil Deshmukh. Remember, Anil Deshmukh was earlier the Home Minister of Maharashtra. He was also arrested by the enforcement directorate.
It's now not so much about who is publicly standing with Sharad Pawar. Out of those 40 which have signed, what he says that they've signed in favor of Ajit Pawar, how many of them? For example, you have Sharad Pawar stating that Chhagan Bhujbal told him that he is not in favor of this revolt or rebellion. You had Mr. Bhujbal sitting right next to Mr. Ajit Pawar, who just a short while ago took oath as a minister in the cabinet.
Well, absolutely, and Preeti, and in fact, Chhagan Bhujbal was the third person who took the oath, and he was the one who was leading from the forefront. We saw it at Rajbhavan as well. He was at the stage. He was speaking to the BJP leaders and the leaders from the Shiv Sena. He was very much vocal. He was communicating with each and everyone. So this is what a plot is, which looks like as for now, because very recently a very big decision was taken by Sharad Pawar, by the NCP party, that there are two working president. One was Supriya Sule and other was Praful Patel. Now, Supriya Sule was been projected as a national leader for the party. Sharad Pawar wanted that it will be Supriya Sule after him, after Sharad Pawar, it will be Supriya Sule. And the way Supriya Sule was being projected, and somewhere down the line, Preeti, Ajit Pawar was being neglected. In fact, he was very much vocal when there was a party's foundation day. He clearly said that I don't want the responsibility of a leader of opposition. I want to work for the party. I did not want it to be the LOP. In fact, I want to be on ground. There are people from the party who are not working for the party. So clearly, Ajit Pawar somewhere down the line felt that he was being neglected. He and his people wanted to join BJP earlier as well. Remember when there were news of Ajit Pawar and his people wanted to join BJP, he had taken the press conference outside Vidhan Bhavan as well, and he had said that all the news are all are rumors, and I'm not going to join BJP. But we, from our sources, we clearly understood that till the time there is no acceptance from Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar won't be joining BJP. But now this is a huge twist when Sharad Pawar is not willing to join with BJP, and there we see that Ajit Pawar is claiming that over 40 MLAs, 4 MPs are there. Now,
it's very interesting. It will come down to the numbers. Saurabh Bhaktania on his way to the party headquarters in NCP. It'd be very interesting because, what's going to go down? Where is Ajit Pawar? Is he going to come to the party headquarters? Because his face on the posters outside the NCP headquarters has been blackened along with every other leader of the NCP that has taken oath this afternoon. But you have Ajit Pawar saying that he has the support of over 40. Does he? It will all come down to the numbers. What has also happened right now is that you have the party president, who till now on paper is Mr. Jayant Patil, who has pledged allegiance to Mr. Sharad Pawar, asking the Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly to appoint Jitendra Awad as Leader of Opposition as well as Chief Party Whip when it comes down to the NCP. Rahul Srivastav, what's the way forward in terms of protocol once the Speaker receives an indication by the President, who is right now Mr. Jayant Patil? What's the next step? Because this would clearly be contested now by Mr. Ajit Pawar. What really goes down in terms of party protocol? What happens?
Yeah, I think the breakaway faction will have to create a leadership and a hierarchy, and that leadership and hierarchy has to submit a letter that who is their leader in the house. If it is Mr. Ajit Pawar, then he's already Deputy Chief Minister, so he can't be the whip. So somebody has to be appointed Chief Whip, and all these formalities need to be done even by this faction. And then comes the number game. If Mr. Awar has given a note that XYZ is going to be the Chief Whip, and so does the breakaway faction with Ajit Pawar, they will have to put forward their numbers. I think that test of numbers will enter into a realm of test, I think, from there on, because if the numbers are not clear, who are they leading? Who are they leading will be unclear. And that is why I think since it's going to be Monday, I think respective parties will be and need to approach the Speaker and inform him that what next, because I don't think that the Speaker, who would be loyal definitely more with the ruling dispensation, may do it in a hurry and give in to what Mr. Patil has written or stated. The NCP faction will need to get recognized as a separate entity if there has been a split. So all those modalities need to be taken care.
Right.
I think the real battle also could be that who controls the NCP office. I think that is going to be interesting, because if you recall, in the case of Shiv Sena, that was a very sudden coup which was staged. If we recall, in Delhi, the parliamentary office got taken over by the Eknath Shinde faction. I think there are going to be many measures and moves by the two factions to gain control
Well,
of the
you're
party.
right there, because what's really interesting is now that Sharad Pawar has called a meeting on the July 6th. Clearly, he wants to give a few days for party maneuvering, speaking to possible rebels, pulling them back into his camp. And then he's called for an NCP meet on July 6th. It's only the 2nd. So you've got in the middle 3 more days or at least 2 more days before that meeting takes place, because he's officially called for the NCP party meet. Who all will go, who all will attend, a lot of maneuvering before that. But the focus right now will also be on Mr. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Listen in, my colleague Sahil Joshi spoke with him a short while ago.
शिंदे साहब, अभी जो हुआ है अचानक, आज 1 साल पूरा हो रहा था आपके सरकार बनने को, और बराबर 1 साल के बाद आपकी सरकार में एक डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। एनसीपी आपके साथ में आ गई है, ऐसा अजीत दादा का कहना है। अजीत दादा भी आपके साथ में डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, कैसे हुआ ये सब? ये किस तरीके से हुआ, अजीत पवार का आपके साथ आना, ये किस तरीके से हो पाया?
1 साल पहले एक धमाका हुआ था ना
जी,
साल खत्म हुआ कल, तो उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन अजीत पवार के
1 साल पहले धमाका हुआ था, उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन
अजीत दादा पवार
जी
और उनके सभी विधायक, उन्होंने हमारी जो मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व वाली डबल इंजन सरकार जो मैं और देवेंद्र जी और हमारा मंत्रिमंडल चला रहे थे, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर, विकास के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है सरकार को। सरकार में आ गए, मैंने उनका स्वागत कर दिया है।
शरद पवार की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उनका ये कहना है कि ये रॉबरी है, ये उनका कहना है कि ये लूट की गई है।
तो पहले जब पवार साहब ने 2 बार पहले ऐसा कुछ किया था क्या, वो क्या डाका था क्या?
और पवार साहब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं है, लोग इनके साथ में हैं, सिर्फ विधायक आपके साथ में आए हैं।
अरे भैया, वो तो अभी दिखाई पड़ेगा ना सब। अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर मेजोरिटी विधायक, एमपी, पार्टी के लीडर तो मैंने देखे, उसमें उनमें तो एक कार्याध्यक्ष भी पार्टी का था, प्रफुल्ल पटेल।
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बनने की सोच रहे थे, उनको ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया, उसके वजह से वो नाराज दिख रहे थे जो स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुआ, क्योंकि उनकी जगह पे अब अजीत पवार के साथ में जो एनसीपी के विधायक आपके साथ आए वो मंत्री बन गए।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे लोग जो है ये कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में आए नहीं है, ये जनता की भलाई के लिए सरकार हमने बनाई है। ये लालच और कुर्सी की जो सरकार थी वो 2019 में बनाई थी, वो जनता के जनमत को ठुकरा के बनाई थी। जब शिवसेना भाजपा के गठबंधन वाली चुनाव हुई थी, साथ में हम चुनाव लड़े और सरकार बनाए दूसरे के साथ, ये तो अन्याय हुआ था। और तभी से लोग चाहते थे कि शिवसेना भाजपा का सरकार बने। हम 1 साल पहले सरकार बना दिया और ये सरकार बन गया हमारी कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में नहीं। और हमारे जो विधायक हैं वो एक टीम के तरह काम करते हैं, और निश्चित रूप से अभी ये जो हमारे शिवसेना बीजेपी के जो विधायक है, अभी उनका भी शपथ विधि हो जाएगा।
लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि 1 साल पहले जब आप बाहर निकले तब आपके विधायकों का यह कहना था कि एनसीपी शिवसेना को खत्म करना चाहती है, और आज उसी एनसीपी के साथ सरकार में शामिल होना, इसको लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब किधर है हमारे साथ?
लेकिन अजीत पवार और एनसीपी के बाकी लोग आपके साथ में हैं।
अरे अजीत पवार तो काम करने वाला नेता है ना, उसको तो काम ही नहीं करने देते।
आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी?
उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया था ना।
क्या आगे के चुनाव भी उनके साथ में लड़े जाएंगे, विधानसभा, लोकसभा या बाकी जो चुनाव होंगे वो सर?
चुनाव जो है, आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे और जोर से, ताकत से, मेजोरिटी से जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जी जी।
आने वाली उसके बाद विधानसभा के चुनाव भी जो भी, वो भी हम इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे, साथ में लड़ेंगे और मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शिंदे सर, आपने हमसे बात की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
All right, there you have it, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra welcoming Ajit Pawar into the fold. A big question mark right now on Eknath Shinde as well, because his own party leaders have been sniping at his heels, asking when they would be accommodated into the Maharashtra cabinet. And with the induction of 9 ministers, 8 plus Ajit Pawar is deputy, will that be possible? Lots of questions that continue to be beckoned, and we're going to break it down for our viewers. But let's cut across right now to the Maharashtra NCP party headquarters. That's where the action is. Jayant Patil, the president right now of the NCP, who just a short while ago, very close to Sharad Pawar, announced his allegiance to Sharad Pawar by posting his picture with Mr. Pawar saying, "I stand with Sahib." On the other hand, you have Mr. Anil Deshmukh, the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, putting out a picture saying, "I stand with Sahib." So allegiance to Sharad Pawar or Ajit Pawar right now would be made clear in the next days to come, but it will all come down to the numbers. Who has the numbers? Ajit Pawar says he has the support of over 40 MLAs out of 53 where the NCP is concerned. Sharad Pawar, on the other account, has called for a party meeting on the 6th of July, 2 days to maneuver and maybe get the support back of the possible rebel MLAs. Trust us to break it down, get you all perspective right here on India Today. A quick break.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
She's a fitness expert, and I'm going to show you all the different ways to achieve your fitness goals. If you see, I'm hanging by a harness over here. Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics, and lets you achieve your overall fitness goals.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other
another hi-fi. And guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching India Today's live and continuing
coverage of the big political development in Maharashtra. In the build-up to 2024, Maharashtra was the one state that Messrs. Modi and Shah were most concerned about, because poll after poll was showing that the Congress, the NCP and the Uddhav Sena together could have given the BJP plus a tough time in Maharashtra. That dynamic changes now. The question is to what extent some part of the NCP vote will split for certain. Will it be a small part? Will it be a big part? How does this change the battle for the crucial seats of Maharashtra in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? We're looking at that and more. I'm Rahul Kanwal, and here is our top focus this Sunday evening.
Maha Pawar quake. Ajit ditches Uncle Pawar.
अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक धडकथन करतो की
After Sena, NCP split. Big blow to Mission United Opposition. The biggest coup before 2024.
When it comes to the number of Lok Sabha seats, Maharashtra is India's second biggest state after Uttar Pradesh. This is where one of the biggest battles of Prime Minister Modi's re-election campaign will be fought. And the dynamics in that state changed dramatically this evening. We'll try and deep dive into the impact this will have in the immediate, on the government in Maharashtra, and in the medium term on the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Here's a look at the headlines. I'm talking tonight. NCP's Ajit Pawar dubs Uncle Sharad Pawar, joins the Shinde BJP government as Deputy CM, claims the support of 40 MLAs. Sharad Pawar speaks out after his nephew's rebellion, alleges the revolt is Modi's making and that it won't succeed. After the fight over the bow and arrow, now war for the NCP symbol and name, Ajit Pawar claims he is the real NCP. What will the EC decide? One nation, one law divides the opposition after AAP and Uddhav Sena. Mayawati backs the one nation, one law. Congress divided on UCC. France on the edge, no end to arson and violence. President Macron ramps up surveillance, deploys 45,000 policemen on the streets of Paris. 13,000 rioters are arrested. Ajit Pawar is Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister for the third time since 2019 and for the fifth time in his political career. In a stunning development this Sunday afternoon, Sharad Pawar's nephew staged yet another coup. He took oath along with 9 NCP MLAs and joined the Shinde-Fadnavis government. Here's how this big political development played out in Maharashtra's Game of Thrones.
A Sunday afternoon shocker. NCP leader and Sharad Pawar's nephew Ajit Pawar sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is Ajit Pawar's third stint as Deputy Chief Minister since 2019. This time he's going to be sharing the post with Devendra Fadnavis. 9 other NCP MLAs, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Dhananjay Munde, Dilip Walse Patil, also joined the Maharashtra government along with Ajit Pawar.
सामने वाले विरोधक वो खुद का खाली अपना अपना स्टेट का देखते हैं। एक कोई मुझे लीडर अपोजिशन में दिखाओ कि वो देश का सोचकर देश में काम कर रहा है, ऐसा कहीं दिखाई नहीं देता। और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए हमें सबको ऐसा लगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में ही लोकसभा हो या आगे वाले चुनाव हो, उसके बारे में हम साथ साथ जाना चाहते हैं।
The Maharashtra cabinet now has 9 ministers from BJP, 9 from Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and 9 from NCP. This big move comes days after Pawar expressed his desire to step down as leader of opposition in Maharashtra Assembly.
ये डबल इंजन वाला सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहा था, इसको अभी ट्रिपल इंजन मिल गया है। ये अभी बुलेट ट्रेन की गति से भागेगा विकास के लिए। मैं अजीत पवार और उनके सभी सहयोगी उनका स्वागत करता हूँ।
NCP has 53 MLAs in the state. Ajit Pawar is claiming the support of at least 40. He needs 36 to evade provisions of the anti-defection law.
पूरे विधायक हमारे साथ है, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हमारे साथ है, बाकी के पार्टी के वर्कर हमारे साथ है। इसीलिए आज मैंने डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप का ओथ दी। बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी बढ़ाएंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में आज हम सब एक हुए हैं, महाराष्ट्र की भी प्रगति होगी। और जैसे शिंदे का एस सुपर था, फडणवीस का एफ फास्ट था, अब पवार का पी ये प्रोग्रेस के लिए लगेगा, सुपर फास्ट प्रोग्रेस। ये आज हम तीनों पार्टियां एक मिलकर करेंगे।
Earlier in the day, Ajit Pawar met some party leaders and MLAs at his official residence in Mumbai. A meeting that NCP chief Sharad Pawar said that he was not aware of. His party is now staring at a split. Just a month back, Sharad Pawar had resigned as the NCP chief, only to take back his resignation 3 days later. He had then appointed his daughter, Supriya Sule, as the working president, a move that reportedly upset Ajit Pawar. The Uddhav Sena that had been split similarly after Eknath Shinde defected with 40 MLAs called Ajit Pawar a political opportunist.
जो मुख्यमंत्री है आज के मिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे, उनके ऊपर जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की जो तलवार लटक रही है वो जल्दी ही गिरने वाली है। उनके साथ 16 विधायक जो शिवसेना से फुट कर गए थे वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे और सरकार अनस्टेबल हो जाएगी। उसके लिए ये नया सपोर्ट लिया है।
The Maharashtra quake is a big jolt not just to the Aghadi in Maharashtra but also the mission opposition unity ahead of 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's Maharashtra Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi spoke to the current Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Let's listen to what Eknath Shinde has to say. He now has 2 heavyweight deputy chief ministers. He already had Devendra Fadnavis from the BJP. Now he also has Ajit Pawar from the split NCP. Let's listen to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
शिंदे साहब, अभी जो हुआ है अचानक, आज 1 साल पूरा हो रहा था आपके सरकार बनने को और बराबर 1 साल के बाद आपकी सरकार में एक डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। एनसीपी आपके साथ में आ गई है, ऐसा अजीत दादा का कहना है। अजीत दादा भी आपके साथ में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
1 साल पहले एक धमाका हुआ था ना
जी,
साल खत्म हुआ कल, तो उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन अजीत पवार के
1 साल पहले धमाका हुआ था, उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन
अजीत दादा पवार
जी
और उनके सभी विधायक, उन्होंने हमारी जो मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व वाली डबल इंजन सरकार जो मैं और देवेंद्र जी और हमारा मंत्रिमंडल चला रहे थे, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर, विकास के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है सरकार को। सरकार में आ गए, मैंने उनका स्वागत कर दिया है।
शरद पवार की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उनका ये कहना है कि ये रॉबरी है, ये उनका कहना है कि ये लूट की गई है।
तो पहले जब पवार साहब ने 2 बार पहले ऐसा कुछ किया था क्या? वो क्या डाका था क्या?
और पवार साहब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं है, लोग इनके साथ में हैं, सिर्फ विधायक आपके साथ में आए हैं।
अरे भैया, वो तो अभी दिखाई पड़ेगा ना सब। अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर मेजॉरिटी विधायक, एमपी पार्टी के लीडर तो मैंने देखे उसमें, उनमें तो एक कार्याध्यक्ष भी पार्टी का था, प्रफुल्ल पटेल।
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बनने की सोच रहे थे उनको ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया, उसके वजह से वो नाराज दिख रहे थे जो स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुआ, क्योंकि उनकी जगह पे अब अजित पवार के साथ में जो एनसीपी के विधायक आपके साथ आए वो मंत्री बन गए।
नहीं, देखिए हमारे लोग जो है ये कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में आए नहीं है, ये जनता की भलाई के लिए सरकार हमने बनाई है। ये लालच और कुर्सी की जो सरकार थी वो 2019 में बनाई थी, वो जनता के जनमत को ठुकरा के बनाई थी। जब शिवसेना भाजपा के गठबंधन वाली चुनाव हुई थी, साथ में हम चुनाव लड़े और सरकार बनाए दूसरे के साथ, ये तो अन्याय हुआ था। और तभी से लोग चाहते थे कि शिवसेना भाजपा का सरकार बने, हम एक साल पहले सरकार बना दिया और ये सरकार बन गया हमारी कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में नहीं। और हमारे जो विधायक है वो एक टीम के तरह काम करते हैं और निश्चित रूप से अभी ये जो हमारे शिवसेना बीजेपी के जो विधायक है अभी उनका भी शपथ विधि हो जाएगा।
लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि एक साल पहले जब आप बाहर निकले तब आपके विधायकों का यह कहना था कि एनसीपी शिवसेना को खत्म करना चाहती है और आज उसी एनसीपी के साथ सरकार में शामिल होना, इसको लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब किधर है हमारे साथ?
लेकिन अजित पवार और एनसीपी के बाकी लोग आपके साथ में हैं।
अरे अजित पवार तो काम करने वाला नेता है ना, उसको तो काम ही नहीं करने देते।
आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी?
उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया था ना।
क्या आगे के चुनाव भी उनके साथ में लड़े जाएंगे, विधानसभा, लोकसभा या बाकी जो चुनाव होंगे वो सर?
चुनाव जो है आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे और जोर से ताकत से मेजोरिटी से जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जी।
आने वाली उसके बाद विधानसभा के चुनाव भी जो भी वो भी हम इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे, साथ में लड़ेंगे और मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शिंदे सर, आपने हमसे बात की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Ironically, it is Eknath Shinde's position that has been weakened by the addition of Ajit Pawar, because if Ajit Pawar wasn't on the BJP's ticket, then Eknath Shinde was irreplaceable. The moment Ajit Pawar comes on board as well, the BJP's dependence on Eknath Shinde is lesser. So he's seeming to be excited, and to some extent it is good news. It's the first anniversary of his government, but politically it kind of undermines the BJP's dependence on Eknath Shinde. This is of course advantage Fadnavis, Modi, Shah and the BJP. To try and decode the impact this political quake will have on the political configurations in the build-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, I want to go across to my colleague Sahil Joshi. He heads our Maharashtra bureau. We have guests cutting across the political divide joining us as well. But before that, I want to spend a few minutes with Sahil. Sahil, how does this development, in your assessment, impact the build-up to the Lok Sabha elections next year? How many MLAs will, in the end, go with Ajit Pawar? How many at this moment seem to be with Sharad Pawar? And what about the Lok Sabha MPs of the NCP? Sahil.
Well, Rahul, there are multiple questions in this particular one question. You know, first we have to understand that despite having the clear majority in Maharashtra, why they needed a third partner. And I would like to draw your attention to the survey conducted by India Today Group. It's called Mood of the Nation survey. Twice we did the survey. You remember last year also in the month of August we had done the survey, and even in the month of January this year we did the survey. And what did it show is that the Maharashtra is a state where the BJP may face a problem, because there is a formidable opposition alliance against the BJP and Shinde Sena. The MVA, if coming together, a united bloc would have caused a major pain for the BJP and NDA during Lok Sabha elections. The vote share of the BJP and Shinde together was not crossing 35%, whereas they needed more than 40% vote share to succeed in the Lok Sabha elections to get the seats more than 40 in Maharashtra, and that is where the third partner was needed. Now the question comes about how many MLAs will come with Ajit Pawar. There is no doubt in my mind that Ajit Pawar was most popular among MLAs because he has been leading the party in Maharashtra Assembly since 2009, and he has been the Deputy Chief Minister, he was the Finance Minister, he had taken care of MLAs like his own people, and that is the reason why he was very popular among the MLAs. Now the question comes that despite 40 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, why Ajit Pawar and his team was needed by BJP is because despite having 40 MLAs, the vote share what the BJP was expecting that it will transfer from the Shiv Sena was not happening, and that is the reason why Ajit Pawar was needed. So merely the number of MLAs transferring with Ajit Pawar will not help. Ajit Pawar will also need to snatch at least 5 to 8% of the vote share of the
no, but what's the guarantee that will happen at this moment? In your estimate, Sahil, how much of the NCP vote is with Ajit Pawar? Because Sharad Pawar, he may be old, he may have health concerns, but he's still in the fray. So how much of the NCP vote can Ajit Pawar deliver to the Modi team for 2024? How much of it stays with Sharad Pawar? That becomes critical then.
Absolutely right, Rahul, absolutely. That is the point. That is what Sharad Pawar was trying to say when he held the press conference, that even in 2019, some of his important leaders had quit NCP and joined the BJP. But despite that, NCP's tally from 2014 increased in assembly from 41 MLAs to 55 MLAs in 2019, and that's what Sharad Pawar is trying to hint at, that MLAs will go with Ajit Pawar, but the party cadre, the people, the voters will remain with him, and that is where the question lies finally, because NCP has around 15 to 17% vote share in Maharashtra, and it was never tried and tested whether this particular vote share is with the MLAs, because finally NCP is a party of satraps. What Sharad Pawar had managed to do till now is that assemble all these satraps together under the umbrella of Sharad Pawar's leadership and run the party. This will be the first time that they will be facing this particular challenge, that the satraps might go with Ajit Pawar, but now Sharad Pawar will have to claim that these are not my supporters, these are not my voters. The voters who elect the MLAs, will those voters go with those satraps or not? That is going to be the challenge, and that's what the BJP will try to do, because now finally what MVA, we were discussing about MVA, that they will face problem while seat distribution, because there are three parties together. Now the same problem will need to be faced by the NCP, Shiv Sena and the BJP alliance. And mind well that the BJP is the senior most party at this point of time. BJP has more than 100 MLAs, BJP has maximum number of member of parliaments, and now during the seat distribution, somebody, the NCP will take pie from somebody's will try to take people from, the seat, during seat sharing, they will cut the pie of somebody else's pie, and that is where this fight will begin, and that's what the BJP is worried about. Look at today what happened. Devendra Fadnavis has emerged victorious. Now he has two parties together along with the BJP. They also claim that almost 40 MLAs will be supporting from Assembly will be supporting Ajit Pawar. 6 MLAs from Legislative Party, Legislative Council, the MLC, will support Ajit Pawar. But despite that, today BJP's reaction was not, they didn't come forward to give such a positive reaction at this point of time. Devendra Fadnavis only spoke once at the Raj Bhavan. He did not address any press conference. He will have to run this government along with Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar.
No, but the risk, of course, is that anti-incumbency could build up as well. They've already seen that there is a certain amount of disquiet in the Eknath Shinde Sena, because many of the MLAs who came did not get ministerial berths. Those MLAs are now saying, hey, these 9 MLAs have come with Ajit Pawar, all of them have become ministers right away. We got a bad deal, we're also here. So this makes the task of trying to take this motley group along that much tougher for Devendra Fadnavis, who's not Chief Minister himself, who's a deputy himself for all practical purposes.
Well, Rahul, that's what I'm trying to say, because earlier everybody was talking about how the seat distribution is going to happen among three parties. The MVA, the major concern of Ajit Pawar when he actually rebelled against Sharad Pawar and went and did this early morning swearing in, what he wanted to say is that three-party alliance is a no-go. A three-party alliance will not work in the state. It has to be a clear alliance of two parties. It is easier for the seat distribution. It is easier to distribute power among themselves. When it comes to the third partner, that becomes really difficult. Now he's getting into exactly the same situation. What he did not want to do, now he is part of the three-party alliance. He has already announced that all the elections, including the local district corporation elections, including the municipal corporation elections, assembly elections and the Lok Sabha elections will be fought together. And that is what is going to be the biggest challenge for these three partners. The NCP will have to take a back seat, the Shiv Sena will have to take a back seat, the BJP being the biggest partner will ask for a bigger pie at this point of time.
Sahil, we'll leave it there just for a while. I'll come back to you in a moment. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to go across live to the NCP headquarters. Saurabh Akhtania joins us from there. Clyde Crasto is with him. Saurabh, from what you've picked up so far, how much of the NCP base, the party cadre, the Karyakarta, seems to be on the side of Sharad Pawar, and how many seem to be on the side of Ajit Pawar?
Well, Rahul, I see that maximum of them are with Ajit Pawar. Only I'll ask my camera person to take you forward and show you the sense over here. These are the NCP workers still present over here. And Clyde Crasto is with us. Sir, how do you see this particular decision? Do you know this was coming?
Well, you know, media was talking about it. For a long time, media was talking about that something like this will happen. Well, it has happened now. Now we have to look forward, look ahead, what is going to happen. And we will continue. You see the cadres all here. You know, this whole talk about what happens now, we'll continue doing what we are doing.
But Ajit Pawar is claiming all the MPs, all the MLAs are with him, numbers are with him. The real NCP is with government round. They are in with the power.
See, Ajit Dada can claim whatever he wants to claim. The truth will be out. The time will come. There are still many people who might just come back. We'll wait and watch. He's claiming, let him claim. He's going to take attendance like in school, present sir, absent sir. Let him do that. We know our cadre. We are going on well. And we'll see, time will tell.
How much number you have, sir, now?
All the numbers will come to us. We will know. Why I'm not giving you numbers? Because there are a lot that he's claiming that with him. We'll be with our party, they'll come back with us. So we'll give you the numbers, don't worry about it.
Ajit Pawar claims that the entire NCP party is right now in the government. He has blessings from each and every.
Well, he can claim what he wants. Now, if you say the entire NCP is with him, then what is all this? Your camera can pan here, down, in all the floors that we have our office. He can claim what he wants. But look at the amount of people that we've got here and look at the amount of people that are there.
What next for the party?
Well, the party is strong. For us, there's only one person whom we follow is Mr. Sharad Pawar Sahab. Nobody can get bigger than the party. The party was formed by Mr. Sharad Pawar. And we will follow him. We'll continue taking his advice. And we know that anybody can claim what they want to claim, but the party and the symbol belongs to Mr. Sharad Pawar, belongs to the cadre, belongs to all of us.
Not going to BJP.
Sorry?
Not going to BJP.
Going to BJP what?
Other people from MLAs.
No, some have gone. Now you are saying BJP, some are saying they've gone to Shinde. Let them make up their mind because they don't know where they are right now. So I just hope and I give them best wishes to know that where they are because they're all confused right now.
Jayant Patil continues.
Jayant Patil ji is right here. You can meet him in a few minutes here. He's about to give a press conference.
Jitendra Awad will be.
He's also here. He's been talking to all your friends. All our friends have been talking to him, so that's okay. Yeah?
So there is some sort of confidence, Rahul, right now. But let me tell you, numbers are with Ajit Pawar. We have seen visuals, and I just learned from the sources as well that maximum of the MLAs from the NCP were at Devgiri at Ajit Pawar's residence. The meeting was going on, and they have just left. But what at the NCP office, the workers are absolutely clueless. It's Sunday shocker for them, all of them. They could have never imagined that when in the presence of Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar has left the party. In fact, he might say that not left the party, but the entire.
It's not so much of a shock actually, because he's done the same thing once earlier. It would have been a shock the first time he did it. This time he's just doing what's been anticipated for a very long time. I want to go across to Dr. Sandeep Shastri at Lokniti. He tracks political data and psephology very closely. Dr. Shastri, it is impossible to know for certain, but using the wealth of experience that you have, your best sense of how much of the NCP vote, not the MLAs, how much of the NCP vote will Ajit Pawar be able to add to the BJP's kitty for Prime Minister Modi's re-election campaign, and how much stays with Sharad Pawar?
Rahul, the situation is clearly fluid at the moment, but I think there are 2-3 factors we have to keep in mind. Number one, as you said, Ajit Pawar is doing this for a second time. Number two, he has had a lot of time to plan out what he's doing now. And number three, he is with the ruling alliance. the ruling alliance both at the state level and at the national level. And the fact that he's with the ruling alliance puts him at an advantage to be able to leverage support and to be able to leverage support both among his elected MLAs and among the general voters. So I think what will be crucial will be the next few days. But I think, as many of your commentators have been saying, we saw this coming, especially when he decided to give up his claim to the leader of the opposition position. And I think the fact that he was cozying up with the BJP was very visible and very clear.
Okay, I lost that link with Sandeep Shastri. Give me a moment, I'll try and fix it again. Faizan Mirza joins us. He's a leader from the NCP. Also with us is Daniel Francis. He is aligned with the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde side, political analyst from Maharashtra. So let me go across to Daniel Francis first, because Eknath Shinde's position, sir, ironically has been somewhat weakened by the addition of Ajit Pawar. Earlier, the BJP was entirely dependent on Eknath Shinde. Now with Ajit Pawar, they've got two cards that they can play off one against the other.
BJP is not a fool to play the card one against the other. BJP definitely knows that there are 4 important states for them to win, so that they can cross the important 350 mark. That is the Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Bihar, and a big state in Tamil Nadu, and where they have their alliance and their equations and their political strategies in place. 2024 is not going to be possible for the BJP unless and until it sets its alliance right in Maharashtra. I fully agree with some of the reading that there was some concern, maybe some concern in the BJP that MVA could, pose a good challenger to them. But they have averted that challenge. They have 2 important leaders. See, beyond a point, I don't believe in what the survey says, because the survey says that MVA as a 3-party post-poll alliance will reach a pre-poll alliance and sweep Maharashtra. Whereas there is no hope for a 3-party alliance that is led by BJP. I don't understand that logic. Why is it that 3 parties there will work out the differences well, and 3 parties here will not be able to work out the differences here? So there is no this. There is why did this happen? Why did this happen? This happened because Mr. Sharad Pawar chose Supriya Sule. That was the last nail in the coffin.
Let Faizan Mirza respond to this.
Ajit Pawar was waiting. Let me just complete my point, then he can.
Okay, I want to go across to Nana Patole, strongman from Maharashtra, headed the Congress in the state, one of the senior most figures in the MVA. नाना पटोले जी, स्वागत है आपका इंडिया टुडे में. मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरीके से अजीत दादा राव पवार ने ज्वाइन कर ली है बीजेपी और एकनाथ शिंदे की ये सरकार, कितना बड़ा झटका आप इसको मानते हैं MVA के लिए?
नहीं, देखो, ये बीजेपी की जो ऑपरेशन लोटस नीति जो है कीचड़ वाली है, राजनीति में गंदापन करने की है. केंद्र में बैठकर सत्ता का दुरुपयोग कैसा किया जाए, ईडी और सीबीआई का डर बताकर जिन लोगों के ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई लगा और उन्हीं को अपने पार्टी में लेके मंत्री बनाओ, ये जो रणनीति है महाराष्ट्र में, ये बिल्कुल बीजेपी को बहुत बड़ा महंगा पड़ेगा. लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है. इस तरह राजनीति में बीजेपी को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान आने वाले कल में होने वाला है. और हमें तो ये हमारे लिए तो ये कोई नया बात नहीं था कि बीजेपी ऐसा डरा धमका कर राजनीति करती है, तो हो गई. अब उसको मुझे लगता है कि इसमें महाविकास आघाड़ी को बड़ी चिंता का विषय नहीं है. ये
सर, चिंता का विषय तो है. आप बोल रहे हैं कि चिंता का विषय नहीं है. अब बेशक पूरा एनसीपी का वोट ना टूटे, आप खुद मानेंगे कि अजीत पवार स्ट्रांग लीडर है, जमीन पे उनकी अच्छी पकड़ है, एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं के बीच में उनकी अच्छी पकड़ है. तो अगर 100% वोट ना भी टूटे, जितना भी परसेंट टूटे, 50% टूटे, 40% टूटे, 60% टूटे, उतना तो लॉस हुआ ना एनसीपी को भी और एमवीए को भी, उतना फायदा हुआ बीजेपी को.
देखो, आपका महाराष्ट्र के बारे में मेरा एकदम क्लियर हमारी भूमिका है महाराष्ट्र शाहू फुले अम्बेडकर विचारधारा के साथ हमेशा रहा है, और जब भी इसके ऊपर आघात होता है तब महाराष्ट्र की जनता इस परे आ जाती है और ऐसे लोगों को सबक देती है। तो वोट बैंक जो है, वोट बैंक के बारे में जो बीजेपी सोच रही है वैसा नहीं होगा, बीजेपी को इसका नुकसान होगा। मैंने यही कहा है, इसलिए हमें चिंता नहीं। महाराष्ट्र शाहू फुले अम्बेडकर विचारधारा का एकदम मजबूती से पालन करने वाला स्टेट है, और यहाँ की पब्लिक जो है इस विचारधारा को जब भी आघात होता है तब ये सामने आ जाती है।
क्या आपको हैरानी हुई कि प्रफुल्ल पटेल, छगन भुजबल जैसे सीनियर लीडर्स भी अजीत पवार के साथ, क्योंकि खासतौर से प्रफुल्ल पटेल को दिल्ली में शरद पवार का राइट हैंड माना जाता था, तो हो ये भी सकता है कि जब इस तरह के सीनियर लीडर भी अजीत पवार के पास आ जाएं तो उनको भी मालूम है कि हवा किस दिशा में बह रही है एनसीपी में।
नहीं, बात तो सही है। अभी प्रफुल्ल पटेल की बात आपने निकाली, वो जिस बिल्डिंग में उसका मकान जो है उसके कितने माले ईडी को दिए गए हैं, ईडी ने कैसा कब्जा किया है, वो भी बात आपको पता है। और उसको हर महीने में एक टंकी तलवार ईडी की रहती है। तो प्रफुल्ल पटेल और खुद शरद पवार जी ने उस बात को उल्लेख किया है कि हमारे नेताओं के ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी चल रही है। ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ।
क्या आप मानेंगे कि शरद पवार ने कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी चूक की, अपनी बेटी सुप्रिया सुले को अजीत पवार से आगे रखकर? बेटी को लेके उनका मोह था, उनका प्यार था, क्योंकि अगर देखा जाए पॉलिटिकली तो अजीत पवार की ज़्यादा पकड़ है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में उनकी ज़्यादा पहुंच है, ज़्यादा कार्यकर्ताओं से उठना बैठना है। सुप्रिया सुले की राजनीति ज़्यादा दिल्ली की रही है।
नहीं, इशू ऐसा है, वो राष्ट्रवादी के पार्टी का इंटरनल मामला है। इस इंटरनल मामले में कांग्रेस कुछ बोले कोई उसमें ये नहीं है। शरद पवार जी खुद एक बड़े कद्दावर नेता है, उन्हें क्या करना ना करना वो उनका इशू है, उनके पार्टी का इशू है। इसलिए कांग्रेस इसमें बहुत ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व नहीं होना चाहेगी।
नहीं, मैं इसलिए पूछा था क्योंकि आप खुद लड़ चुके हैं प्रफुल्ल पटेल के साथ, क्योंकि आप सवाल एक्चुअली ये है कि एक बड़ा धड़ा जाने से कहीं ना कहीं तो आप मानेंगे कि बीजेपी के जो री इलेक्शन चांसेस हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के, उनको बल मिला है, उनको फायदा मिला है इससे?
ऐसा आपको लगता है? महाराष्ट्र में उल्टा नुकसान होगा। मैं आज से आपको बता,
कैसे आप एक्सप्लेन कीजिए ना, आप पॉलिटिकल कैलकुलेशन आपका क्या है, आपको क्यों लगता है कि नुकसान होगा?
मैं महाराष्ट्र के ग्रास रूट पे काम करने वाला कार्यकर्ता हूँ, पार्टी का, कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष करके मैं राज्य के हर कोने में गया हूँ, हर पब्लिक में जाता हूँ, पब्लिक मैं लीडर हूँ, तो लोगों की जनभावना मैं समझता हूँ, पब्लिक का करंट समझता हूँ। और इस तरह की राजनीति में शुरुआत में कहा कि महाराष्ट्र हमेशा शाहू फुले अम्बेडकर विचारधारा के साथ रहा है। ये अभी 2 इलेक्शन में जो मोदी जी का करिश्मा, झूठ आश्वासन, झूठ सपने ये दिखाकर जिस तरह से खेला गया था, इसको महाराष्ट्र की जनता वाकिफ हो गई है, समझदार हो गई है। और आपको मैं आज से बता रहा हूँ, अभी ये समय और ये तारीख नोट करिए आप, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस के लीडरशिप में ही महाविकास आघाड़ी की ही जीत होगी, मैं आज से बता रहा हूँ।
Okay, we'll leave it over there. Nana Patole is a strongman leader himself, a more feisty face of the Congress on the ground in Maharashtra. He fought earlier on a BJP ticket on the Gondia seat where he beat Sharad Pawar in the 16th Lok Sabha. Now as the face of the Congress and a man that Rahul Gandhi seems to like quite a lot. That's Nana Patole, head of the Congress in Maharashtra, speaking to India Today, giving his calculation. But Faizan Mirza, ये जो हकीकत है जिससे कोई बच नहीं सकता वो ये कि शरद पवार ने अजीत पवार की अनदेखी करते हुए अपनी बेटी सुप्रिया सुले को चुना। अब पीएम कहेंगे, अमित शाह जी कहेंगे कि देखिए यही तो बेटी को लेके मोह है, क्योंकि अगर देखा जाए तो दोनों में अजीत पवार की पॉलिटिकल पहुंच, नेताओं कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में उनकी हैसियत ज़्यादा है, बावजूद उसके उन्होंने ऐसी शख्स को चुना जो कि दिल्ली की ज़्यादा पॉलिटिक्स करती है, स्टेट की पॉलिटिक्स सुप्रिया सुले ने कम की है।
सबसे पहली बात तो अजीत दादा के साथ में पार्टी में कोई भेदभाव नहीं हुआ है। ये जो भेदभाव वाली बातें हैं ये सिर्फ मन घड़क बातें बनाई गई है। ये आप बता रहे हैं
अभी जो रिशफल हुआ उसमें उनको कोई जगह तो मिली नहीं, हर बार उनका पत्ता काट दिया जाता है, अनदेखी और कैसे होती है सर?
हर बार जगह मिलने ना मिलने कोई भेदभाव नहीं कहा जाता राहुल जी, हर बार जगह मिलने ना मिलने कोई भेदभाव नहीं कहा जाता। मेरी बात सुनिए कि कुछ अभी 2 दिन पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी ने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी पर 70,000 करोड़ की भ्रष्ट पार्टी होने का,
I'm coming to you, Daniel, let him speak.
और उस आरोपों के वजह से इतना बड़ा हृदय परिवर्तन इन लोगों का हो गया कि ये 2 दिन में इन शिंदे फैक्शन के और बीजेपी के साथ चले गए। ये पूरा के पूरा जो सिनेरियो है, ये दबाव तंत्र है, दबाव इन पर बनाया गया और ये लोग दबाव से गए हुए हैं। अभी हाल ही में अभी नाना पटोले साहब का भी स्टेटमेंट हम सुन रहे थे, उन्होंने भी तो कहा है कि प्रफुल्ल भाई जिस बिल्डिंग में रहते हैं उसके तो 9 माले सीज किए हुए पूरे के पूरे। ईडी का वहां पर एक छावनी बन गई है ईडी की वहां पर। तो किस तरह से ये लोग दबाव तंत्र यूज करके अपोजिशन को खत्म करना चाहते हैं, ये हमने अभी देखा है। और पवार साहब का आज का स्टेटमेंट ये भी है कि 5 लोग एक वक्त में सिर्फ उनके साथ थे, उन्होंने 5 लोगों के दम पर और अपने दम पर 55 आमदारों को चुन के लाया था। एक ऐसा वक्त भी था। तो इन सब चीजों की पवार साहब को आदत है, इससे उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। आने वाला वक्त बताएगा, हार कर जीतेंगे
एज भी हो गई है। देखिए, ये 20-30 साल पुराने शरद पवार नहीं है, ये 80+ शरद पवार है। इनकी हेल्थ कंडीशंस भी हैं। अजीत पवार अभी ज्यादा यंग है, ज्यादा एनर्जेटिक है। ये भी फैक्टर्स हैं सर पॉलिटिक्स में।
वो जवान होते हैं, ऐसी चुनौतियों से वो जवान होते हैं।
Rahul,
Okay, Daniel wants to come in. He's itching to make a point. Go ahead, Daniel.
I'll tell you one thing, that Mr. Ajit Pawar has given 35 years. I don't have no brief for him, but I'm giving a political understanding. 35 years of his life to his party. He served his uncle and this party very well. He has risen to be a great administrator and a great organizer of the party. He has deep relationship with MLAs, MPs. He has seen that people have gone through. I'm not dismissing or discounting what Sharad Pawar's contribution to the politics of Maharashtra or to his own party. That is his. But I am telling you one thing. When the question of heir apparent comes, who is the most deserving of all? Who has contributed richly to make the party what it is? Who has been the face of the government in the party? That was Ajit Pawar. In 2004, NCP had more MLAs than the Congress party. NCP was supporting the Congress party in the center. They could have easily made Ajit Pawar the chief minister. Just so that they cannot make Ajit Pawar the chief minister, they kept him out. They kept him out. 2009 also, they could have ensured that Ajit Pawar become the chief minister of Maharashtra. They kept him out. The chief minister's position, the top position, NCP has evaded that so that it does not.
Okay. You know, I want to show, as I go across to Sandeep Shastri, data from the Mood of the Nation opinion poll done by Sea Voter for India Today. And I want to show our viewers why what we are seeing has actually happened. Because the one state, apart from Bihar, the one state that the NDA was very worried about was Maharashtra. Now, here is the data from August 2022. This is the India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll, and this is data from January 2023 this year. And remember, just next month we'll have the latest data out for August this year. And the good thing is it's happened in a way that our pollsters will be able to capture the full impact of the split of Ajit Pawar from the NCP. So basically, let's come to the seat share after this, and that will give you a sense of how the needle has moved. In the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the MVA had only 6 seats. Sea Voter predicted for India Today in August 2022 that could have jumped up to 30. Remember, the state of Maharashtra is 48 seats. So if this jumped up to 30 in August 2022, in January 23, the projection was at 34. So 34 out of 48 seats were being won, almost 3/4 were being won by the MVA. And therefore, this is a situation that the BJP was very uncomfortable with. They simply couldn't have had a situation where 34 seats were going to the MVA, and therefore it was important to have Ajit Pawar on board. And Sandeep Shastri, the question now will become whether the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shinde Sena and the BJP can combine. And prima facie, Eknath Shinde is more popular in Thane, in Konkan. Ajit Pawar much more popular in Marathwada, Vidarbha, elsewhere. So there isn't a clash as much between these two additions. Both of them support the BJP in different parts of Maharashtra.
I'd like to contest it.
Sandeep Shastri? Okay, he's in a car, and I think that car
I want
is.
to contest it.
What do you want to contest, Daniel? Go for it while I try and fix Sandeep Shastri. Yes.
Your poll is on a presumption that these three parties will fight the election together and win the elections with these many seats. This was a pre-poll alliance. post-poll situation, what is the guarantee that these people would have fought together?
No,
What
there's
is the
no guarantee of anything. Given what's happened on Sunday, there can't be a guarantee about anything at all.
No, we are saying that MBA is a winning faction. Why wouldn't a force like Maha that has happened today, which is BJP, Shiv Sena, and NCP, could be a winning faction?
We don't know that. This is, see, when a poll is done, Daniel Francis, it looks at the situation in the way that it is at that moment. It makes no more assumption. You can't add any extra factors beyond what the pollster knows at the moment the poll is done. Sahil Joshi, I want to understand from you why the likes of Praful Patel, the likes of Chhagan Bhujbal have chosen to be with Ajit Pawar, especially Praful Patel, because he was seen as the right-hand Delhi boy for Sharad Pawar. His switching over, given that he was given a stake in the pie when the NCP was reorganized recently, that would baffle Sharad Pawar quite a lot. Was he expecting this vote?
Well, it has baffled Sharad Pawar quite a lot. Well, it has baffled Sharad Pawar quite a lot, and Sharad Pawar has expressed his anger specifically against Praful Patel, because he mentioned in his press conference only two people, one Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel, because they were appointed in the party as working president and the treasurer and general secretary by Sharad Pawar himself. So that's why he specifically said that against them the party will take action. Number one. Number two, Praful Patel has always been supporter of Ajit Pawar, specifically with respect to this particular decision. Even in 2019, he was pushing Sharad Pawar that we should ally with the BJP and keep Shiv Sena and Congress away, because that is the only way we can make our party survive, specifically with respect to the action by the central agencies. Look at who took the press conference today. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and Chhagan Bhujbal. All the three leaders are facing some or the other kind of a ED action at this point of time. So they were the one who were flag bearers of this particular revolt within NCP, even 1.5 months before, when we ran the story that the people in NCP, specifically Chhagan Bhujbal, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel, they think that they should ally with the BJP rather than staying with the MVA, because that is not going to yield anything to the NCP. Rather, they will be more comfortable with the BJP with respect to the central agencies act against them. And that's what they were trying to push. And that is where Sharad Pawar was upset with Praful Patel. Now look at how it happened. On the 2nd of May, when Sharad Pawar suddenly expressed that he wants to get retired, he doesn't want to remain a president of a Nationalist Congress Party anymore. He did not tell this to Praful Patel. He was absolutely shocked by Sharad Pawar's decision. And that is where all these leaders who were caught completely unaware, despite they were expressing their willingness to join with the BJP, they were not prepared at that particular time. In the front of public eyes, they had to admit that it is only Sharad Pawar who can lead the party.
He'll just stay with me for a moment. I just dialed Praful Patel. I've got him with me on the line right now. Praful bhai, if you can hear us, yours is the most staggering decision, it seems, because you for the longest time, for decades, have been seen as the NCP face in Delhi. You've been seen as the right-hand man of Sharad Pawar. Today, you're seen flanking Ajit Pawar. Can you explain to our viewers, Mr. Patel, why you took this decision?
Well, Rahul, you're right. I have been very, very long-standing colleague and admirer of Shri Sharad Pawar, and let me be very honest that even as we speak, my respect for Sharad Pawar ji does not diminish. It is, you see, the circumstances in politics also have to be looked at. There are so many things which are happening. Today, while we are in Maharashtra, we are seeing that, we have an alliance with, so far until today, with the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and Congress. And it was, fine. On the superficial side, the surface, it looked nice and working, but I'm very sure that going forward in an election and in many other respects, it would have been a very tumultuous alliance. Probably it wouldn't have worked at all. Even if you look at the context of the opposition unity in the country, I had attended the Patna meeting also, and I can tell you that, it's very easy to say that, we'll all come together and work together, but it's not going to be such an easy, affair, and with such egos, such differences, sharp, words being exchanged, even in closed door meetings. How are these alliances going to work? And on the other side, well, I would must say that Prime Minister Modi has demonstrated that he's a strong leader, works for the welfare of the country 24/7, and is able to do good work and is able to build India's image both within and outside the country. And I think the need of the hour, that's why I said politics is a dynamic, issue, and we have to deal with it as it comes by. But as I said, personal respect, no difference at all.
There is a lot of buzz in Delhi about an impending cabinet reshuffle next week. What's been added to the buzz is your name, that part of this deal, Praful Patel gets adjusted and gets a cabinet ministerial portfolio. Is that correct, sir? Could that happen?
Well, I can assure you one thing, that there is no talk at all about my inclusion or any talk on our side about anybody from the NCP being part of the government in Delhi. I think this is all speculative. We have made no such demands, and we do not have, as I said, this alliance in Maharashtra has been worked out on the basis of a respectable solution, a respectable formula. And the party has largely by rank and file taken this decision. It's not an individual decision of Ajit Pawar or Praful Patel.
I was just speaking to Nana Patole, the Congress head in Maharashtra. He said, प्रफुल्ल भाई के यहाँ पे ईडी के बहुत छापे पड़ते रहते हैं, कई सारे उनके जो मकान है वहाँ पे अब ईडी का हेडक्वार्टर्स बन गया है फ्लैट्स में.
I would like to please make it very clear. Show me a single case against me, whether an ECIR of the ED or any FIR or anything of that matter. These are all things. He's talking of some ED office, and that is not my property. It belongs to somebody whose property they have confiscated. How does it bring me into the picture? So this is all, very speculative, and these are kind of things. Allegations like this will always be heard. You see, when in politics you don't like something, you will always, try to undermine the other person. I am a person, you at least, Rahul, and all the people in Delhi and nationally also know what I stand for. So I don't really need to give I don't want to give a character certificate to myself.
Sahil Joshi, our colleague in Maharashtra and our bureau chief, has a question for you, Praful bhai. Sahil, fire away, and I want to get Praful ji to answer it. Go on.
Praful bhai, thank you so much, first of all, for picking up Rahul's call so that we could speak to you. But there is one question particularly I want to ask. In 2019, you and Ajit Pawar were in support of having an alliance with the BJP and formed the government in Maharashtra. And the biggest reason for that, behind that, was the three-party alliance government will not work, is what you were trying to say. It is not a practical solution to have a three-party alliance and three-party government in a state. Now you are forming the same thing. You are forming a three-party government. You are going to run a three-party government. How are you going to succeed? There is going to be an issue with respect to the seat distribution. Eknath Shinde's camp is already, they were waiting to get accommodated in the ministry. How are you going to solve this problem?
Today there is very much clarity on the fact that the largest party in this alliance is the BJP. The BJP has strong leadership. BJP has clarity in what they wish to do, both nationally as well as in Maharashtra. And as I told you, the three-party alliance, you are from Mumbai, you cover Mumbai, Maharashtra politics, Sahil. A three-party MVA arrangement is good on paper. Remember one thing, we formed that alliance on the basis of a post-poll, and it was, very different circumstances under which that government was formed. Whereas this government,
circumstances the same. It's a
very conscious, well thought of decision.
Sir, you worked with Sharad Pawar for so many decades. You've also seen Ajit Pawar. Can you give our viewers at this sense, your sense of the personality and the politics of both these gentlemen from your perspective?
I will only talk about Ajit Pawar because, as I always said, and I will maintain for all time to come, that Sharad Pawar ji is my respected leader and mentor and shall always be. I do not want to get into the politics of it. As far as today's leadership of Ajit Pawar, Sahil will also appreciate that Ajit Pawar is a very hard-working grassroots leader, very popular in Maharashtra, especially in rural Maharashtra, and within the NCP, probably the most charismatic and most liked leader. So I am not getting into the other part of it. You see, because these kind of, when you take such decisions, these kind of questions will keep coming back and forth. But the fact of the matter is, it's a conscious decision and taken by the party's larger number of people. It is not something which has been done by a few group of people in some personal interest. I think the large rank and file. And that will be demonstrated as you see.
So for viewers who are watching at this time, Praful Bhai, what percentage of the NCP vote do you think gets transferred with you and with Chhagan Bhujbal and Ajit Pawar, and how much do you think stays with Supriya Sule, Jayant Patil, Jitendra Rawat, Sharad Pawar, everybody who stayed behind? What's your sense at this moment?
This is not a this versus that. We are the party with the party name and symbol, but again, let's not, I know these kind of questions will keep coming. Let us see. We have all of us have to see as time goes by. Nothing happens just on a phone conversation, on a telephone, or on television. This will be demonstrated on this ground, and this will have to be, as I said, I told you about Ajit Pawar, I told you about the overall mood in the party. This is not a decision of one or two people. This is a conscious decision taken by a large number of people.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the time being. Deeply appreciate you taking out time. Ajit Pawar switching sides was quite expected. That Praful Patel will be sitting next to him has come as a bit of a shock for many who are watching. You explained over the past few minutes your reasons for switching. We wish you all the best in your new innings. Praful Patel, for joining us in India Today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you. Sahil, what do you make of what we just heard from Praful Patel? Switching from being Sharad Pawar's right-hand man, blue-eyed boy in Delhi, to now sitting with Ajit Pawar, and what strikes me is he seems to suggest that Pawar Senior may have been the past. NCP Karyakartas know that Ajit Pawar is their present and future.
Well, there is a stark difference between what Praful Patel had said at this point of time. In fact, if we would have given a chance, I wanted to ask him one more question with respect to the ED investigation, on which he said that there are no cases against anybody. But whereas the Prime Minister himself had said that NCP 70,000 crore Bhrashtachar is what Prime Minister has spoken in Bhopal. But let's keep that aside at this point of time. Most importantly, Ajit Pawar, as I said before, is very popular among the MLAs because he has been leading the party in the Maharashtra Assembly since 2009 as a Deputy Chief Minister, as a Finance Minister sometimes. Even during MVA time, he was a Finance Minister plus Deputy Chief Minister. So he had taken care of the MLAs' needs very particularly, and that is the reason why he has always been popular among them. But now the question comes that whether these MLAs will stick with Ajit Pawar, because finally, end of the day, please remember, a year before, when the Shiv Sena split, along with Eknath Shinde split with MVA, they did not go with Uddhav Thackeray, claiming that these many MLAs, this NCP is going to target Shiv Sena, finish off Shiv Sena, and that tussle is going to grow further, and that is going to create a problem. That's what NCP will need to answer.
Well, there's a lot that needs to be spoken about. My mind whirling in different directions, so many streams of thought. We'll try and bring them all together. All the big newsmakers speaking first and exclusively to India Today, which is undisputedly India's election channel. It's getting hot, it's getting excited as we are building up to the 2024 elections, and this is Super Political Sunday. Our coverage continues on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates, and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brijesh Vashisht, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Ajit Pawar has betrayed his uncle Sharad Pawar. He's joined up with the BJP. How does this mega political earthquake impact the 48 Lok Sabha seats of Maharashtra in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? That's my big focus this Sunday evening on India Today.
Pawar quake. Ajit ditches Uncle Pawar.
अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक दृढकथन करतो की
After Sena, NCP split. Big blow to Mission United Opposition. The biggest coup before 2024.
In 1978, Sharad Pawar had rebelled against his then mentor Vasantdada Patil and left. And now, in similar way, even though this is within the family, Ajit Pawar leaving Sharad Pawar the second time. Last time, Sharad Pawar was able to pull it back from the brink. Can he do it again, or is it too late now? At this moment, 40 out of 53 MLAs seem to be on Ajit Pawar's side. What does this mean when it comes to the symbol? What does this mean when it comes to vote share? Will Ajit Pawar, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis be able to deliver Maharashtra for the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections? We're looking at all of that and more. Here are the headlines. I'm tracking this. NCP's Ajit Pawar dumps Uncle Sharad, joins the Shinde BJP government as Deputy CM, claims he has the support of 40 MLAs. Sharad Pawar speaks out after his nephew's rebellion, alleges the revolt is Prime Minister Modi is making and it will not succeed. After the fight over the bow and arrow, now war for the NCP's poll symbol, Ajit Pawar claims he is the real NCP. One nation, one law divides the opposition. After AAP and Uddhav Sena, Mayawati backs the one nation, one law principle. Congress divided on UCC. France on the edge. No end to arson and violence. President Macron ramps up surveillance, deploys 45,000 policemen on the streets of Paris. 1,300 rioters are arrested. It's Pawar versus Pawar now. Uncle and nephew are at war again over the control of the NCP. Soon after taking oath as the Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar claimed he is the real NCP and will fight elections on the name of the party and the symbol. When asked if he had the blessings of Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar declared he had the support of all NCP members.
काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीने कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जिल्हा परिषद असतील, तालुका पंचायत असतील, महानगरपालिका, नगरपालिका, आमदारकी, खासदारकी, तशाच प्रकारे जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार आणि त्याच्यातून पक्ष अधिक बळकट करण्याचा प्रयत्न, पक्ष वाढवण्याचा प्रयत्न हा आम्ही त्यानिमित्तानं करणार आहोत.
मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळे थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही आहे.
Let's get in some political reactions. On the back foot at this moment is the Maha Aghadi, which has the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, it has the Congress and what's left of the NCP. Priyanka Chaturvedi is a member of parliament from the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. She's joining me. And on the ascendant at this moment in Maharashtra is Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP. Sanju Verma of the Bharatiya Janata Party is with us. I want to go across to Priyanka Chaturvedi first. You've seen something like this happen first within the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, where you had a rebellion eerily similar, led that time by Eknath Shinde. Now we're seeing that two double blows. Do you think this in an aggregate brings down the electoral salience and the kind of might the MVA would have had in 2024? You weakened by the absence of Eknath Shinde earlier, now weakened also by the additional absence of Ajit Pawar. Priyanka ji.
The only people who feel we are weakened are the television channels and news media, simply because what is a setback for television channels and the TRPs is not really a setback in terms of what people think of us. Shiv Sena cadre is a cadre based party and the entire cadre continues to strongly rally behind Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. The people of the state continue to hold him in high regard and he is till date one of the most popular chief ministers Maharashtra has seen. So having said that, temporary setbacks like someone going for because of ED raids or fear of ED, IT, whatever, because of the corruption they've done or in the greed of earning some more money by this defection, it is a temporary win for them. But in the long run, it would be Shiv Sena emerging stronger.
You've come out projecting a lot of confidence, Priyanka ji. But the fact is that Ajit Pawar is a formidable leader on the ground, especially in rural Maharashtra. He has sway not just amongst general voters, particularly amongst the NCP. Sharad Pawar, with all due respect to his health and age, is no longer the force that he was 20-30 years ago. The likes of Chhagan Bhujbal, Praful Patel sitting with Ajit Pawar, and these are people who know the NCP party and structure, would suggest which way they think the political wind is blowing in this moment.
No, again, I repeat the same thing. Those who are, going against their own party, the party that built them, the party that made the space for them, have gone on to the other side due to whatever reasons. Out of the 9 ministers who were sworn in today, 4 of them, including Mr. Ajit Pawar, had serious corruption cases against them. We also seen that as far as NCP is concerned, and for the matter Mr. Fadnavis and BJP is concerned, they were the ones leading the charge against these NCP leaders. Kirit Somaiya was doing a press conference every single day against Hassan Mushrif and some 1500 crore worth of corruption or whatever. Having said that, it is going to be what we see on the ground, and if you would remember when he had taken oath for the first time along with Devendra Fadnavis, which was for 48 hours, within 48 hours, the scenario had changed. So even an hour is a long time in politics. So we don't know what next 48 hours would see. And
no,
we
but
could
the big
also
difference
see
between
that
that time and now is Ajit Pawar has had an opportunity to think this through. That time, those who rebelled with him hadn't anticipated the kind of pushback there would be from Sharad Pawar. Now they've had an opportunity to think that through because this rebellion has literally been in the making for months now.
So again, the time will tell who the people of the state will support. As far as we can see, Shiv Sena, when we saw this kind of betrayal happen, this kind of treachery happen, and we saw how long-standing allies of BJP were backstabbed the way they have done with the Shiv Sena, they can do that with any party. Keeping constitutional morality aside, democratic principles aside, and being so underconfident that despite getting 2 wheels and double engine coming from the center, they will not be able to perform well in Maharashtra. They had to get in a 3rd wheel. But the questions arise, now these 40 MLAs who went with Mr. Shinde, the principal reason for leaving that alliance was because NCP was the roadblock and Mr. Ajit Pawar was the biggest roadblock for them. This was their reason. What happens now to those 40 MLAs? So there are a lot of inconsistencies within. I remember the jibes thrown at us by news channels whenever we used to go that we are a 3-wheel sarkar. What is this now?
Remember, three
And
wheels
don't
are
they have their own
always
ideological
very
differences?
uncomfortable. They're never really easy to navigate. So that is a fair point that Priyanka Chaturvedi makes. Can they navigate a three-wheeler well? Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Appreciate your thoughts. I want to go across now to S.Y. Qureshi, former Chief Election Commissioner. Qureshi Saab, the NCP has 53 MLAs. Ajit Pawar claims that 40 of them are on the side of Ajit Pawar. We don't know that number for certain, but we did see what happened when Eknath Shinde left the Shiv Sena to set up his own Eknath Shinde Sena. Given what we've seen in Maharashtra, the EC and its actions, and then what happened in the court, what do you think is most likely to happen with the NCP name and symbol?
I think the same story which happened in the case of Shiv Sena and earlier with many parties is repeating itself. First of all, Election Commission does not act so moto in such cases. One party will approach the Election Commission with the claim that they are now the party. Secondly, one thing is clear that there is no split in a party which is recognized. One faction will be decided as the party, and that is the decision which the Election Commission will take. Till it arrives, till somebody approaches the Election Commission and Election Commission starts a quasi-judicial proceeding, then comes to a conclusion, the symbol will be frozen. And the two factions, if suppose there is an election close by, in which case an interim symbol and interim name of the two factions will be given by the Election Commission till a final decision is taken that this so-and-so faction is the party, and then the symbol will be returned to that faction.
Because out of 53, the Ajit Pawar faction needs anything more than 35. Then they'll be able to get the NCP name. Do you think, given that the EC and the Supreme Court ruled on this quite recently, it's a virtual given that anything more than 36 and Ajit Pawar then has the NCP and Sharad Pawar will have to find a new name for his party?
Well, the prima facie that would be the case, but the Election Commission has to see the numbers and the majority not only of the MLAs and MPs, and MPs of both the houses, but also organization. So what is the position in the organization? So that will also be seen, and together, on the basis of the two things together, Election Commission will come to a conclusion.
Okay, we'll leave it there just for the time being. Thank you very much, Qureshi Saab, for joining us. I want to go across now to Sanju Verma from the BJP. Two weren't enough. You needed a third wheel. That's Priyanka Chaturvedi's barb at the BJP. That because polling data from Maharashtra was showing that the MVA would be able to put up a good show, that the BJP could struggle to repeat its 2019 performance in 2024, which is why you had to bring the extra wheel of Ajit Pawar into your garage.
Rahul, I have a quibble with you.
Yes.
Can you please give out the right introduction? Sanju Verma from the BJP nahi, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP.
वो तो सब जानते हैं.
नहीं पर अरे भाई साहब, आप बाकियों की इंट्रोडक्शन देते हो, बाकियों को भी लोग जानते हैं. बीजेपी के साथ ऐसी क्या नाराजगी है आपको?
अरे चलिए, national spokesperson of the BJP, Sanju Verma. Yes, please tell me.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. Rahul, I just want to say a couple of things. First and foremost, for Priyanka Chaturvedi to sit on your channel and give a bhashan to the BJP on constitutional morality and political morality is a bit too rich. Let me remind her what Prime Minister Modi said in the Lok Sabha a couple of months back, which is so apt for a failed Uddhav Thackeray and for his acolytes like Miss Chaturvedi. तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है. Now let me come to the nub of the issue. The nub of the issue is this: if you cannot keep your flock together, please do not blame the BJP and start crying and sulking and whining on national television. As per the SR Bombay judgment of 1994, the anti-defection law ceases to come into effect if 2/3 or more MLAs defect from X to Y. Now, 40 out of 53 MLAs of NCP of Sharad Pawar's NCP have decided to leave the Sharad Pawar faction and join hands with Ajit Pawar, who in turn has joined hands with the Eknath Shinde-led government in Maharashtra. 40 out of 53, which means 73% of Sharad Pawar's NCP today stands whittled down, and 73% of his MLAs today are with the Shinde group. And if you recall, when the Election Commission decided to award the original Shiv Sena symbol to the Eknath Shinde group under the powers of Article 324, which are vested in the Chief Election Commissioner, what was the basic argument? The basic argument was again the same, that 40 out of 55 MLAs of the Uddhav Thackeray faction decided to join hands with the Shinde group. Again, it was about 73% of the total number of MLAs. Mind you, in the case of Sharad Pawar...
No, but while that is true, but listen, ma'am, all of what you're saying is true in terms of numbers, but it does make the task of ticket allocation quite difficult, because you have now multiple interests to take care of. There will be a BJP candidate who will be a wannabe on that seat. There will be somebody from Ajit Pawar's faction. If it's in Konkan and in Thane, there will be a strong candidate from the Eknath Shinde faction as well. That makes the task of distributing tickets very difficult, and the moment somebody gets upset, like we saw in Karnataka recently, they could rebel, making it that much tougher to put up a cogent fight. Sometimes too many cooks do tend to spoil the broth.
Rahul, that is a pertinent question, and I just want to correct myself. If 40 out of 53 MLAs, as you say, have moved away from Sharad Pawar's faction and joined the Shinde group under the aegis of Ajit Pawar, it's not 73 but 75.47% of MLAs who have defected to the Shinde group. Now coming to your question, yes, too many cooks spoil the broth. That is, one way of looking at it. Maybe, Rahul, you are looking at it from the perspective of the glass being half empty. I am looking at it from the glass being completely full, and our cup of joy brimmeth over, and the cup of woes brimmeth over for the Maha Vikas Agadi, or whatever is left of it. And I will tell you why. Look at the kind of people who have moved. I always say that this is not just about percentages, percentiles or numbers. Chhagan Bhujbal, 5-time MLA, ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and one of the strongest OBC faces from Maharashtra. Then you look at Hassan Mushrif. It's well known, he's a very popular Muslim.
No, he's also somebody against whom the BJP till recently was claiming that there are lots of charges against him.
Rahul, you asked me a question.
No, but that's true, because in the Senapati Ghorpade Sugar Factory Limited, companies links to his families, your leaders have been doing press conference after press conference. This is the giant BJP washing machine that once you enter the BJP, then all the charges get washed.
Okay, I will come
How
to that
many
washing
press
machine
conferences have BJP leaders in Maharashtra done against Hassan Mushrif, who you are now counting as a formidable strongman from Maharashtra?
Rahul, please, I want to be on the show of Rahul Kaval, not of Rajdeep Sardesai, but I will answer that washing machine jibe, which is one of the favorites of your colleague. But let me first finish. Look at Dhananjay Munde. He's a very strong face from Bid. Look at Atmaram Dharma Rao, one of the very strong faces in Maharashtra from the tribal category. Then look at Dilip Valse Patil, who replaced Anil Deshmukh and became the Home Minister when the NVA was in power. He is a 7-time MLA and very strong in Andegaon and Western Maharashtra. Look at Aditi Tatkare, the daughter of NCP MP Sunil Tatkare, again a very big name in Maharashtra politics, and Sanjay Bhansode, who is the strong man from Latur. And don't forget, Latur has always been the stronghold of the Deshmukhs, the sons of erstwhile Chief Minister Vilasrao Deshmukh. What I'm trying to tell you, and of course, who can forget Anil Bhaidas Patil from Jalgaon. Now, what has BJP done with this? People will troll me if I call it a master stroke, but trollers can today take a flying leap out of the window. With these names, Chhagan Bhujbal, Hassan Mushrif, Dilip Valse Patil, Anil Bhaidas Patil, Aditi Tatkare, Sanjay Bhansode, and Atmaram Dharma Rao, we have actually strengthened our strongholds in some areas where people felt that the BJP was perhaps weak. With Narayan Rane's entry, we strengthened our stranglehold over Konkan. Now with Ajit Pawar, we strengthen our stranglehold in Baramati. With Chhagan Bhujbal, we have a popular OBC.
Sure, so I've understood that what you're saying is correct. There's no taking away. These are also leaders against whom your party has done multiple press conferences, and that also, Sanju Verma, is the reality. You've been accusing the likes of Hasin Mushraf, the likes of Ajit Pawar, of having corruption cases. As recently as last week, when the Prime Minister was speaking in Bhopal, he said NCP leaders have charges totaling up to 70,000 crore rupees. Many of those big ticket names, that the ones that you named just now, are the ones against whom these charges were leveled. अब उसका क्या?
अभी मैं एक जवाब दूंगी आपको, थोड़ा धैर्य से सुनिए, because I knew this was coming my way, and you know, I'm always well prepared, but today I've sort of sharpened my armory before coming on your show. Fine, the charges against any of the people who are currently facing an FIR or a charge sheet or a trial, has the BJP said that the charges will be dropped? No. But the same journalists, and I'm not talking of you, but the same journalists who tell BJP, अरे आप तो washing machine हो, अरे भाई साहब, Nitish Kumar used to give galis to Rahul Gandhi 24/7. Rahul Gandhi Nitish Kumar को पलटू राम बुलाते थे. The moment Rahul Gandhi decided to join hands with Nitish Kumar and became a part of the alliance in Bihar, किसी ने राहुल गांधी से तो नहीं पूछा आपने पलटू राम के साथ?
No, that's a political gali. There is no equivalence. I'm sorry, your equivalence is very weak. That's a political back and forth. This is a charge of corruption for a government whose main plank is anti-corruption. Your whole plank is that these people looted Maharashtra of 70,000 crore rupees. Today, those same people have been welcomed with open arms. This is not about a political slugfest. This is about a charge of corruption. Surely, there's a difference between that and a back and forth in politics.
No, Rahul, tell me, has somebody told you that the charges against Hasan Mushraf will be dropped? Or for that matter, Sanjay Raut, the loudmouth, who still continues to be with Uddhav Sena, you keep talking about washing machine of the BJP. Why is it that I do not see Rahul Kaval telling me, Sanju Verma, it's great that you've not given any room for navigation to the likes of Sanjay Raut, who's facing a trial in the 1,094 crore.
No, but he's not with you right now. The question will be, will the trial continue when they're with you? Because there were multiple charges against the likes of Himanta Biswa Sarma, against the likes of Suvendu Adhikari. The moment they join the BJP, those charges are put on the back burner. That is the political reality of what we've seen in the last several years. Sanjay Raut, who you mentioned, is currently opposite you. If he's on your side, then will he still face the fierceness of the investigative agencies? That, ma'am, is the question. I want to go across for political perspective to Sanjay Kumar, lead cephalogist at CSDS, because this political back and forth can continue endlessly. The ultimate question, Sanjay Kumar, is how much of the vote share can Ajit Pawar carry to the BJP's bandwagon in 2024? Of the votes that the NCP won, how much do you think are likely to stay with Sharad Pawar? How much could fragment?
Rahul, very difficult to make any calculation at this stage. But going by the numbers, if we look at the numbers out of, say, 53, 54 MLAs, if 40 are going to join the alliance, I think we can safely assume that almost, say, 70 or 75% votes should go to the should go to the new alliance. Because if we simply going by the numbers, out of 53, 54 MLAs, 40 are joining this side. I would assume that they will take away the vote share, the votes which they had polled.
But it's not quite that simple, because like we saw with the Eknath Shinde Sena, even though the Eknath Shinde Sena constitutes the majority of the original Shiv Sena, data seems to suggest that a large part of the vote and the sympathy stayed back with Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, they were damaged and they're a diminished force, but not to the extent that they lost MLAs.
No, Rahul, you use two words, sympathy, large part of the sympathy. Very difficult to calculate. There's no index, there's no way to calculate the sympathy, whether it remains with Uddhav Thackeray or whether it went with Shinde. Similarly, it's very, very difficult to make that calculation because it will all depend upon how things are going to unfold in the coming weeks, coming month. Whether Ajit Pawar is going to play the role of a kind of a victim. He was being sidelined, and the whole issue of family in politics, he was being sidelined. So Sule was being promoted in the party. So how things are going to unfold in the coming week, coming month, that will decide which way is the sympathy going. Again, very difficult to calculate the vote share, even if we take the vote share of all the MLAs which are shifting. But that's not going to happen when election takes place. Some of them might lose the next election. They might have got elected. They might have got elected because of Sharad Pawar's influence. So it would be very difficult to calculate.
But it does make things
rough calculation.
Quite interesting. And Sanjay Jha joins us. Sanjay Jha, no matter what the ultimate arithmetic, as far as direction is concerned, this is advantage Modi, advantage BJP, because the BJP will say, when someone like a Praful Patel, who very recently was in Patna with Sharad Pawar as part of that opposition coalition, joins the NDA and says that Prime Minister Modi is the man to lead India, it tells you which way the political winds are blowing. And does it then make the task of forging a united opposition that much tougher, Sanjay Jha?
Rahul, a very pertinent question. But I think before that, let us not sacrifice the great Indian democracy and its political culture that we once had at the altar of power grab and Operation Lotus. I think this is a day of momentous shame for our country. The BJP under Narendra Modi and Amit Shah have made Indian politics into an electoral marketplace.
No, but one second. If Ajit Pawar of his own accord has joined the NDA alliance, then how is it Narendra Modi's fault? If he wanted to stay on, if he had ideological commitment, he could have stayed on with the NCP, he could have stayed on with his uncle. He's been itching to join the BJP for the longest time. Why blame Messrs Modi and Shah for it?
Exactly.
Rahul, obviously, Ajit Pawar, what his ideological commitments are, that's for the world to see. And we saw it even earlier. But I think the credit for making Indian politics, to reduce it to a crude mathematical equation of demand and supply is equal to the kind of price that is prevalent in the marketplace. This is, I think, a manifestation of the collapse of Indian democracy. We saw it with Uddhav Thackeray. Now we are seeing it with Ajit Pawar. I have lived in Maharashtra all my life for the last 30 years. And I can tell you this, Rahul, that Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's politics, nobody will say this publicly. I'll tell you why. People in our country are terrified of criticizing Modi and Shah because, everyone knows that the CBI, ED, income tax, etc. comes after them. But the truth of the matter is this. What you have seen in Maharashtra with Uddhav's case and now with the Ajit Pawar case tells you of the power of a dysfunctional democracy when it goes into the hands of an elected autocrat. What is happening today is not just Amit Shah's gap. By the way, let me finish.
Sanjay Jha has a habit of talking.
Rahul, can I speak?
Okay, Sanjay Jha, 20 seconds, then Sanju will respond to you. Sanjay, go on.
Sanjay Jha, stop making reckless allegations.
My point is, this is not just Amit Shah. This has got the blessings of Narendra Modi. If anyone believes this is some Chanakya Niti, it is not. This is a brutal exhibition of the power
Rahul, I need to come in now.
Okay, so you made your point. Let Sanju Verma respond to what you're saying. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, as long as the BJP gets re-elected, that's all that matters. Sanju Verma respond to Sanjay Jha.
And the people of Maharashtra will answer this. Let me tell you that.
Interrupting me, Rahul, please moderate the debate. This man has a habit of butting in after his turn is over.
I have a name. Don't refer to me as this man. I have a name.
Sanjay Jha, I'm not here to listen to your bhashan. Rahul, can I please come in?
Don't talk to me in
a condescending way. One at a time. Listen, guys, it's a Sunday evening. One second. Calm down. Sanjay Jha, you just made a long argument. Sanjay Jha, you just made a long argument. Let Sanju Verma respond to you. I'll come back to you for a counter in a moment. Sanju.
Yes. Tell people not to get personal.
Rahul, I find it hilarious. And it would be tragic had it not been so funny that Sanjay Jha is there virtually every day on national television abusing Narendra Modi in the vilest of terms, and then he has the gall and the audacity to say democracy khatre mein hai, hum sab to darte hain Modi ji aur Amit Shah ji se. That is the reason people don't criticize them openly. This man is mendacious and is a hypocrite. Now, I don't want to pay him any more relevance. Let me talk some hard facts. The hard facts are this. The BJP, it was told, even in your Mood of the Nation poll, that while we will do exceedingly well in Uttar Pradesh, large parts of central and western India, but the Achilles heel for the BJP was supposedly Maharashtra.
And Bihar.
That was what your last Mood of the Nation poll said. And I was there on that, so I remember. But I think with this, and I have no qualms in admitting, Rajniti mein satta bahut zaruri hai to be able to implement change, and if someone says otherwise, he or she is fooling himself. Now with 48 Lok Sabha seats from Maharashtra, I think it is clearly now a foregone conclusion It is the BJP plus Eknath Shinde plus Ajit Pawar faction which is going to romp home to victory with more than 75% of the seats. That is more than 75% of the 48 seats from Maharashtra. And Rahul, you can hold a gun to my head and ask me about this once Lok Sabha 2024 results, particularly with reference to Maharashtra.
Okay.
But I will tell you one thing very quickly, please. Sanjay Jha said, BJP Operation Lotus, the mandate, anyone with an iota of common sense knows, was for Devendra Fadnavis led BJP, which won 105 seats in Maharashtra Assembly elections 2019. The Congress was reduced to a measly 43. But when you joined hands with Uddhav Thackeray, you as in Congress, tab sab changa si. Rahul Gandhi fights the left, Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala, but Rahul Gandhi joins hands with the left in West Bengal. Tab sab changa si. Rahul Gandhi gives galis to Nitish Kumar, but then joins hands with his party and his alliance in Bihar. Tab sab changa si. So the problem is that it is not Operation Lotus. The opposition is a debilitated, electorally vanquished, fractious house. And
no, but also Sanjay Jha, there is an argument to what Sanju Verma is saying. Look at the likes that came together in Patna and will do so in Bengaluru. They're bound by nothing except dislike for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. There is no ideological affinity that brings them together like the BJP has Article 370 or Uniform Civil Code. This is a patchwork of opposition parties coming together because they are fearful of a powerful centre.
Rahul, let me tell you, the opposition which met in what is called as the Patna summit now, met because they are very clear and very convinced that Indian democracy has to be saved. India's future has to be saved from a democratically elected dictatorship and the brutalization, I would say, of power, which is kind of at the moment completely making India into a terrified nation, which is being discussed, by the way, not just in India, but globally.
Okay, now Sanju, let him speak. Sanju, let him speak, please. Sanju Fader goes down. Let him speak.
It's absolutely repugnant the kind of times I'm being interrupted by this woman. Enough. So Rahul, let me make this point very short for you. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah do realize, I think they're nervous. They do realize at the moment that 2024 is far from done and dusted as they claim publicly through their propaganda machines. The opposition is convinced that to save India, to save Indian economy, to save the poor, to save the constitution, to save each and every middle class of India, to save the poor and the farmers, Narendra Modi and the BJP have to be defeated, and they will be.
Okay.
I can tell you.
So I want to just take a pause, go across to our National Affairs editor Rahul Srivastav, who joins us at this moment. We don't know for a fact how the cookie will crumble in 2024. But what we do know, and I want to walk across and show you how the data from the Mood of the Nation poll in January 2023 showed that 34 out of the 48 Lok Sabha seats in Maharashtra were tending to swing towards the UPA. That's Congress, NCP and the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. So this is something which clearly was unacceptable to the BJP, and what Ajit Pawar's defection has done is that it ensures that this 34 then comes down. Now, to what extent we don't know, but that 34, if you do a poll today, would not look anywhere close to 34, because as we've been discussing some of those, and Sanju Verma named some of the leaders, are formidable Lok Sabha candidates as well, and therefore on the ground their presence will make a difference. So that's how political equations could likely change. I want to show you what Eknath Shinde told India Today a short while ago. Chief Minister of Maharashtra speaking to India Today's Mumbai Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi. Here is Eknath Shinde on India Today.
शिंदे साहब, अभी जो हुआ है अचानक, आज एक साल पूरा हो रहा था आपके सरकार बनने को, और बराबर एक साल के बाद आपकी सरकार में एक डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। एनसीपी आपके साथ में आ गई है, ऐसा अजीत दादा का कहना है। अजीत दादा भी आपके साथ में डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
एक साल पहले एक धमाका हुआ था ना जी, साल खत्म हुआ कल, तो उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन अजीत पवार के
साल पहले धमाका हुआ था, उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया। लेकिन अजीत दादा पवार जी और उनके सभी विधायक, उन्होंने हमारी जो मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व वाली डबल इंजन सरकार जो मैं और देवेंद्र जी और हमारा मंत्रिमंडल चला रहे थे, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर, विकास के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है सरकार को, सरकार में आ गए। मैंने उनका स्वागत कर दिया है।
शरद पवार की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उनका ये कहना है कि ये रॉबरी है, ये उनका कहना है कि ये लूट की गई है।
तो पहले जब पवार साहब ने 2 बार पहले ऐसा कुछ किया था क्या? वो क्या डाका था क्या?
और पवार साहब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं है, लोग इनके साथ में हैं, सिर्फ विधायक आपके साथ में आए हैं।
अरे भैया, वो तो अभी दिखाई पड़ेगा ना सब। अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर मेजोरिटी विधायक, एमपी, पार्टी के लीडर तो मैंने देखे उसमें, उनमें तो एक कार्याध्यक्ष भी पार्टी का था, प्रफुल्ल पटेल।
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बनने की सोच रहे थे, उनको ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया, उसके वजह से वो नाराज दिख रहे थे जो स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुआ, क्योंकि उनकी जगह पे अब अजित पवार के साथ में जो एनसीपी के विधायक आपके साथ आए वो मंत्री बन गए।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे लोग जो है ये कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में आए नहीं है, ये जनता की भलाई के लिए सरकार हमने बनाई है। ये लालच और कुर्सी की जो सरकार थी वो 2019 में बनाई थी, वो जनता के जनमत को ठुकरा के बनाई थी। जब शिवसेना भाजपा के गठबंधन वाली चुनाव हुई थी, साथ में हम चुनाव लड़े और सरकार बनाए दूसरे के साथ, ये तो अन्याय हुआ था। और तभी से लोग चाहते थे कि शिवसेना भाजपा का सरकार बने, हम 1 साल पहले सरकार बना दिया और ये सरकार बन गया हमारी कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में नहीं। और हमारे जो विधायक हैं वो एक टीम के तरह काम करते हैं, और निश्चित रूप से अभी ये जो हमारे शिवसेना बीजेपी के जो विधायक है, अभी उनका भी शपथ विधि हो जाएगा।
लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि 1 साल पहले जब आप बाहर निकले तब आपके विधायकों का यह कहना था कि एनसीपी शिवसेना को खत्म करना चाहती है, और आज उसी एनसीपी के साथ सरकार में शामिल होना, इसको लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब किधर है हमारे साथ?
लेकिन अजित पवार और एनसीपी के बाकी लोग आपके साथ में हैं।
अरे अजित पवार तो काम करने वाला नेता है ना, उसको तो काम ही नहीं करने देते।
आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी?
उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया था ना।
क्या आगे के चुनाव भी उनके साथ में लड़े जाएंगे, विधानसभा, लोकसभा या बाकी जो चुनाव होंगे वो? सर,
चुनाव जो है, आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे और जोर से, ताकत से, मेजोरिटी से जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जी
आने वाली उसके बाद विधानसभा के चुनाव भी जो भी, वो भी हम इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे, साथ में लड़ेंगे और मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शिंदे सर, आपने हमसे बात की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
That was Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Ironically, he celebrates being in power for 1 year. He left the Shiv Sena under similar circumstances to Ajit Pawar, who's now left the NCP. The man who will be the leader of the opposition now in the Maharashtra Assembly, Jitendra Awad, and he's speaking at this moment to Saurav Akhtania. Let's go across to the NCP office and listen to the new LOP in Maharashtra.
एनसीपी के वरिष्ठ नेता विधायक जितेंद्र आवाड हमारे साथ में है। शरद पवार ने अभी घोषणा की कि उन्हें नेता प्रतिपक्ष चुना गया है। सबसे पहले तो सर यही पूछना चाहूंगा कि इस तरह का राजनीतिक भूकंप जो हुआ है, क्या लगता है ये होने ही वाला था? कोई बहुत अचरज लग रहा है, धक्का लग रहा है कि नहीं?
कोई धक्का नहीं लग रहा है, ये होने वाला ही था। जिनको नहीं लग रहा था उनके लिए धक्का है, लेकिन ये मुझे लग ही रहा था ये आज नहीं तो कल होने वाला ही है।
अब आगे की कदम क्या होंगे? क्योंकि शरद पवार खुद बोल रहे हैं कि पार्टी को फोड़ा गया है, अजित पवार ने जो निर्णय लिया वो उनकी सहमति से नहीं लिया गया है।
वो तो है ना, अजित पवार साहब, शरद पवार साहब ने बोला कि पार्टी हमारी है, निशानी हमारी है, लोग हमारे हैं, आमदार हमारे हैं और हम सबको साथ मिलेंगे, लड़ाई लड़ेंगे।
अजित पवार तो दावा कर रहे हैं कि कुल मिलाकर कुछ 40 विधायक, पूरा का पूरा पार्टी उनके साथ में सरकार में शामिल है।
वो ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कि पार्टी मेरे साथ है। मैं भी पार्टी का विधायक हूँ, लेकिन मैं शरद पवार जी के साथ हूँ।
कोई आंकड़ा दे सकते हैं कि कितने लोग अभी आपके साथ हैं?
मैं भविष्य नहीं देता, 2 दिन रुको, शरद पवार जी का फोन शुरू हो जाने दो। अभी तक वो पुणे में जरा बिजी है, एक बार फोन शुरू हो जाएंगे तो अपने आप संख्या आपको पता चलेगी।
कई सारे विधायक जो है अपने मर्जी से नहीं गए, जोर जबरदस्ती गए, इस प्रकार की बात शरद पवार कह रहे हैं।
आपको मालूम है कि ऐसे जो कारनामे होते हैं उसमें सबसे बड़ा जोर लगाया जाता है पैसे का। हो सकता है उस दिन 50 खो के गए, हो सकता है आज 600 खो के गएंगे। जब मुझे सत्ता लेनी ही है तो पैसे का क्या है?
जिस तरह से दूसरे विधायक समर्थन देते दिख रहे हैं, आपने नहीं दिया समर्थन, जयंत पाटिल नहीं दे रहे हैं, क्या आप पर भी दबाव नहीं है या कोई दबाव, कोई किसी ने बात किया? मैं
इतना भाग्यशाली हूँ कि जिंदगी में आज तक मुझे कभी भी किसी ने ही फोन नहीं किया कि आप शरद पवार जी के खिलाफ हमारे साथ आइए। मैं इतना भाग्यवान हूँ।
नेता प्रतिपक्ष आपको चुना गया है, लेकिन अगर विधायकों की संख्या आपके पास नहीं रही तो क्या उसे मान्यता मिलेगी? विधानसभा अध्यक्ष मान्यता देंगे?
आगे की बात है ना, कितने विधायक रहेंगे, क्या लड़ाई होगी, वो आगे की बात है।
आगे का कदम क्या होगा? शरद पवार से बात हुई है, मुलाकात हुई है, क्या आगे करने वाले हैं?
नहीं हुई, आगे का कदम कोई तय नहीं हुआ। जब आएंगे शरद पवार जी, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, सब लोग बैठेंगे और आगे की कार्रवाई तय करेंगे।
मुख्यमंत्री आपके पुराने दोस्त है, थाने से है वो, मुख्यमंत्री बहुत पुराने दोस्त है आपके। कहीं ना कहीं कहा जा रहा था कि कैबिनेट एक्सपांशन में उनके लोगों को मंत्री पद की शपथ मिलेगी। देख रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के लोगों ने शपथ ली, उनका भवितव्य क्या लग रहा है?
उनके घर में क्या होता है उससे मुझे क्या लेना देना है? लेकिन जिस सत्ता की लालच से वो गए, वो सत्ता की लालच कोई पूरी होती हुई नजर नहीं आई। और ऐसे लोग जब पक्ष परिवर्तन करते हैं, पक्ष से निकल जाते हैं, अगर उनकी लालसा पूरी नहीं होती तो वो छोड़ देने में 2 मिनट भी नहीं सोचते।
कांग्रेस और शिवसेना, उद्धव ठाकरे गुट अभी भी आपके साथ में रहेगा, महाविकास आघाड़ी बरकरार रहेगी?
बिल्कुल। उद्धव ठाकरे जी का फोन आया, उन्होंने कहा बिल्कुल लड़ो, हम आपके साथ हैं।
आने वाले चुनाव, सभी चुनाव क्या तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर
ये मिलके ही लड़ेगी?
लोगों की क्या भावना है? क्या भावना है लोगों की? लोगों की क्या भावना है?
आपको लोगों की भावना पता है ना। ये शिवसेना के शिंदे गुट के जहाँ अंदर जाते हैं तो शादियों में भी लोग क्या चिल्लाते हैं?
हाँ बताइए।
आपको मालूम नहीं है?
आपने अभी बताया कि वहाँ 50 खोके दिए थे, यहाँ 100 खोके दिए गए। आप ही के लोगों पर आरोप कर रहे हैं।
तो मैं, अरे जो सच है वो सच है। अगर आपने पैसा लिया है तो लिया है, उसमें क्या?
आपके पार्टी के वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट प्रफुल्ल पटेल भी वहाँ पर मौजूद थे।
हाँ, तो
क्या उन्होंने भी लिया है?
नहीं, उनको इतनी छोटी अमाउंट से कुछ नहीं होता है। वो खुद 5-10 हजार करोड़ का आदमी है, वो इतने छोटे अमाउंट को देखेंगे भी नहीं।
तो ये थे जितेंद्र आवाड़, जो बेबाक तरीके से बात कर रहे हैं और बता रहे हैं किस तरह से वो कह रहे हैं कि 50 नहीं 100 खोके भी दिए गए हैं बीजेपी की तरफ से। कैमरा पर्सन मंदार चौहान के साथ ऋतु भालेकर, मुंबई, आज तक।
The Pawar camp's big hope is when Sharad Pawar starts dialing the phones, he'll be able to get some of the MLAs to stay on with the Pawar camp. Sanju Verma, it's happened in the past. Ajit Pawar did rebel after the assembly elections. He couldn't take the MLAs with them. In the end, senior Pawar showed who's boss. Jitendra Awad, who we were just speaking to, seems to think he can do it again.
You know, Rahul, last time when Ajit Pawar joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis, and I have no qualms in admitting it that, you know, the government barely lasted for 72 hours. But everyone who wants to flog a dead horse and keep beating the BJP on that one issue needs to note that Jitendra Awad is no political heavyweight. Let's be very clear. He represents the Mumbai Kalwa constituency, and I have been a Mumbaikar for donkey's years, and Mumbai Kalwa has the worst rate in terms of any form of development and the highest, crime rate. Anybody who goes to Mumbai Kalwa, does it thinking कि पता नहीं कहीं Jitendra Awad के खुद के goons हमें हमारी पिटाई ना कर दे. Do you remember that ordinary citizen called Anand Karmuse, who was picked up from his residence in April 2020, beaten black and blue by Jitendra Awad personally, not just his goons. And recently in 2022, Jitendra Awad again beat up somebody from Thane merely because he criticized Awad. Awad currently has 4 charge sheets filed against him, including one by the Maharashtra Human Rights Commission. So this man has nothing much to be crowing or be flattered about. I will now just tell you one thing. This is not about Jitendra Awad. Let's not pay him too much of relevance. Look at the kind of people who have moved with Ajit Pawar. This is not what happened when Fadnavis and Pawar Ajit Pawar took an oath in 2019 before Uddhav Thackeray came in. The dynamics, the ball game has completely changed in the last 3.5, 4 odd years. I mean, can you imagine Chhagan Bhujbal? He faced, even a jail term for being involved, Rahul, in the Maharashtra Southern Commission scam. And the moment he was out, the first person to welcome him with open arms was Sharad Pawar. And Chhagan Bhujbal is somebody who has been almost a founding father of the NCP. And for him to say that hame pura yakeen hai Prime Minister Modi will come back to power in 2024, we have the blessings of Sharad Pawar. We believe that it is only under the aegis of Modi that the country can progress further. I think if anybody wants to dismiss it, let them do it at their own risk. I repeat, BJP will get more than 2/3 of the 48 Lok Sabha seats from Maharashtra, which go into polls in 2024, and I will not, hold my punches back. I keep hearing this, a thing about Modi being autocratic, democracy khatre mein hai. Arey bhai sahab, democracy khatre mein hai. The Congress is saying that. I will not even talk about the 1975 emergency. Has the Congress forgotten that under the 56-year rule that we saw at the center by the Congress Party, it passed 697 ordinances, more than, 10 ordinances every single month.
But madam, your government is also doing quite a lot of the same as it did in the recent case when it upturned a Supreme Court decision on Delhi services. So, you can't do this whataboutery when your government is doing pretty much the same thing. You're referring now to a very distant past. You're referring to a distant past because for the last 9 years, it's your government that has been in power and that is the reality. I want to go across to Krishna Hegde, spokesperson of the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. Krishna Hegde, ये जो नए अजीत पवार के साथ लोग आए हैं, क्या आपको चिंता है कि अब टिकट बंटवारे में बहुत क्लेश होने वाला है? क्योंकि अब आपके पास हर सीट पे एक बीजेपी का प्रोबेबल कैंडिडेट होगा, एक एनसीपी का होगा, एक आपका एकनाथ शिंदे सेना का होगा, तो बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा भाई किसको टिकट देनी है किसको नहीं, और जिसको नहीं देनी वो नाराज हो गया बगावत कर सकता है.
I don't think this is a problem at all. In fact, Ajit Dada is welcome with all his administrative and organizational skills. And this will only help us strengthen the coalition. And our main focus is to see that Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is back as Prime Minister in 2024 and to win the maximum seats in the Vidhan Sabha, that is the assembly elections, also to be held in 2024. And we are confident that we will now cross the 200 mark. Even if you look today, we are over, I think, over almost with the allies, we are over 200. So I think the opposition is depressed. It's wiped out.
No, but there are many in the Eknath Shinde Sena who are waiting to be made ministers. 40 MLAs joined, 9 became ministers. The other 31 are still waiting. Many of them say they were promised that they would be made ministers. Now with 9 from Ajit Pawar's camp being sworn, it reduces the space even more.
See, every one of the MLAs are highly matured. They understand the pressures of coalition. Over that, we are not saying no to anybody. There are 9 who are sworn in from each of the parties. There are still 18 ministerial berths left, and the best people will be accommodated. What is the problem? So we don't see any problem in that. There are also a lot of corporations which needs to be filled up. We will keep everyone happy. The intention is to keep the entire force together, and the entire focus is on retaining the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha elections, and also to work for the welfare of the people of Maharashtra.
I'll leave it over there. Krishna Hegde, thank you for joining us. Krishna Hegde from the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. The big surprise has been Praful Patel. I spoke to Praful Patel a short while before now, exclusive on India Today, where the one-time right-hand man of Sharad Pawar in the NCP's face in Delhi, explains why he is not with Sharad Pawar. Instead, he is with his nephew Ajit Pawar. Here is Praful Patel speaking exclusively to India Today. Yours is the most staggering decision, it seems, because you for the longest time, for decades, have been seen as the NCP face in Delhi. You've been seen as the right-hand man of Sharad Pawar. Today, you're seen flanking Ajit Pawar. Can you explain to our viewers, Mr. Patel, why you took this decision?
Well, Rahul, you're right. I have been very, very long-standing colleague and admirer of Shri Sharad Pawar, and let me be very honest that even as we speak, my respect for Sharad Pawar ji does not diminish. It is, you see, the circumstances in politics also have to be looked at. There are so many things which are happening. Today, while we are in Maharashtra, we are seeing that, we have an alliance with, so far until today, with the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and Congress. And it was, fine. On the superficial side, the surface, it looked nice and working, but I'm very sure that going forward in an election and in many other respects, it would have been a very tumultuous alliance. Probably it wouldn't have worked at all. Even if you look at the context of the opposition unity in the country, I had attended the Patna meeting also, and I can tell you that, it's very easy to say that, we'll all come together and work together, but it's not going to be such an easy, affair, and with such egos, such differences, sharp, words being exchanged, even, in closed door meetings, how are these alliances going to work? And on the other side, I must say that Prime Minister Modi has demonstrated that, he's a strong leader, works for the welfare of the country 24/7, and is able to, do good work and is able to build India's image both within and outside the country. And I think the need of the hour, that's why I said politics is a dynamic, issue, and we have to deal with it as it comes by. But as I said, personal respect, no difference at all.
There is a lot of buzz in Delhi about an impending cabinet reshuffle next week. What's been added to the buzz is your name, that part of this deal, Praful Patel gets adjusted and gets a cabinet ministerial portfolio. Is that correct, sir? Could that happen?
Well, I can assure you one thing, that there is no talk at all about my inclusion or any talk on our side about anybody from the NCP being part of the government in Delhi. I think this is all speculative. We have made no such demands, and we do not have, as I said, this alliance in Maharashtra has been worked out on the basis of a respectable solution, a respectable formula. And the party has largely by rank and file taken this decision. It's not an individual decision of Ajit Pawar or Praful Patel.
I was just speaking to Nana Patole, the Congress head in Maharashtra. He said, प्रफुल्ल भाई के यहाँ पे ईडी के बहुत छापे पड़ते रहते हैं, कई सारे उनके जो मकान है वहाँ पे अब ईडी का हेडक्वार्टर्स बन गया है फ्लैट्स में.
I would like to please make it very clear. Show me a single case against me, whether an ECIR of the ED or any FIR or anything of that matter. These are all things. He's talking of some ED office, and that is not my property. It belongs to somebody's property they have confiscated. How does it bring me into the picture? So this is all, very speculative, and these are kind of things. Allegations like this will always be heard. You see, when in politics you don't like something, you will always, try to undermine the other person. I am a person, you at least, Rahul, and all the people in Delhi and nationally also know what I stand for. So I don't really need to give I don't want to give a character certificate to myself.
Sahil Joshi, our colleague in Maharashtra and our bureau chief, has a question for you, Praful bhai. Sahil, fire away, and I want to get Praful ji to answer it. Go on.
Praful bhai, thank you so much, first of all, for picking up Rahul's call so that we could speak to you. But there is one question particularly I want to ask. In 2019, you and Ajit Pawar were in support of having an alliance with the BJP and formed the government in Maharashtra. And the biggest reason for that, behind that, was the three-party alliance government will not work, is what you were trying to say. It is not a practical solution to have a three-party alliance and three-party government in a state. Now you are forming the same thing. You are forming a three-party government. You are going to run a three-party government. How are you going to succeed? There is going to be an issue with respect to the seat distribution. Eknath Shinde's camp is already, they were waiting to get accommodated in the ministry. How are you going to solve this problem?
Today there is very much clarity on the fact that the largest party in this alliance is the BJP. The BJP has strong leadership. BJP has clarity in what they wish to do, both nationally as well as in Maharashtra. And as I told you, the three-party alliance, you are from Mumbai, you cover Mumbai, Maharashtra politics, Sahil. A three-party MVA arrangement is good on paper. Remember one thing, we formed that alliance on the basis of a post-poll, and it was, very different circumstances under which that government was formed. Whereas this government,
circumstances is the same. It's a
very conscious, well thought of decision.
Sir, you worked with Sharad Pawar for so many decades. You've also seen Ajit Pawar. Okay, that's Praful Patel speaking exclusively to India Today after switching sides from Sharad Pawar to Ajit Pawar. Is that also indicative of which way he thinks the wind is blowing within the NCP? To pick between being on Supriya Sule's side, someone who is known in Delhi for many years, and Ajit Pawar, who is the man of the masses, the man who connects strongly with rural Maharashtra. He's picked his side. Now the voters of Maharashtra have to pick theirs next year. I'm slipping into a break. Rajdeep Sardesai comes up next. He'll bring you all the latest from this key battleground state. Those 48 seats will be crucial to determining how the war of 2024 ends. Thank you for tuning in. More on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Maha Pawar quake. Ajit ditches Uncle Pawar.
मी अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक दृढकथन करतो की
After Sena, NCP split. Big blow to Mission United opposition. The biggest coup before 2024.
That's right. Hello and welcome. The Sunday Maha quake, as we are calling it, has really in a way changed the rules of the game in Maharashtra, the key battleground state ahead of 2024, the second largest after Uttar Pradesh. It is yet another twist and turn in Maharashtra's turbulent politics. We'll be dissecting all that's happened, decoding all that's happened to you, explaining what's happening and what are the implications of it for state and national politics. Let's bring you the big headlines this Sunday evening. In a dramatic move, NCP's Ajit Pawar dumps Uncle Sharad, joins Shinde BJP government as Deputy Chief Minister, claims the support of 40 of the NCP MLAs. Sharad Pawar speaks out after his nephew's rebellion. The NCP patriarch alleges the revolt is Modi's making, insists it won't succeed, says he will go to the people. After the bow and arrow fight for the Shiv Sena symbol, now war will emerge for the NCP poll symbol and name. Ajit Pawar claims he is the real NCP. The party is with him. One nation, one law divides opposition after AAP and Uddhav Sena. Mayawati backs the Uniform Civil Code. Congress remains divided on certain issues. France on the edge, no end to arson and violence. President Macron ramps up surveillance, deploys 45,000 policemen on Paris streets. 1,300 rioters are arrested. But I'm going to start with telling you all that's happened on this dramatic Sunday. Ajit Pawar, nephew of Sharad Pawar, has become Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister for the third time in the last 4 years, only with a different Chief Minister. That's right. Sharad Pawar's nephew staged a bit of a Sunday coup. He took oath along with 9 more NCP MLAs and joined the Shinde-Fadnavis government in Mumbai. He is, along with the likes of Chhagan Bhujbal and others now, part of the Shinde-led government. Earlier, remember, in 2019, he had joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis. That government lasted just a week. Then he was Deputy Chief Minister under Uddhav Thackeray's Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. That government lasted a little over 2.5 years. Now, he's back in power. The power play of Maharashtra, or should I say, the Pawar play. Take a look.
A Sunday afternoon shocker. NCP leader and Sharad Pawar's nephew Ajit Pawar sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is Ajit Pawar's third stint as Deputy Chief Minister since 2019. This time he's going to be sharing the post with Devendra Fadnavis. 9 other NCP MLAs, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Dhananjay Munde, Dilip Walse Patil, also joined the Maharashtra government along with Ajit Pawar.
सामने वाले विरोधक वो खुद का खाली अपना अपना स्टेट का देखते हैं. एक कोई मुझे लीडर अपोजिशन में दिखाओ कि वो देश का सोचकर देश में काम कर रहा है, ऐसा कहीं दिखाई नहीं देता। और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए हमें सबको ऐसा लगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में ही लोकसभा हो या आगे वाले चुनाव हो, उसके बारे में हम साथ साथ जाना चाहते हैं।
The Maharashtra cabinet now has 9 ministers from BJP, 9 from Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and 9 from NCP. This big move comes days after Pawar expressed his desire to step down as leader of opposition in Maharashtra Assembly.
ये डबल इंजन वाला सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहा था, इसको अभी ट्रिपल इंजन मिल गया है। ये अभी बुलेट ट्रेन की गति से भागेगा विकास के लिए। मैं अजीत पवार और उनके सभी सहयोगी उनका स्वागत करता हूँ।
NCP has 53 MLAs in the state. Ajit Pawar is claiming the support of at least 40. He needs 36 to evade provisions of the anti-defection law.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो। पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीने कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार।
महाराष्ट्र में आज हम सब एक हुए हैं, महाराष्ट्र की भी प्रगति होगी। और जैसे शिंदे का एस सुपर था, फडणवीस का एफ फास्ट था, अब पवार का पी ये प्रोग्रेस के लिए लगेगा, सुपर फास्ट प्रोग्रेस। ये आज हम तीनों पार्टियां एक मिलकर करेंगे।
Earlier in the day, Ajit Pawar met some party leaders and MLAs at his official residence in Mumbai. A meeting that NCP chief Sharad Pawar said that he was not aware of. His party is now staring at a split. Just a month back, Sharad Pawar had resigned as the NCP chief, only to take back his resignation 3 days later. He had then appointed his daughter, Supriya Sule, as the working president, a move that reportedly upset Ajit Pawar. The Uddhav Sena that had been split similarly after Eknath Shinde defected with 40 MLAs called Ajit Pawar a political opportunist.
जो मुख्यमंत्री है आज के मिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे, उनके ऊपर जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की जो तलवार लटक रही है वो जल्दी ही गिरने वाली है। उनके साथ 16 विधायक जो शिवसेना से फुट कर गए थे वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे और सरकार अनस्टेबल हो जाएगी। उसके लिए ये नया सपोर्ट लिया है।
The Maharashtra quake is a big jolt, not just to the Aghadi in Maharashtra, but also the mission opposition unity ahead of 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
So as you can see, lots of twists and turns in Maharashtra's politics, and where does the state now head? Joining me now, Prithviraj Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, Congress MLA, joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Chavan. Are you surprised with all that's happened on this Sunday? Because we've been observing in Maharashtra the possibility of Ajit Pawar leaving for the longest time. So has this caught you and the MVA, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, a bit off guard?
No, Rajdeep, to tell you the truth, this was on the cards, because there was no way in the world that BJP would have faced the combined onslaught of MVA, whether in Lok Sabha election or any other election. They have not been able to hold the local bodies election for 1.5 years. They're overdue, because there's just no way they can face the total numbers of the 3 political parties. So they had to work on destroying the MVA, breaking one of the constituents. I had even publicly stated so in my Nipani election speech when I had gone to campaign in Karnataka, because we all knew the hobnobbing that was going on between Ajit Pawar and the top leadership of BJP, facilitated by the Maharashtra BJP leaders. This is all known. They were only negotiating the terms of the breakup from NCP. There were many ED cases against many leaders, so those cases had to be dropped. Then what position they would get, what would be their future, would they all get tickets to contest the next assembly election? All this nitty-gritty of power sharing was being discussed. We are not still sure whether the final power sharing formula is known, because the
But they've got, no, 1 minute. You're saying they haven't discussed the final. No, what is left to discuss? 9 NCP MLAs, 9 NCP individuals have become ministers today.
Let me just one small point.
Yes.
The verdict on the Eknath Shinde defection matter will have to be delivered by the Speaker before 10th of August. Because that's the 90-day deadline.
Yes.
After the Supreme Court remitted the matter back to Speaker. That time, there's no way that Mr. Eknath Shinde can escape disqualification. So this is going to happen any time before 10th of August. It could happen next month. It could happen this month. So this is a plan of what happens when 18 MLAs first and then 26 MLAs of Eknath Shinde group gets disqualified, because they will have to be disqualified. Now,
one minute, sir. Let's get this clear. You're telling me that before August 10th, your expectation is that some of the MLAs of the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, or the Shiv Sena group, let's call it the Shiv Sena, which is its, will be disqualified by the Speaker. There's a huge question mark on that. This is a BJP Speaker, sir, Rahul Narvekar. But
you're saying have to be, but there is a law of the land also.
No, law of the land, sir.
The Supreme Court has very clearly said that everything is violated. But technically, the disqualification matter lies with the Speaker of the Assembly. So it has been remitted back to the Speaker of the Assembly. He'll have to rule. Now, he may as well rule in favor of BJP. But then we are free to approach the Supreme Court again.
No, but are you telling me, Mr. Chauhan, that you believe this was Plan B? That if this effectively, by getting the NCP on their side, you believe that the dependence on the Shiv Sena is over, and the BJP therefore has a new power partner in the NCP. Plus, you're saying before the 2024 Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections, they could not afford to have the existing MVA together. Am I correct?
Yeah, that both things are correct. Number one, this is a plan B in case Eknath Shinde's group of 16 MLAs get disqualified, including Mr. Eknath Shinde himself. That possibility cannot be ruled out. They have clearly violated the anti-defection law, the 10th schedule. The second thing, they also wanted to weaken the existing MVA. We just succeeded when a large group of about maybe 35 plus MLAs leave the NCP. But now the battle now starts on the street. Just like Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is fighting a battle on the streets to define who the real Shiv Sena is, Mr. Sharad Pawar has vowed in his press conference today that he'll hit the road tomorrow morning. He's coming to my constituency, coming to Karad. He will take darshan of Yeshwantrao Chauhan Samadhi and he'll start his campaign from tomorrow.
No, that's all very well. Prithviraj Chauhan, Sharad Pawar starting his campaign from tomorrow, but it comes at a time when his party has imploded. Majority of the MLAs are going with Ajit Pawar. There is a feeling that Mr. Pawar at 83 will find it difficult to rebuild the party. And B, there's a belief that Mr. Pawar was not entirely unaware of what was happening. He knew what was happening. Some of his closest aides, the likes of Dilip Valse Patil, Praful Patel have switched over. Is Mr. Pawar fully on board with the MVA, or are you, or has he kept all options open?
Well, look, I have to believe what Mr. Pawar said. He's a very senior politician in our state, in the country. Now, if you go with the premise that he's lying to all of us, then it's a different matter. But I have to go by the fact that he addressed a press conference. He told that he did not know about it, that he will fight against this group and they'll be taught a lesson. There's, of course, another matter pending, whether Ajit Pawar indeed has the support of 36 MLAs required for the 2/3 number. Now, Mr. Pawar in his press conference has said that many people have called him, that their signatures were taken surreptitiously, they'll come and meet him again, they're with Mr. Pawar only. So ultimate number, the magic number of 36, does Mr. Ajit Pawar has that number, or something else will come up tomorrow?
No, but then if that is the case, let's be clear. Why did Mr. Pawar not suspend Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar from the party? You see, when he did the press conference today, and in a moment I'll play that press conference clip again, he didn't seem as someone who's facing a major crisis. He seemed to be rather cool about it.
No, but he said, I mean, if you want to believe him, of course, you know his political background better than anybody. You know how twists and turns is taken. But he at least ostensibly told us that he has called a meeting of his executive committee on the 6th, which is just a few days later.
Mm-hmm.
And any major decision to expel senior leaders like a vice president or a general secretary or a secretary will have to be taken in that meeting. He was at pains to explain that we have a constitution and I can't take a random decision to off with your head kind of a decision. That will be decided in a working committee or whatever the executive committee meeting that there. We'll have to believe him. Now, supposing if you start dispelling every politician, then it's a different matter.
No,
I would like to believe what he's saying.
I have stopped. I must qualify. I have stopped believing Maharashtra politicians, because Maharashtra politicians in the last 4 years have done all kinds of trapeze acts.
You include some of them, not everybody.
No, but my question to you, Mr. Chauhan, is where does this leave the MVA? Where does this leave this Maha Gadbandhan, this whole opposition alliance that was building up? Here is Mr. Pawar fighting on his to save his home turf, and there was talk that he would become convener of the MVA.
No. I don't know about the convener and all that. That meeting will happen in Bangalore later on. And of course, he'll have to fight to save his turf. But yes, it weakens the MVA to the extent that certain number of MLAs who would have been campaigning along with us will now campaign against us. Mm-hmm. To that extent, we are weakened. But ultimately, the battle will be fought in the streets of Mumbai, will be fought in the streets of Maharashtra, the villages of Maharashtra. And you know what happened in Karnataka. People don't like this government formed by treachery, by buying and selling MLAs and this horse trading and all that. They don't like it. Mm-hmm. So I think the ultimate verdict of what people want to react to the NCP split will be known only later on when elections are held. But yes, it's we'll have to take a call. It's not a very happy situation for us. There is a hemorrhaging of the FV alliance, but FV alliance, whatever shape its remaining shape, remains intact and will fight the communal forces.
Therefore, I mean, do you see any further breaks taking place, including in your Congress party? There's talk of some Congress MLAs also being restive and looking at the possibility of switching over?
Well, this talk has been going on for a very long time. But as per the anti-defection law, out of 45 Congress MLAs, 30 will have to defect. Now, that I think highly improbable, but the talk is there. Yes, you're right. There's a lot of ED pressure on some of the people, and the group which has defected from NCP, I call it a ED group. The people who are all facing ED heat, those people are left to...
You're calling it NCP ED? You're calling it NCP ED, is it?
The NCP ED group, yeah. ED faction.
ED faction, NCP yes. ED faction. Mr. Chauhan, that will stir up another controversy. You're virtually suggesting that all of these people have left only because of the fear of the ED.
Well, you know the number of people who have been raided by ED. Now, do I have to recount you the names? They're all in newspapers and all that. And I have told also that these people met Mr. Pawar. Some of them told him that it's impossible for us to continue because we're facing heat. Our family members are being interrogated. They'll be put behind bars. So I think ED has a major role to play. And interestingly, Rajdeep, just 2 days before in Bhopal conclave, Prime Minister by name named NCP leaders saying they'll do a 70,000 crore fraud. He named the state bank matter. He named the irrigation scam. He named Mr. Pawar by name. But you know very well who was involved in the irrigation scam as well as the state cooperative bank scam. Now these very people who are involved in these matters, who are facing ED inquiries on specifically on the matter mentioned by the Prime Minister in Bhopal, those people are now become high office holders.
No, but Prithviraj Chauhan, with one correction, Mr. Ajit Pawar was Deputy Chief Minister when you were Chief Minister, and that's when Devendra Fadnavis accused him in the ED scam. So let's be clear, when they were in the Congress, when they were part of your government, these cases have come up.
There was no ED scam in my time. No, there was no ED scam.
No, irrigation scam.
What I did was, I ordered a white paper. The white paper is not an inquiry. The white paper is just a statement of what is happening in the Maharashtra irrigation sector. Unfortunately, many people in Maharashtra did not understand the meaning of a white paper. They thought it's an inquiry. It was not. A very excellent paper was produced by the irrigation department themselves to tell why.
Do you believe Ajit Pawar is involved in irrigation irregularities? Yes or no?
I think that is being investigated by the police now. Mr. R.R. Patil was the then Home Minister. He gave permission for open inquiry to be held against Mr. Ajit Pawar in my government.
Do you believe that
And
the
after
likes
that,
of Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel have switched to the BJP because of the cases against them?
Well, that is what we are saying, and we'll go out and hit the road and tell that this is the ED faction. Okay. They're afraid of ED because of that only. They just to get laundered. Now we heard of money laundering. This is the minister laundering.
Okay, let's leave it there. Those are very, very strong words that you've just used on my show today, claiming that the ED faction of the NCP is the one that has left the party. You will stir up a bit of a hornet's nest, Mr. Chavan, by saying that.
You know, Mr. Bhujbal was imprisoned for 2.5 years.
Yes, I'm aware Mr. Bhujbal was imprisoned. Hassan Mushrif is on interim bail. Ajit Pawar faces charges. Praful Patel faces charges. I'll leave it to them to answer those charges. But you've really set the terms of the debate today. I appreciate Prithviraj Chavan joining us. You insist the MVA will stay together. We'll wait and see whether that really happens. I'm also joined at this moment by other guests. But first, I want to play some of those visuals that I just saw. Because Syed Zafar Islam is joining us of the BJP. I'm joined by Sanjay Jha of the Congress, and I'm joined by Umesh Patil, spokesperson NCP. The visuals are NCP office. They are removing all the pictures of the rebels' photos. Now, these are inside the NCP office, which is, remember, at the Yashwantrao Chavan Center in Mumbai. And all the photographs of the rebels, if you want to call it ED faction, are being removed there, including that of Ajit Pawar. All of this, of course, taking place on this big day when Ajit Pawar has left to join the BJP. Syed Zafar Islam, you heard just now what was said by Prithviraj Chavan. He says that the NCP ED faction has left. And in a moment, I'm going to play all the sound bites of what BJP leaders had said about Ajit Pawar and others not too long ago. But your reaction to that, is this the BJP using the power of the ED to get people to shift, or how would you describe it, sir?
Well, I think Mr. Chavan, despite being a former chief minister, has a very little understanding of Maharashtra politics. He may sound very naive because the fact is that it is so apparent to everyone in Maharashtra that since the time, 23rd of June, when Mr. Pawar actually became very close to Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and that has really upset many of the Karyakartas and the leaders of NCP, that he is trying to project Mr. Rahul Gandhi as potential prime ministerial candidate. Something we didn't go well with the party, his own party. And there a lot of senior leaders were upset that why he is becoming very cozy with Rahul Gandhi. That is one. Secondly, they were, in any case, they were upset. And then they also felt that they are not getting the opportunity to serve the people. And on the contrary, there is a government which has performed, which has worked for the people, which has done everything for the welfare of the people of this great country, in particular in Maharashtra. So they felt that it is best to join when the Honorable Prime Minister has demonstrated that his admiration.
Syed Zafar Islam, are you telling me this is about... No, Syed Zafar Bhai, you are also someone who's seen Maharashtra politics. Are you telling me that this is about Rahul Gandhi? Or is this about protection from the ED? Just, I'll just give you the cases. Hassan Mushrif, your own leader, Kirit Somaya, for the last 5 years has been fighting a battle to get Hassan Mushrif jailed in a corruption case. Hassan Mushrif has got interim bail as we speak from the Bombay High Court a fortnight ago. Ajit Pawar was described by Devendra Fadnavis no less as the epitome of corruption, both in the irrigation scam and the cooperative scam. Chhagan Bhujbal was put in jail in the Maharashtra Southern scam by your government. Now these people are your ministers? I mean, please, what happened to na khaunga, na khane dunga?
Rajdeep, let me ask you this question. When they were in their own party, they didn't fire them. If they really, Mr. Pawar felt that, or many of the leaders felt that they were corrupt, then they should have been fired. They should have been thrown out of the party. But they didn't do that. Just because they have joined the government, suddenly overnight they become bad.
No, sir, because you all said they were bad. 1 minute. No, Zafar Bhai, you're getting it wrong. The BJP said they were corrupt. Kirit Somaya, BJP leader, has gone to court after court to get Hassan Mushrif jailed.
Let me finish my point.
Please.
You're interrupting.
Please.
Let me finish, then you will understand what is the perspective I'm trying to give you.
Please.
But They didn't fire them. They didn't make any statement against them. When the independent agency is pursuing something, everyone has to speak. We have to speak because of the independent agency. It is not for us. We are not interfering. If they can stay there, they can stay here as well. But independent agency will pursue this case independently. We have no interference with the functioning of ED. We will never interfere. It is there. These are the independent agencies. They will pursue a case or whatever case they have based on merit, based on evidence. So
Okay,
it is very unfair to make this kind of a statement. This kind of a statement.
I just want you to listen to these bites. Sir, politics changes. Where you stand depends on where you sit. Please listen to your own leaders about the very people who are now in your government.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
No, please listen to it. No, the public must know. Public must know how politicians switch sides. Please play them.
That's very good development. I welcome that. I will really happy about that decision. Maharashtra people are also very happy. Our party people are also very happy. That's very good development. I welcome that. I will really happy about that decision. Maharashtra people are also very happy. Our party people are also very happy. That's very good development. I welcome that. I will really happy.
घोटाळ्यामध्ये अजितदादांची अवस्था आम्ही काय करणार? आमचे नाथाभाऊ खडसेंच्या भाषेत सांगायचं झालं तर आमचं सरकार आल्यानंतर अजितदादा चक्की पिसिंग 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 अँड पिसिंग घोटाळ्यामध्ये अजितदादांची अवस्था आम्ही काय करणार? आमचे नाथाभाऊ खडसेंच्या भाषेत सांगायचं झालं तर आमचं सरकार आल्यानंतर अजितदादा चक्की पिसिंग 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 अँड पिसिंग.
ये विपक्षी दल किस चीज की गारंटी है? ये दल गारंटी है भ्रष्टाचार की. अगर मैं एनसीपी की बात करूं तो एनसीपी पर भी करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों का आरोप है. महाराष्ट्र स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक घोटाला, महाराष्ट्र सिंचाई घोटाला, अवैध खनन घोटाला, इनकी लिस्ट भी बहुत लंबी है. इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर कभी डाउन ही नहीं होता.
This is the Prime Minister just a week ago, Zafar Islam, saying NCP ke ghotalo ka meter, and the specific scams he mentioned are where Ajit Pawar is the prime accused. Irrigation and cooperative. Now he's your deputy chief minister. In 1 week it changes. I ask you again, what happened to na khaunga na khane dunga?
Well, Rajdeep, again I'm trying to tell you one thing, and you are trying to evade that question. My question is directly to you: that why, if the Prime Minister made the statement about the corruption based on the ED is pursuing those cases, then these people should have fired them, thrown all these people out of their party. If they can stay there, they can stay in the government also because they are not convicted. Agencies are free to independently, they are working, they will continue to work. We are not interfering in the functioning of agency. Let them pursue the case. Did I say that the case will be dropped, or if they're pursuing any case that needs to be dropped? We are not saying that. They are independent agency. They will continue to pursue that case. We have seen in the past. Somebody had joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. Still, case has been pursued. The CBI pursued those cases in West Bengal. So it is very unfair to make that kind of statement. Rather, we should question them that when they were there, no statements were made.
Mr. Zafar Islam, Mr. Zafar Islam. The Prime Minister of the country, the Prime Minister of the country no less said a week ago, these people are in ghotalas. These very people, Ajit Pawar, prime accused, irrigation scam, cooperative scam. Mr. Devendra Fadnavis said, unki chakki pissing main karvaunga. And today you are telling me that it's the NCP which should have removed them. Then why make them join? Chalo, they should have removed them. Why did you take them? Why did you take them today?
No, so are they convicted? Have they been convicted? No. Have they been convicted?
I see. This is the new rule, is it?
No. You have heard. No. So it is the law of the land. They have not been convicted. They can fight the election. They can be part of the government.
So the Prime Minister should have then told us last week, or Devendra Fadnavis should have told us last week, till they are convicted, they are happy to join us.
No. I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, have they been restricted to fight election? Have they been restricted to be part of the government? Have they been restricted to stop any functioning as a legislator? No. Then why can't he be part of the government?
Okay.
Till if there is any case against him, and if the case is being pursued by the agencies, and if he is convicted,
This
then
is quite incredible. The logic you're giving me is quite incredible. People who have been called by our own party as corrupt, you're taking them and now saying until they are convicted, they are happy to join us. Sanjay Jha, respond to what you're hearing from Syed Zafar Islam. He says they've not been convicted. Why did the Congress not act against them? Why did the NCP not act against them?
Rajdeep, in all seriousness, it's difficult to keep a straight face listening to my friend Syed trying to rationalize what is a blatant exhibition of the crude abuse of power. And now let me call it out. Rajdeep, it's about time we spoke without pussyfooting around. I mean, let's not be politically correct. This has got nothing to do with Fadnavis, etc. Forget all that. This has got to do with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I would not even include Amit Shah in this. Because end of day, it's a Prime Minister who must be green lighting and endorsing whatever, vulgar, crude politics you're seeing in Maharashtra. There are 2 points I wish to make. And I'm glad you played out Narendra Modi's speech. But he famously also, during the elections, had called the NCP, the entire party, by the way, as a naturally corrupt party. Now, when you call the entire party corrupt, and then you actually create a hijack and you form a government with them, I think the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is sending basically a message to the people of India that the BJP and Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah will do anything to win power in a state, maybe at the center tomorrow. And for them, public morality or political ethics is nothing but a textbook, some kind of a rhetoric that has no relevance in Indian political culture. And I think to me, Prithviraj Chavan has already elaborated it all in detail, what I would have probably told to you. So I want to make a broader statement here. This is a day of shame, Rajdeep, because I have lived in Mumbai for the last 35 odd years. You also belong to Mumbai. Maharashtra, by the way, is, in my opinion, the most critical state in India, and I say so because I love this state. This is a state that is not just the entertainment capital of India. This is the state that sends out a message to the global world in terms of investments, capital markets, and frankly speaking, its economic future. The fact that Mr. Modi's government did it once with Uddhav Thackeray and now is doing it with NCP, clearly you know what the short-term political game is, because I think they are paranoid about the disqualification that may happen of Eknath Shinde, etc., etc. But to do this is to insult the people of Maharashtra. Why aren't we discussing that?
The fact that Sanjay Jha, the genesis of this is what happened in 2019 November. That's when Uddhav Thackeray switched sides and joined the Congress and the NCP. And since then, the BJP has been waiting to take its revenge. Politics is about that. Nehle pe dhela. You'd struck what was described then as an unnatural alliance. They've come back and hit at you.
Well, Rajdeep, correction here. The reason why Uddhav Thackeray did not join with the BJP, yes, they had a pre-poll alliance. Nobody's denying that. The NCP and Congress were very happy to sit in the opposition. They had done much better than expectations. Has to do with the BJP's own political arrogance. You know what they did to JDU in Bihar. You know what they've done to Shiromani Akali Dal in Punjab. And the same thing they were trying to basically do to Uddhav. Uddhav broke because, and Uddhav has said it publicly, that they basically reneged on a promise that they made to him. It's a straightforward, what the cost of political hubris of the BJP. And the BJP have always said is like the anaconda snake. Whoever they get into partnership with, they will swallow them sooner rather than later. And so please don't blame the opposition, because the MVA was formed because nobody wanted an election thereafter. Because the only other option was president's rule or a fresh election.
Okay.
And I can tell you, nobody wanted a fresh election. And I think the MVA was delivering the goods until the Operation Lotus played again.
Can I, Syed Zafar Islam, you want to respond?
No, I think I can understand when I heard the former CM, Mr. Chavan, now Sanjay Jha, the political analyst, but his heart is always in Congress. But let me tell you that all this statement which is coming from them only suggests that they are overly concerned that the unity which they had demonstrated in Patna was merely formalities, and it is now out in open that
let me answer that.
The party which had joined at that time Some of them have walked immediately after the meeting. Now there are other parties walking now out of this alliance. And by the time 14th July, when the next meeting is scheduled to take place in Bangalore, you will see that a very fragmented, few political parties will actually join that meeting.
Okay, so you're saying this, I'll come to that. Interesting.
So
You're saying this is linked to the way the Maha Gadbandhan has been formed. Sanjay Jha, quick response. You know, my colleague is pointing out, while we say that maybe the BJP has compromised with corruption here, the Congress and NCP were accused with compromising with so-called secularism 4 years ago. That you all always described the Shiv Sena as a communal party, then you tied up with them. So today the BJP is compromised with corruption. You compromise with communalism. This is Maharashtra's politics, or sad story of Maharashtra's politics.
Rajdeep, it's incorrect, and I'll tell you why. I think Uddhav took in my opinion, a very broad statement there by saying that the Hindutva of the BJP had become extremely vulgar. It was into murder and lynching. It was actually threatening India's constitution. But I think Syed Zafar Islam has actually let the cat out of the bag. You see, the Patna summit, and that's a term that the opposition is using, and I think I'm glad they are, because the truth is it's actually got the BJP extremely nervous. The next one is happening in Bengaluru, and you see the significant progress and the announcements that will follow thereafter. And I think, the BJP knows Mr. Modi has got sharp political instincts. I will give him that. And he knows that at the moment, the BJP is extremely vulnerable. Maharashtra has got 48 Lok Sabha seats, the second biggest after Uttar Pradesh. And because Eknath Shinde is not Eknath Shinde is not getting them any electoral clout.
So you're linking what has happened today to the Patna meeting 10 days ago. You believe the Maha Gadbandhan meeting in Patna has led to this. Quick response, Syed Zafar Islam. Is all of this designed for the 2024 elections? Because Maharashtra is a crucial state. As Prithviraj Chavan said, that the arithmetic of an MVA together would be tough to combat. You had to break them. That's the story.
Well, Rajdeep, today if you analyze the strength of NDA, we will certainly, more than confident that we will win all the 48 seats of Maharashtra. I think they are overly concerned. Sanjay Jha knows it well, that there is absolutely no leadership of Congress in Maharashtra. There is no leadership of Shiv Sena without Thackeray leader, because nobody sees him as a leader. They were heavily banking on NCP because they had some foot on the ground. But now NCP is a broken party. Rather, Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming that even they have spoken to every MLAs and MPs, including Sharad Pawar. So whether the entire party has joined the NDA is something which I think over a few days will get unfolded. But let me tell you, it is Congress party, it is the Maha Gadbandhan, which will shrink. On 14th, you will see a shrink.
Are you saying that more people are leaving? Are you confirming the buzz? Are you confirming the buzz that the JDU is next?
Absolutely. That is what I'm trying to tell you time and again, that is
but the NCP is still in the Patna summit. The NCP is coming for the Bengaluru summit.
Which had demonstrated some strength in Patna, will no longer be in
so you're but 1 minute. No crosstalk. Sanjay Jha, no crosstalk. He is saying the Maha Gadbandhan, there is much buzz now. After the NCP, next is JDU in Bihar. All of you are going to be broken one by one.
Well, Rajdeep, let me tell you, I don't think Syed Zafar Islam knows exactly what's going on. Firstly, the NCP is likely to sack or, basically terminate Ajit Pawar and everybody else who's turned out to be a turncoat as expected. I think the bigger story is that nobody is going to be not part of the Bengaluru summit. I really don't know what he's talking about. And as far as the JDU is concerned or the RJD is concerned, I think all opposition parties today know the BJP's playbook. Go after them with ET, and despite that, we are getting together because we know that the only way to stop this extremely brutal dictatorship, this elected autocracy, this democratically elected bullies, has to be to defeat them in 2024. So this is notwithstanding the ED.
You will have a shock of your life on 6th
The opposition is getting together. Syed, you are nervous, and I can tell you, so is your Prime Minister. Don't worry about it. We can see it.
No, all I'm trying to tell you that you will have a shock of your life.
I want to at this moment go to Umesh Patil, spokesperson NCP. Umesh Patil, first of all, can you confirm how many MLAs are with Ajit Pawar? 35, 40, 45? What is the number?
99% MLAs अजीत दादा के साथ है
99%?
99%। अभी मैं आंकड़ा नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन आपने एनसीपी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी है, वहां पे जो आपने देखा, सिर्फ जयंत पाटिल साहब और अनिल देशमुख जी और जितेंद्र आवाड़ जी वहां पे आपको दिखाई दिए। बाकी लगभग सभी एमएलए जो है वो अजीत दादा के साथ, मतलब हमारी पार्टी के साथ ही है। और अजीत दादा ने कहा है कि एनसीपी जो है वो इस सरकार के गठबंधन में शामिल हुई है। सिर्फ अजीत दादा नहीं, तो पार्टी के साथ अजीत दादा वहां पे।
तो शरद पवार का क्या होगा? उमेश पाटिल जी, शरद पवार की क्या भूमिका? अभी हमने देखे तस्वीर, में लगाऊंगा वो तस्वीर एनसीपी ऑफिस से जो मुंबई नरीमन पॉइंट में है, वहां सबकी बाकी और सबकी तस्वीरें निकाली जा रही है। तो शरद पवार का क्या होगा?
कार्यकर्ता कंफ्यूज है और पवार साहब को सभी ने समझाने की कोशिश की थी। जो बात पवार साहब, जितने भी सीनियर लीडर है, प्रफुल्ल पटेल जी पूरी मतलब स्टार्ट से लेकर अभी तक पवार साहब के साथ थे। आप जानते हैं दिलीप वळसे पाटील साहब और जो पार्टी के फाउंडर है हमारे भुजबल साहब, ये सभी सीनियर लीडर जो है उन्होंने पूरे इस जो चेंजेस अभी जो आपको दिखाई दिए उसमें पवार साहब को कन्विंस करने की कोशिश की थी। शायद पवार साहब कन्विंस नहीं हुए हैं, लेकिन आगे जाके मे भी कन्विंस हो सकते हैं।
तो अभी आप रूल आउट नहीं कर रहे हैं? अभी भी चाहते हैं कि पवार साहब आपके साथ आए?
पवार साहब साथ में आए। पवार साहब हमारे देवता है, भगवान मानते हैं उनको। हमारे पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता, इंक्लूडिंग आज भी अजीत पवार, वो भी पवार साहब को अपने पिता समान मानते हैं और है ही। और देखिए, पार्टी एक अलग चीज है, पॉलिटिकल डिसीजंस अलग चीज है। सभी चीजें जो है एक ही तराजू में नहीं देखी जा सकती है।
नहीं, लेकिन ये बताइए, आप लोग अगर पवार साहब आपके देवता हैं तो आपके देवता को क्यों आपने छोड़ दिया?
किसी ने नहीं छोड़ा है। देखिए, पवार साहब को किसी ने नहीं छोड़ा है, लेकिन पवार साहब अपनी भूमिका पे जो है वो अपनी भूमिका रख रहे हैं। लेकिन ये पार्टी जो है ये कोई सिर्फ फैमिली नहीं है। पार्टी में सभी हमारे जो विधायक है, पार्टी के सदस्य है, पार्टी के पदाधिकारी है, इसमें उनका का क्या कहना है ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी में ज्यादा मायने रखता है। और यही चीज यहाँ पे दिखी गई है और पवार साहब को सभी लोग समझाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और हमें विश्वास है कि पवार साहब और जयंत पाटिल साहब, जितेंद्र आवाड़ साहब, वो सब, ये सब लोग जो है मान जाएंगे। क्योंकि अभी इमीडिएट हमने देखा कि जो पूरे देश में हमने देखा कि 17 से लगभग पार्टियां इकट्ठे आई पाटना में। जिस दिन मीटिंग हुई उसके दूसरे दिन ही उनमें तू मैं शुरू हो गया। ममता बनर्जी अलग से बोल रही है और इनमें अभी तक लीडरशिप फाइनल नहीं है। तो पूरे देश में यहाँ पे कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है बीजेपी में कि वो वहां पे नरेंद्र जी मोदी जो है देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पार्टी का भी नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन संजय झा और उसके पहले पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण का कहना है कि ये एनसीपी ईडी फैक्शन है। ये एनसीपी ईडी फैक्शन है। ये पूरा जो है, जो ईडी से बचने के लिए छोड़ दिए हैं। हसन मुशर्रफ को तो कल तक किरीट सोमैया कह रहे थे करप्ट है। अजीत पवार को कहा सबसे करप्ट देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने कहा कि वो उनको चक्की पीसिंग कराएंगे। ये आप लोग ईडी के डर से स्विच ऑफ हुए। पब्लिक है, ये सब जानती है। उमेश पाटिल जी, अंदर क्या है बाहर क्या है सब कुछ पहचानती है। महाराष्ट्र की पब्लिक को बेवकूफ मत समझो।
नहीं, कोई बेवकूफ नहीं समझ रहा है। पब्लिक को बेवकूफ समझने की बात है ही नहीं है। ये हम मानते हैं कि हमारी बहुत से अभी शिंदे सरकार में जो एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ जो एमएलए गए हैं, उनके साथ जो एमपीज गए हैं, उनके खिलाफ भी ईडी, सीबीआई सभी एजेंसी पीछे लगी थी, हमारे लोगों के पीछे भी लगी थी। ये जो सभी चीजें, लेकिन कोई किसी के ऊपर आरोप सिद्ध नहीं हुआ है, ये भी अभी किसी प्रवक्ता ने कहा। लेकिन आप पब्लिक सब जानती है यहाँ पे जो है ये जो सिचुएशन आई है, ये सिचुएशन ऐसी आई है कि हमारे लोग जो है वो ईडी और सीबीआई से डर के नहीं, इतने दिन तो थे ना अपोजिशन में और 2.5 साल हमने शिवसेना के साथ गवर्नमेंट में थे।
नहीं, लेकिन ईडी धीरे धीरे आपके नजदीक आ रही थी। बट लेट्स
ये चक्की पीसिंग का जो आपने वीडियो दिखाया वो कम से कम आपने वो दिखाया उसे लगभग मुझे लगता है वो 7 साल पुराना है।
बिल्कुल, पर प्रधानमंत्री का तो वीडियो 1 हफ्ते पुराना है। प्रधानमंत्री ने 1 हफ्ते पहले आपको करप्ट कहा है, भ्रष्ट कहा है।
राजनीति में जब तक राजनीति में जब तक हम एक दूसरे के अपोजिशन में है, ये राजनीति है।
अरे वाह,
राजनीति में जब हम अपोजिशन में है तो हम एक दूसरे के खिलाफ जो भी मिलेगा उसको हम यूज में लाएंगे। अभी हम साथ में तो इसको भूल जाएंगे।
अच्छा, very good, very good. I finally someone has spoken with honesty on my program. Umesh Patil ji, I credit you for that. कि राजनीति में, but Zafar is also forced to smile because he also knows the truth here. ये पब्लिक है, ये सब जानती है Zafar bhai, but listening to Praful Patel, and remember Praful Patel too is an individual who has enforcement agency charges against him. Properties of his were attached allegedly because they had been sold to an underworld person, and therefore Praful Patel also has reason, some would say, to switch. Listen to what Praful Patel told my colleague Sahil Joshi.
I have been very, very long-standing colleague and admirer of Shri Sharad Pawar, and let me be very honest that even as we speak, my respect for Sharad Pawar ji does not diminish. It is, you see, the circumstances in politics also have to be looked at. There are so many things which are happening. Today, while we are in Maharashtra, we are seeing that, we have an alliance with, so far until today, with the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and Congress. And it was, fine. On the superficial side, the surface, it looked nice and working, but I'm very sure that going forward in an election and in many other respects, it would have been a very tumultuous alliance. Probably it wouldn't have worked at all. Even if you look at the context of the opposition unity in the country, I had attended the Patna meeting also, and I can tell you that, it's very easy to say that, we'll all come together and work together, but it's not going to be such an easy, affair, and with such egos, such differences, sharp, words being exchanged, even, in closed door meetings, how are these alliances going to work? And on the other side, I would must say that Prime Minister Modi has demonstrated that, he's a strong leader, works for the welfare of the country 24/7, and is able to, do good work and is able to build India's image both within and outside the country. And I think the need of the hour, that's why I said politics is a dynamic, issue, and we have to deal with it as it comes by. But as I said, personal respect, no difference at all.
So politics is dynamic. Someone tells me politics is dynamic. What does that mean? You want to explain that dynamism, Zafar Islam? I want, today you are normally one of the more honest, straightforward spokespersons of any party. Why don't you accept it? Ye rajniti hai. 1 week ago, and if you want, I'll play that soundbite again. Why not? Let's play what the Prime Minister said again. Just if we can play it, because I want you to explain this to me. What sense does it make to an average person who has a lot of faith in Mr. Modi as someone who will take on corruption? That's Mr. Modi's big plan, taking on corruption. Listen in to what he said in Bhopal on 25th of June.
ये विपक्षी दल किस चीज की गारंटी है? ये दल गारंटी है भ्रष्टाचार की। अगर मैं एनसीपी की बात करूं तो एनसीपी पर भी करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों का आरोप है। महाराष्ट्र स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक घोटाला, महाराष्ट्र सिंचाई घोटाला, अवैध खनन घोटाला, इनकी लिस्ट भी बहुत लंबी है। इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर कभी डाउन ही नहीं होता।
घोटालों का मीटर. Now you explain this to me. Your party has taken the high moral ground on corruption, especially Prime Minister Modi. Na khaunga, na khane dunga was his rousing cry in 2014. We are now in 2023. All the people that he has mentioned at various times are now increasingly joining you. What's the message?
Well, Rajdeep, as I said, you have to make a you have to understand the difference between the two situations. First, that situation where they were in their own party, which has very clearly been explained to you by the NCP spokesperson, that the entire party has shifted and joined the NDA government. None of them are with Sharad Pawar. Even he's very clearly stated that even Sharad Pawar will join the gang. So it only suggests that the party which was existing and complying with all the laws, their party has joined and have now become part of the government. So what is wrong with it? I don't understand. If individual has committed some crime, which was spoken about earlier by the Honorable Prime Minister or by our leaders, that will independently be pursued by the agencies. Are we saying that if they are in opposition, they can function as a legislator, they can discharge all their responsibilities just because they have joined the government? They become a bad person. No, that is not the truth. The truth is that.
But sir, this was a week ago. Mr. Zafar Islam, this was a week ago. This was not 4 years ago.
I'm still maintaining that, Mr. Rajiv.
So where does this leave, sir? Where does this leave the people of this country who want a cleaner politics? The BJP claimed it was a party with a difference. You have chosen the very people who a week ago the Prime Minister said, "घोटालों का मीटर चल रहा है." Irrigation scam and the cooperative scam. Ajit Pawar is the prime accused.
Rajdeep, as I said earlier, that in the time somebody has convicted, the law of the land does not restrict from the
then how do you call Senthil Balaji corrupt in Tamil Nadu? Senthil Balaji is not convicted. There are numerous people who have been, you say they are corrupt. Sonia Gandhi, you say is corrupt. Rahul Gandhi, you say is corrupt. They have not been convicted.
No. Senthil Balaji has admitted.
No, sir, he has not been convicted. Here, you said someone will not be corrupt until he is convicted.
But he admitted that he had accepted bribe. Did he? And he wanted to.
Chhagan Bhujbal spent 3 years in jail. Chhagan Bhujbal spent 3 years in jail. He's now your prime minister, one of your main ministers. What's the message? What's the message?
His message is very loud and clear.
That you can come out of jail and join the BJP.
No. Loud and clear that these people or the NCP as a party has joined because they realize that the service to the nation is by serving the people, and also they have a lot of admiration for the Honorable Prime Minister. Away from that, they were already
a Prime Minister who calls them ghotalebaz. The Prime Minister called them ghotalebaz, and they have admiration. All they want is protection. Mere ghar ED mat bhejo.
Not at all. Who is saying that if ED has to go, ED will continue to go? I mean, who is saying that ED will not
All
go?
the cases against the Shiv Sena people who've joined the Shinde group have slowed down. ये public है, ये सब जानती है. महाराष्ट्र की public को बेवकूफ मत बनाइए.
You are sounding as if you are a spokesperson for another political
party. I'm a Maharashtra. Sir, let me tell you this. I am a citizen who has seen Maharashtra politics.
And that's why I'm saying that, Rajiv.
Are you denying this? On facts. Show me one fact I've got wrong. Challenge me on facts. Challenge me on facts.
I'm challenging on the fact that, what did you hear Mr. Praful Patel? What did he say? That there is an opposition gang who actually they're fighting among each other. They do not care for the country, that they do not care for the development. There is a party who feels that there is a development taking place in the country under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister.
So you're saying they have joined the BJP because they believe BJP is committed to development, led by a strong leader like Narendra Modi. Forget about all the other things that have been said in recent times. Politics is fluid. I have 20 seconds. You want a one-liner, Sanjay Jha? 20 seconds.
Okay, Rajdeep, in short, I think there is development, and there's development of communalism. It's a development of hate. It's a development of anti-constitutional behavior. It's a development of corruption in this country. That's what Narendra Modi government has done.
Okay.
And I can tell you just one last sentence, Rajdeep, that end of day at core, all fascist leaders have this art. They say one thing, they do another, and they expect the propaganda to take care of the rest. I do hope the people of India who are watching your program can see through what is being done.
Let's leave it. The public will decide. The public will decide. They're seeing what's happening in Maharashtra for the last 4 years, not just when what has happened today, but since the Uddhav Thackeray alliance was formed with the Congress NCP, the so-called secular alliance. Let's leave it there. I appreciate you joining us. Sahil Joshi, my colleague who knows Maharashtra inside out, will be joining me at the top of 9 to give us his perspective. No one knows what happens in Maharashtra better than Sahil. So he will join us right at the top of the 9 p.m. news. You're watching our special coverage on Maharashtra's Maha quake. Back in a moment.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free, Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brijesh Vashisht, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Maha Pawar quake. Ajit ditches Uncle Pawar.
मी अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक धडकथन करतो की
After Sena, NCP split. Big blow to Mission United opposition. The biggest coup before 2024.
Hello and welcome. Continuing coverage of the Sunday Maha coup that's taken place in Maharashtra, where once again there's been turbulent politics and a switching of sides. We'll tell you all that's happened in that state and what its implications are, not just for Maharashtra, but for national politics. You're watching our special coverage. Let's tell you our headlines at the moment. The NCP's Ajit Pawar dumps Uncle Sharad Pawar, joins the Shinde BJP government as a deputy chief minister, claims the support of over 40 MLAs. The NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar speaks out after his nephew's rebellion, alleges the revolt is Mr. Modi's making, it won't succeed, says he will go to the people, will remain with the opposition. After the bow and arrow fight, now a war for the NCP poll symbol and name, Ajit Pawar claims he is the real NCP. Majority of the MLAs are with him. One nation, one law divides opposition after AAP and Uddhav Sena. Mayawati also backs the one nation, one law. France on the edge, no end to arson and violence. President Macron ramps up surveillance, deploys 45,000 policemen on Paris' streets. 1,300 rioters are arrested. Just when you thought that Maharashtra's politics was quieting, guess what? There's been another Maha quake. That's right. Ajit Pawar has become Maharashtra's deputy chief minister for the third time since 2019. In a dramatic development this Sunday, Sharad Pawar's nephew did what many believed he was planning for months. Broke the NCP by staging a Sunday coup. He took oath then along with 9 more NCP MLAs, including another former deputy chief minister Chhagan Bhujbal, and joined the Shinde Fadnavis government. What does all this mean? Has the BJP effectively cornered Sharad Pawar like it did Uddhav Thackeray last year? And how will this play out in election year 2024? The latest episode of Maharashtra's Game of Thrones, the Maha power of Pawar play.
A Sunday afternoon shocker. NCP leader and Sharad Pawar's nephew Ajit Pawar sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is Ajit Pawar's third stint as Deputy Chief Minister since 2019. This time he's going to be sharing the post with Devendra Fadnavis. 9 other NCP MLAs, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Dhananjay Munde, Dilip Walse Patil, also joined the Maharashtra government along with Ajit Pawar.
सामने वाले विरोधक वो खुद का खाली अपना अपना स्टेट का देखते हैं। एक कोई मुझे लीडर अपोजिशन में दिखाओ कि वो देश का सोचकर देश में काम कर रहा है, ऐसा कहीं दिखाई नहीं देता। और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए हमें सबको ऐसा लगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में ही लोकसभा हो या आगे वाले चुनाव हो, उसके बारे में हम साथ साथ जाना चाहते हैं।
The Maharashtra cabinet now has 9 ministers from BJP, 9 from Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and 9 from NCP. This big move comes days after Pawar expressed his desire to step down as leader of opposition in Maharashtra Assembly.
ये डबल इंजन वाला सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहा था, इसको अभी ट्रिपल इंजन मिल गया है। ये अभी बुलेट ट्रेन की गति से भागेगा विकास के लिए। मैं अजीत पवार और उनके सभी सहयोगी उनका स्वागत करता हूँ।
NCP has 53 MLAs in the state. Ajit Pawar is claiming the support of at least 40. He needs 36 to evade provisions of the anti-defection law.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो। पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीने कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार।
महाराष्ट्र में आज हम सब एक हुए हैं, महाराष्ट्र की भी प्रगति होगी। और जैसे शिंदे का एस सुपर था, फडणवीस का एफ फास्ट था, अब पवार का पी ये प्रोग्रेस के लिए लगेगा, सुपर फास्ट प्रोग्रेस। ये आज हम तीनों पार्टियां एक मिलकर करेंगे।
Earlier in the day, Ajit Pawar met some party leaders and MLAs at his official residence in Mumbai. A meeting that NCP chief Sharad Pawar said that he was not aware of. His party is now staring at a split. Just a month back, Sharad Pawar had resigned as the NCP chief, only to take back his resignation 3 days later. He had then appointed his daughter, Supriya Sule, as the working president, a move that reportedly upset Ajit Pawar. The Uddhav Sena that had been split similarly after Eknath Shinde defected with 40 MLAs called Ajit Pawar a political opportunist.
जो मुख्यमंत्री है आज के मिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे, उनके ऊपर जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की जो तलवार लटक रही है वो जल्दी ही गिरने वाली है। उनके साथ 16 विधायक जो शिवसेना से फुट कर गए थे वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे और सरकार अनस्टेबल हो जाएगी। उसके लिए ये नया सपोर्ट लिया है।
The Maharashtra quake is a big jolt, not just to the Aghadi in Maharashtra, but also the mission opposition unity ahead of 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
Plenty of twists and turns. In a moment, I'll play that interview that I did with Prithviraj Chavan, where he has claimed that the NCP Enforcement Directorate section has joined the BJP. Remember, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But joining me now are other guests. Rahul Srivastav is our National Affairs Editor. He tracks all this very closely. Dr. Ajay Alok is spokesperson BJP. Priyanka Chaturvedi is MP of the Shiv Sena in Mumbai. Umesh Patil of the NCP is still with us. And also with us is Daniel Francis, who has been working with several Maharashtra politicians. But let's come first to the politicians. And I'll come to you, Ajay Alok, first, because I want to play, and I'm going to play this the second time, what Devendra Fadnavis said in 2019 about Ajit Pawar and the irrigation scam, and what Prime Minister Modi said about the NCP just a week ago. Please play that, and then I want you to respond and explain to our viewers why this sudden shift in stand towards the NCP. Please play that.
घोटाळ्यामध्ये अजितदादांची अवस्था आम्ही काय करणार. आमचे नाथाभाऊ खडसेंच्या भाषेत सांगायचं झालं तर आमचं सरकार आल्यानंतर अजितदादा चक्की पिसिंग 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 अँड पिसिंग. घोटाळ्यामध्ये अजितदादांची अवस्था आम्ही काय करणार. आमचे नाथाभाऊ खडसेंच्या भाषेत सांगायचं झालं तर आमचं सरकार आल्यानंतर अजितदादा चक्की पिसिंग 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 अँड पिसिंग.
This is what Devendra Fadnavis said in 2019. Now listen to what Prime Minister Modi, no less, said on 25th of June, addressing a gathering in Bhopal where he took on the Maha and the NCP in particular. Listen in.
ये विपक्षी दल किस चीज की गारंटी है. ये दल गारंटी है भ्रष्टाचार की. अगर मैं एनसीपी की बात करूं तो एनसीपी पर भी करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटालों का आरोप है. महाराष्ट्र स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक घोटाला, महाराष्ट्र सिंचाई घोटाला, अवैध खनन घोटाला, इनकी लिस्ट भी बहुत लंबी है. इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर कभी डाउन ही नहीं होता.
इन पार्टियों के घोटालों का मीटर डाउन नहीं होता. And the scams he mentioned, one of the main people allegedly involved is Ajit Pawar, who's now become Deputy Chief Minister in your government. Ajay Alok, try and make sense of this. Why did the BJP decide to compromise with corruption?
Well, Rajdeep, I would like to begin with that a man who was in habit to create earthquakes in Maharashtra politics for the last 40 years has been quaked today himself. And I'm really surprised that along with him, you are also quaked, not out of fear, but because of anger.
Not at all.
Because you know Mr. Pawar very well. And you are still wondering whether it has been done through his consent or it's a clear-cut
now you tell us.
Revolt.
You tell us.
You're also trying to figure it out.
You tell us.
Yeah, let me tell you. I'm coming. Don't get impatient. Don't get quaked. Relax. I can understand your frustration and anger.
That's I'm asking you to explain. 1 week ago you called them corrupt.
If somebody saying corrupt. Now let me tell you, in that irrigation scam, after Ajit Pawar became Deputy CM, the government gave him the clearance. Ma'am is there. The Chief Minister was Uddhav Thackeray. Within 3 days he was cleared from the irrigation scam. Isn't this? As far as cooperative scam goes, the cooperative scams, who is the main accused? It's not Mr. Ajit Pawar. And rest of the thing...
No, it's very much Ajit Pawar. Let me correct you. It's very much Ajit Pawar, and the Prime Minister referred to it a week ago.
No. Don't divert the issue.
Sir, I know my Maharashtra politics.
Don't divert the issue. The issue... Yeah, I'm also on Maharashtra politics. I'm not going on Mahagathbandhan politics. Don't worry. I'm not going to shift the post. I'm there on Maharashtra politics. What happened in Maharashtra politics is utter frustration. Why NCP was born? NCP was born because they were not ready to accept Sonia Gandhi as a Prime Minister because of their foreign origin. Sharad Pawar kept on increasing his stature as a national leader, to which every NCP worker was proud of. Now, without consulting anyone in the NCP, Sharad Pawar suddenly decides that he will go and propagate Rahul Gandhi as the Prime Minister all the way going to Patna, being so much senior to Nitish Pawar.
Sharad Pawar has never said Rahul Gandhi should be Prime Minister.
Self-esteem
Not
of
once.
NCP worker. Secondly, I will quote Sharad Pawar only.
Please quote Sharad Pawar saying that I want Rahul Gandhi as Prime Minister.
Sharad Pawar quoted Rajdip, listen to me please. Have some patience. Sharad Pawar quoted when Uddhav Thackeray resigned that the Chief Minister should be vigilant and the leader of opposition and the prominent leaders in the state should always be vigilant around themselves. That's what political happening is going on. What other leaders are doing, they should always be vigilant. And so Uddhav Thackeray, resignation was an immature step. He should have tried and saved his government. This was Sharad Pawar's statement. What was Sharad Pawar doing since 23rd? When on 24th and 23rd, Ajit Pawar made this statement. When on 29th, Ajit Pawar resigned from the leader of opposition, Sharad Pawar was all the way in Pune. Now today, after taking the oath, when he came to address the press conference, Supriya Sule was there with Ajit Pawar. She was there for half an hour and then she left. Today also in the press conference,
Are you saying the BJP believes that even Mr. Pawar is joining? Are you saying that the entire NCP is joining? Is that your claim?
See, I'm saying कि हिंदी में कहावत है कि नाम 3 में है ना 13 में. They joined because they believe in Narendra Modi's ability to lead the nation. They joined because they want to be part of the future of Maharashtra. Okay. They want their contribution for Maharashtra's progress, which they think if we join together, it will give more stability, more strength, and the strength in the coming up Lok Sabha, where we will sweep.
Okay, can I ask you a direct?
There's no doubt about it.
Okay, can I now, before I go to Priyanka Chaturvedi, can I ask you?
And if they want to strengthen us, what's your problem?
Can I ask you one direct question, sir? And I'm going to put a graphic on this. Hassan
You have
Mushrif.
been asking me direct question only.
No. Hassan Mushrif, who's become a minister. For the last few years, your leader, Kirit Somaiya, has accused him of corruption. He has just got interim bail from the Bombay High Court. Mr. Somaiya has day after day said he's the epitome of corruption. Devendra Fadnavis said Ajit Pawar behind irrigation scam and cooperative scam. You've got Chhagan Bhujbal, who was jailed for 2.5 years. Devendra Fadnavis said that he was the prime accused in the Maharashtra Southern case. I will give you others. Praful Patel faces ED charges from your government. And your government has time and again said Praful Patel's assets have already been, some of his properties have already been seized. I ask you, these are the individuals who today have joined you. Where does this leave the Prime Minister na khaunga na khane dunga claim? Straight answer to a straight question.
I will give you a very straight answer to the straight question. First of all, they have all come under the leadership of Ajit Pawar, right? Second of the thing, Mr. Praful Patel, if the property has been seized by the ED, the office, the so-called office, has not been released yet. Number 3, the minister you're talking about who Mr. Kirit Somaiya was mentioning, he has been given interim bail. And the Ajit Pawar wanted them to be a minister as a part of the agreement. Now it's a coalition government, right? Sir. And we are not tolerating corruption. It's not happening that they are the ministers, so they'll be allowed to do corruption.
Sir,
and in the process of the due course, if they are found guilty, they will be taken to the same time. They will be taken to the same task. Excuse me. Listen. Let me complete.
Yeah,
let me complete. Then you say. Let me complete. Then you say. We are not going to be a government of MVA. We are not going to be a government of Maha Vikas Aghadi where minister is sent to the jail and still he is retaining his ministership. That is not going to happen. Forget it. If he is accused and if he is sent to jail, then and there
so
is
the
resignation.
Sir, let me get this clear.
Action the party
is the
would like
rule
to
now,
take.
unless you are convicted, you can be a minister?
This is not the old NCP now.
Sir, are you telling me unless you are convicted, you can be a minister?
This is the new NCP.
Okay. Priyanka Chaturvedi respond because there will be those who say, just a minute, sir.
Minister, you won't be allowed to.
This is politics. Priyanka Chaturvedi, just a minute, Dr. Alok now.
To change the course.
No, just a minute.
You are too much in a hurry to change the course.
No, sir, you are not answering my question. You should be embarrassed.
You are too much in a hurry to change the course.
You should be embarrassed that people you called corrupt are your government.
When you have raised the question, let me answer your question when you have raised the question.
Yes, please do.
When I said, if he is sent to jail, even now, even during the trial process, then and there he will resign, he won't continue his ministership, like what we have seen in Maha Vikas Aghadi. That's not going to happen in BJP's government, that's for sure.
Okay.
Whether it is a coalition or whether it is an individual run BJP government.
Okay. So
now I'm clear.
Okay, you're clear. Basically, you can be accused, you can be charged,
Stop
but
getting
until you are
quaked,
convicted
Rajdeep.
and put to jail, you will remain a minister.
Stop
Priyanka
getting
Chaturvedi,
quaked.
now please put
I
down
guess
Ajay
stop getting
Alok's.
quaked, Rajdeep.
Okay, let Priyanka
I
Chaturvedi
really
have a
feel pity
say.
on you.
She should
Stop
also have a
getting
say. Priyanka Chaturvedi, simple question. The same Ajit Pawar was deputy chief minister in your government. Your government was also supposedly an unnatural alliance. You all broke with the BJP, even though you all had fought the election of 2019 with them. Nehle pe dehla. Last year Shiv Sena broken. Today NCP broken. Many would say the BJP leadership has struck against Uddhav Thackeray last year, Sharad Pawar this year.
No, they can continue to claim whatever they want to. They are going about town thinking that it is one of the most popular government which is governing Maharashtra. And that is in itself a big lie. And it is proved that it is a big lie by having to bring in an Ajit Pawar now. You all are going on importing people after people from different political parties to make yourself look better. It's not going to happen. And I was listening to the BJP spokesperson. He's made two things very clear, that whoever gets into the BJP washing machine gets an all clean certificate. This is very clear with what he just said, that they are not corrupt anymore. Second, what I figured out with what he was saying, he's got interim bail, that person's got a clean
corrupt.
sheet.
He's saying they've not
That
been
means the Prime
convicted, ma'am. He's saying they've not been convicted.
Exactly. So Prime Minister was briefed incorrectly because 48 hours ago the Prime Minister had something else to say. The Prime Minister called it one of the most corrupt parties, which has done corruption worth 70,000 crores and who can only think of corruption. So somehow that also, either the Prime Minister is wrong or the BJP spokesperson is wrong. So both of them cannot be right. So having said that, what is happening is a politics of opportunism, where they first initially tried to bring in Shinde thinking that they would break the party, Shiv Sena, but Shiv Sena being a cadre-based party, continues to rally behind Uddhav Sahab Thackeray continues to be very popular.
They've even got the symbol.
Look at us what? Yeah, so that's a temporary... No, listen. Let me just say one thing. After the symbol loss also we won a by-election. And we have been winning more seats than they have been winning as Maha Vikas Aghadi. So this is a temporary, the temporary happiness that they're getting out of breaking parties and feeling that they are the new age Chanakyas. And even Chanakya would be turning around in his grave every time he is linked to such kind of unconstitutional, illegal, immoral acts and activities of the BJP. So 2024, we are seeing the kind of people support that Uddhavji has been getting. We have been winning the by-elections that have happened even under the new symbol. Yet they had to bring in a third angle to it, goes to show that despite all their permutations and combinations, they face a massive loss in Maharashtra. And the only worry for them right now in Maharashtra is the Lok Sabha. They know that they're very unpopular there, 48 seats to win from there. And they are, your own India Today polls were showing that if Maha Vikas Aghadi is to contest together, they will get above 30 seats. So that is their fear. And because of the fear, they're willing to take anybody along. Again, the second point I'd like to make here is very small point that I'd like to make here. They used to have, they used to taunt the Maha Vikas Aghadi saying that it's a three-wheeler sarkar. Now what is their sarkar?
They're calling it triple engine, sir.
Unnatural alliance.
They're calling it triple engine.
Triple engine, yeah. Yeah. So the double engine failed. That's why they needed a third engine to work. The second point I'd like to make here is very simple. That here you are, talking together, sitting together. You called us an unnatural, unholy alliance. What is this alliance? Hindutva alliance. Then Eknath Shinde used to say, I had a problem with Maha Vikas Aghadi because of NCP. Ajit Pawar was not allowing us to work. Today the same Ajit Pawar is your deputy. And Devendra Fadnavis, who used to say chakki piecing and he'll go behind bars. He's going to work together with Ajit Pawar. So, I mean, those are the dichotomies that exist and people are watching.
Okay, people are watching, but Rahul Srivastav, what Priyanka Chaturvedi said in a way and is being hinted by other BJP spokespersons who've come is A, the BJP believes they've done a big jolt to the MVA in Maharashtra and the Maha Gadbandhan which was being formed possibly nationally by breaking the NCP today. Mr. Pawar could have become convener of this new alliance was the buzz. And in Maharashtra with 48 MPs where BJP Shiv Sena won 42 last time, they are now back in the game. Do you think this has been done short term purely with the Lok Sabha in mind? The BJP wants to ensure before the Lok Sabha that the opposition rules, states where opposition are strong are completely divided and decimated.
See, Rajdeep, for the first point, we used to say that there are no permanent
friends or foes in politics. I think now we should start saying that there are no permanent accused in politics. That is one very clear point. See, the concept of a disparate coalition, Rajdeep, is getting redefined. If you see the MBA, it has its own.
Can I just get your audio fixed for a moment, Rahul? We're having a problem with the audio, but you know, NCP's Umesh Patil has been the most honest person on my show. He says, राजनीति में ये होता है. उमेश जी, राजनीति में क्या होता है कि आप कहते हैं शरद पवार आपके देवता है, लेकिन आज आपने देवता को दगा दे दिया क्योंकि आपको सत्ता चाहिए, आपको ईडी से प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए. आप म्यूट पे हैं.
राजनीति में सब कुछ चलता है, मतलब आप समझ में इसको लीजिए कि ये पूरे देश में जो पटना में 17 पार्टियों की जो बैठक हुई, उसमें ये कोई चेहरा नहीं है देश का. और इसलिए अजीत दादा और उनके साथ जो हमारी पार्टी के एमएलए जो है साथ में, उनके साथ जो मीटिंग हुई कि अगर महाराष्ट्र में भी अगर गवर्नमेंट में हम आते हैं तो ये अगर केंद्र में अलग सरकार हो, महाराष्ट्र में अलग सरकार हो, तो ये इसका असर जो है महाराष्ट्र की डेवलपमेंट पे होता है. हमने देखा है कि उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में हम साथ में थे. अभी अलग अलग आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं, ईडी की वजह से गए, ईडी की इंक्वायरी की वजह से गए, लेकिन अगर हमने देखा कि उद्धव जी और उस वक्त अजीत दादा भी उसके डीसीएम थे, उस गवर्नमेंट में भी हम देख रहे थे कि हम लोग एलिगेशन कर रहे थे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पे कि फंड जो है महाराष्ट्र को नहीं दिए जा रहे. महाराष्ट्र को फंड नहीं दिए जाने की वजह से महाराष्ट्र में जो जिस तरह से रिसोर्सेस आने चाहिए, जिस तरह से इंडस्ट्री आनी चाहिए, वो जो महाराष्ट्र एक पूरे देश में नंबर 1 का स्टेट हुआ करता था, कुछ तरह से वो पिछड़ रहा है. ये राजनीति में अभी इंस्टेंटली लगेगा लोगों को कि ये कुछ भी हो रहा है, कैसे भी चल रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है.
तो आप लोगों को लगता है, आप लोग महागठबंधन के खिलाफ थे, आप लोगों को लगता है मोदी जी जो है वो सही नेतृत्व प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, इसलिए आप गए हैं, आपने अपने देवता को छोड़ दिया.
आज की सिचुएशन में बताइए मुझे कि सभी बीजेपी एक तरफ है, बाकी जो अपोजिशन है वो सभी पार्टियां एक तरफ है, इनमें से कोई भी डिसाइड, अगर इनको देश की बात लग रही है तो कोई तो डिसाइड करे कि ये हमारे नेता है. चुने राहुल गांधी को कि ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर का हमारा चेहरा है, कोई चुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. हर एक को अपना अपना चेहरा जो है इंपॉर्टेंट लग रहा है. तो देश के सामने ये 17 लोगों को रखेंगे और इनमें बाद में झगड़े शुरू हो जाएंगे कि कौन बनेगा प्राइम मिनिस्टर.
क्या शरद पवार आपके साथ हैं या नहीं है? साफ कहिए, शरद पवार आपके साथ हैं या नहीं है?
पवार साहब जो है हमारे साथ में आएंगे.
This is the
और
question
पवार
is
साहब को
increasing
सभी लोग कन्विंस करेंगे. पवार साहब
आप कन्विंस करेंगे, आप शरद पवार को कन्विंस करेंगे. ओके, आपने ये कहा कि आप कन्विंस करेंगे कि शरद पवार आपके साथ है. Daniel, is that a possibility that Sharad Pawar, who today has said he is with the opposition? No, एक minute. Daniel, do you believe that Sharad Pawar has a chance, or is there a possibility that if the Maha Gadbandhan doesn't work, Daniel, that Sharad Pawar will walk away and go to the other side?
Absolutely. Sharad Pawar's politics has always been the politics of impossibility. Not possibilities. He makes the impossible possible. How he became the chief minister for the first time. Let us not forget, we are asking questions of how BJP has taken Ajit Pawar. Why are we not asking questions to NCP that you are supporting a government by the BJP in Nagaland? Why are you not asking questions that when on contentious issues, the NCP walks out of Rajya Sabha and supports the BJP many a times? Why are we not asking questions to the NCP?
No, so are you saying that there was already a secret deal between Mr. Pawar and the BJP?
No, I'm asking why was Mr. Pawar, rescuing Devendra Fadnavis for the first 6 months in 2014? That government would not have been formed. Why are we not asking? The NCP, in a way, is a soft ally of the BJP. It is a soft ally in parliament. It is a soft ally in states where it needs support. And most importantly, why are we not asking question that the last time around, Mr. Pawar gave a blessing to Ajit Pawar to form the government with the BJP. Then they backtracked, and Mr. Ajit Pawar lost face. And why are we talking about Mr. Ajit Pawar and ED and corruption now? There was Ajit Pawar is recognized as one of the most able political administrator in Maharashtra and a great organizer. He also has a very big, stake and share in building this party. Parties in Maharashtra are not breaking, Rajdeep. They are imploding. They're imploding because merit. Person like Eknath Shinde or person like Ajit Pawar, who deserve to be where they have to be, are not giving chance. Last year it was the rise of the son and fall of the party. This year it is rise of the daughter and fall of the party.
Okay. Let's, very interesting, the idea that NCP has been a bit of a soft ally of the BJP. Remember, yes, 2014, they did support Devendra Fadnavis when he first came to power. And of course, then there was that short-lived 1-week experiment that was tried by Ajit Pawar. Try and try again. In Maharashtra politics, kuch bhi ho sakta hai. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll give you the big picture. What does this all mean for the general elections of 2024? I'll tell you a little bit more. You're watching our special coverage of the Maha coup in Maharashtra.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Okay, now there are two big questions that arise. What happens next in Maharashtra? What happens next across the country? The first question, Maharashtra itself. Sharad Pawar formed the NCP in 1999, protesting against Sonia Gandhi's foreign origins and the fact that she could be a prime minister candidate. Now, 24 years later, Mr. Pawar will have to struggle to save his party. Remember, the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav faction lost the symbol, bow and arrow symbol. The question now is, will Mr. Pawar lose both his party and the symbol? Take a look.
The biggest political coup of 2023, a sensational defection drama enacted by NCP's Ajit Pawar, and a huge dent on the mission opposition unity ahead of Lok Sabha polls. Maharashtra witnessed a politically busy day on Sunday as Ajit Pawar joined the NDA alliance and took oath as state's deputy CM. His third such oath in the last 4 years.
मी अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक दृढकथन करतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून.
What sent shockwaves in Maha politics was Ajit's claim of joining NDA as the real NCP. Ajit Pawar, who claims backing of 40 NCP MLAs, asserted that he will contest elections on NCP's poll symbol of clock.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीनं कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार.
Ajit's claim did not go down well with Pawar Sr., who pledged to fight the symbol war in People's Court.
मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळे थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही आहे.
Sharad Pawar, however, is still unsure about who in his party is still backing him. When asked about the remaining loyalists, the seasoned politician came out with a hilarious response.
भविष्यकाळासाठी तुमच्या पक्षाचा आश्वासक चेहरा कुठला?
शरद पवार.
The possible symbol war in NCB is eerily similar with a tussle over Shiv Sena's bow and arrow. Exactly a year ago, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena found itself in a similar situation when Eknath Shinde's rebellion toppled the Maha Aghadi government. All eyes will now be on NCP's future and the Pawar versus Pawar war. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so as you can see now, the next battle will be who will hold the symbol. That will be just one of the battles that will be played out in Maharashtra. Dr. Ajay Alok, whatever happens in Maharashtra, the future of Sharad Pawar is under question. The big question that is also being asked is that what does this do to the Maha Gadbandhan that was formed in your home city, or the first meeting was held a week ago? Has what happened today a connection with that Maha Gadbandhan? That the BJP wanted to send out a message that this Maha Gadbandhan can never work. We will one by one take it on in the states where it is being formed, whether it's Maharashtra or even Bihar tomorrow. The buzz is the JDU, your old party, could also break in a few days' time. Is that the aim?
Well, as far as Bihar goes, I think rather than breaking JDU, I think they are on the process of merger with RJD. Let's see when this happens. Well, Rajdeep, let me tell you, contradictions don't stay together for long. I remember on 23rd when this meeting happened, I had a debate with you and I said, Sad murate hi ole pade. Before this meeting, Manjhi went out of the Gadbandhan. During the meeting, Arvind Kejriwal went out of the meeting, didn't attend the press conference. After the meeting, we heard many good wishes from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary from Bengal. Then after the meeting, we heard good wishes from Arvind Kejriwal's spokespersons about the Congress Party. And respect from Mamata. And now this is happening. The NCP going their own way. The new NCP, I'd rather say, the original NCP. And today, Sharad Pawar has given ample indications that he's not going to court. He will go to the people. When people asked who is the leader of the NCP, he raised his hand, Sharad Pawar. So everything is going as what they are planning. Again, I'm saying, hum na 3 mein hai, na 13 mein. But what we are impressed with the fact that the pan-India, the belief in Narendra Modi policy is increasing.
Okay, so
people are believing that India is on a path of progress and everybody wants to Everybody wants to be in this path of progress.
Okay, so you're saying
if
this
this
entire
disturbs
Mahagathbandhan will gradually.
I can't help it.
You can't help it. Y'all are only giving it a push. छोटा सा नज दे रहे हो दिल्ली से कि कल अगर हमारी तरफ नहीं आएंगे तो ईडी आपके घर पहुंच जाएगा.
क्या जरूरत है? क्या जरूरत क्या है?
जरूरत ही नहीं
क्या
है
हमें ये करने की.
अच्छा चलिए.
How we are concerned?
Okay, you're not
जरूरत
concerned.
ही नहीं है. The original Shiv Sena and BJP contested together. The original Shiv Sena and BJP contested together, and we won 42 out of 48 seats. Now with Uddhav Thackeray leaving all his ideologies behind, putting Bala Saheb in a corner, who said that going with the Congress that's better than I should close my shop with Shiv Sena, and he's running with government with Congress. Do you think the people will have the faith? The core Shiv Sena voters who are ideologically believer of Hindutva, they will go with Uddhav Thackeray? No way.
Okay.
Don't take people of Maharashtra for granted. You are a Marathi itself.
Acha, okay. I you know, when politicians say don't take the people of Maharashtra for granted, हमाम में कोई, when it comes to Maharashtra, हमाम में इस समय सब नंगे हैं. But let's listen in to the Maha Vikas Aghadi political leaders. How have they responded to what has happened, including Sanjay Raut? Take a look.
Ajit Pawar pulling off a massive political coup by joining hands with Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena BJP government in Maharashtra. Breaking away from Uncle Sharad Pawar, claiming support of 40 MLAs and taking oath as Deputy CM with 8 loyalists as ministers, including old NCP hands like Chhagan Bhujbal, Dilip Walse Patil and Hassan Mushrif.
पूरे विधायक हमारे साथ है, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हमारे साथ है, बाकी के पार्टी के वर्कर हमारे साथ है. इसीलिए आज मैंने डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप का ओथ ली.
While Sharad Pawar officially said he will not legally challenge Ajit Pawar and take the war to the people, his party has moved to replace Ajit Pawar as NCP whip.
4 साल से पहले चुनाव के लिए लोगों के सामने गए तो हमारा टारगेट क्या था? मोदी का टारगेट क्या था? हम लोग. अब तक इनका टारगेट बना के इनके खिलाफ लाइन रखने के बाद 4 साल काम करने के बाद आज ऐसा क्या परिवर्तन हो गया?
पार्टी मतलब शरद पवार, वो घड़ी मतलब शरद पवार, वो झंडा मतलब शरद पवार, वो जिसके साथ है उसके साथ पार्टी है. तो शरद पवार उनके साथ नहीं है. शरद पवार ने स्पष्ट बोल दिया है.
While Sharad Pawar loyalists were seen smearing black ink on the posters of rebels, Ajit Pawar loyalists were also seen celebrating his joining the Maharashtra cabinet. NCP's Aghadi lies hit out at the Shinde government, predicting its fall in near future, while claiming no impact on opposition Maha.
मंत्रिमंडळाचा विस्तार शिंदे गटाचा व्हायला पाहिजे होता. तो झालाय का? अनेक दिवस त्यातले काही लोक गुडघ्याला बाशिंग बांधून बसले आहेत. आज त्यांचे चेहरे पाहिलेत का तुम्ही? अजित पवारांच्या शपथविधीच्या वेळी किंवा त्यांच्या आमदारांच्या शपथविधीच्या वेळी हे जे शिंदे मिंदे गटाचे लोक होते त्यांचे चेहरे फार पाहण्यासारखे होते.
इतनी मेजॉरिटी होने के बाद में भी अन्य पार्टियों से लोग लेने की नौबत आती है. इसका मतलब भी स्पष्ट है कि मौजूदा सरकार स्थिर नहीं है, स्टेबल नहीं है, पॉलिटिकली इनस्टेबल है.
The ruling Shiv Sena and BJP government welcomed Ajit Pawar and called it a massive blow to opposition.
ये डबल इंजन वाला सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहा था, इसको भी ट्रिपल इंजन मिल गया है. मैं अजीत पवार और उनके सभी सहयोगी उनका स्वागत करता हूं. निश्चित रूप से उनके अनुभव का भी सरकार को फायदा होगा.
The Maha quake realigning Maharashtra's political equations like never before. The move may have far-reaching impact on the 2024 polls.
The alliance between Ajit Pawar-led NCP joining hands with NDA-led Shinde-Fadnavis Maharashtra government has caught many by surprise.
as both the parties have had contrasting ideologies. The move is not just going to nullify the prominence of CM Eknath Shinde, but is also expected to reshuffle the power dynamics in Maharashtra. With camera person Mandar Sawan, myself Ritvik Bhalekar for India Today, Mumbai.
So what happens now to Eknath Shinde? The Chief Minister of Maharashtra has two deputy chief ministers, both of whom technically are senior to him in terms of their political experience. Will there be, as some suggest, another shift there? Devendra Fadnavis speculated to become Chief Minister, and Eknath Shinde may be moved to Delhi also was one view. But what happens next? Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, spoke to Eknath Shinde. Listen in.
शिंदे साहब, अभी जो हुआ है अचानक, आज 1 साल पूरा हो रहा था आपके सरकार बनने को, और बराबर 1 साल के बाद आपकी सरकार में एक डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। एनसीपी आपके साथ में आ गई है, ऐसा अजीत दादा का कहना है। अजीत दादा भी आपके साथ में डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
1 साल पहले एक धमाका हुआ था ना
जी,
साल खत्म हुआ कल, तो उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन अजीत पवार के
1 साल पहले धमाका हुआ था, उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया।
लेकिन
अजीत दादा पवार
जी
और उनके सभी विधायक, उन्होंने हमारी जो मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व वाली डबल इंजन सरकार जो मैं और देवेंद्र जी और हमारा मंत्रिमंडल चला रहे थे, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर, विकास के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है सरकार को। सरकार में आ गए, मैंने उनका स्वागत कर दिया है।
शरद पवार की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उनका ये कहना है कि ये रॉबरी है, ये उनका कहना है कि ये लूट की गई है।
तो पहले जब पवार साहब ने 2 बार पहले ऐसा कुछ किया था क्या? वो क्या डाका था क्या?
और पवार साहब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं है, लोग इनके साथ में हैं, सिर्फ विधायक आपके साथ में आए हैं।
अरे भैया, वो तो अभी दिखाई पड़ेगा ना सब। अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर मेजोरिटी विधायक, एमपी, पार्टी के लीडर तो मैंने देखे उसमें, उनमें तो एक कार्याध्यक्ष भी पार्टी का था, प्रफुल्ल पटेल।
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बनने की सोच रहे थे, उनको ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया, उसके वजह से वो नाराज दिख रहे थे जो स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुआ, क्योंकि उनकी जगह पे अब अजीत पवार के साथ में जो एनसीपी के विधायक आपके साथ आए वो मंत्री बन गए।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे लोग जो है ये कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में आए नहीं है। ये जनता की भलाई के लिए सरकार हमने बनाई है। ये लालच और कुर्सी की जो सरकार थी वो 2019 में बनाई थी, वो जनता के जनमत को ठुकरा के बनाई थी। जब शिवसेना भाजपा के गठबंधन वाली चुनाव हुई थी, साथ में हम चुनाव लड़े और सरकार बनाए दूसरे के साथ, ये तो अन्याय हुआ था। और तभी से लोग चाहते थे कि शिवसेना भाजपा का सरकार बने। हम 1 साल पहले सरकार बना दिया और ये सरकार बन गया हमारी कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में नहीं। और हमारे जो विधायक है वो एक टीम के तरह काम करते हैं, और निश्चित रूप से अभी ये जो हमारे शिवसेना बीजेपी के जो विधायक है, अभी उनका भी शपथ विधि हो जाएगा।
लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि 1 साल पहले जब आप बाहर निकले तब आपके विधायकों का यह कहना था कि एनसीपी शिवसेना को खत्म करना चाहती है, और आज उसी एनसीपी के साथ सरकार में शामिल होना, इसको लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब किधर है हमारे साथ?
लेकिन अजीत पवार और एनसीपी के बाकी लोग आपके साथ में हैं।
अरे अजीत पवार तो काम करने वाला नेता है ना, उसको तो काम ही नहीं करने देते।
आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी?
उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया था ना।
क्या आगे के चुनाव भी उनके साथ में लड़े जाएंगे, विधानसभा, लोकसभा या बाकी जो चुनाव होंगे वो सर?
चुनाव जो है, आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे और जोर से, ताकत से, मेजोरिटी से जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जी
आने वाली उसके बाद विधानसभा के चुनाव भी जो भी वो भी हम इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे, साथ में लड़ेंगे और मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शिंदे सर, आपने हमसे बात की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Eknath Shinde saying he will have no problem with Ajit Pawar as one of his deputies. Now, someone who has a problem, of course, is the Shiv Sena's spokesperson and MP Sanjay Raut. He insists that eventually this alliance will not work and instead this is advantage to the opposition. Listen in to what Sanjay Raut said.
मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं शिवसेना के सांसद संजय राउत। सर, आज एनसीपी भी तोड़ दी गई, शिवसेना के साथ भी कुछ ऐसा ही घटा था पहले।
देखिए, एनसीपी तोड़ दी, शिवसेना को तोड़ दिया और भी कुछ पार्टियों को, पहले तुर्दियों को तोड़ दिया था। उससे क्या होगा? 2024 में फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाड़ी ही सत्ता पे आएगी। लोगों को ये जो नौटंकी चल रही है, जो खेल चल रहा है, लोग नाराज हैं, लोगों के मन में गुस्सा है। कल तक आपने ये लोगों के ऊपर जिस प्रकार के आरोप लगाए थे, भ्रष्टाचार, ये वो ईडी सीबीआई, प्रधानमंत्री का भाषण आप देखिए भोपाल में, ये सभी नेताओं के ऊपर आरोप लगाए थे। और आज देख रहा हूँ राजभवन में ये लोग आपके साथ शपथ ले रहे हैं।
आरोप लगाया, मैं खुश हूँ कि अब इनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी या नहीं होगी?
हमारे बारे में भी यही हो गया, हमारे जो लोग वहाँ चले गए उनके ऊपर भी यही आरोप लगे थे। तो आपने उसमें से किसी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, बाकी सभी को मंत्री बनाया, तो ये कौन सा कानून है इस देश में? हाँ, ये कौन सा डबल स्टैंडर्ड चल रहा है राजनीति में कि हमारे पास आइए भ्रष्टाचार करिए, अगर और किसी पार्टी में हो तो आपको जेल में डालेंगे। हाँ, भ्रष्टाचार को मान्यता है ना, ये प्रतिष्ठा देने की बात है कि हमारे पार्टी में आइए, बीजेपी में आइए और खुलकर भ्रष्टाचार कीजिए, हमारी वॉशिंग मशीन में आपका स्वच्छ हो जाए।
अजीत पवार साहब कह रहे हैं कि अब जो डबल इंजन की सरकार अब नहीं, अब ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार चलेगी राज्य के अंदर।
इतना ही कहता हूँ, अजीत पवार जो है
तो वो भी कह रहे हैं हम एनसीपी हैं,
वो मुख्यमंत्री होने के लिए आप लिख कर, मैं दावे के साथ और जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोल रहा हूँ, एकनाथ शिंदे का खेल खत्म। अब एकनाथ शिंदे आने वाले दिनों में मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे। जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का केस चल रहा है वो उनके खिलाफ जा रहा है। एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ और 16 लोग जो है वो डिस्क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे और अजीत पवार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने जा रहे हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, कुछ MLAs का ये कहना है कि शरद पवार साहब ने राहुल गांधी के साथ में शेयर किया डाइस को ऑपरेशन मीटिंग के अंदर, उसकी वजह नाराजगी थी। और क्या महाविकास आघाड़ी इंटैक्ट है? इन दोनों
महाविकास आघाड़ी पूरी तरह से मजबूत और इंटैक्ट है। उद्धव ठाकरे साहब भी मजबूती से काम कर रहे हैं, शरद पवार साहब तो बहुत भावुक नेता है, कांग्रेस भी हमारे साथ है। महाराष्ट्र में चमत्कार होगा तो होगा।
So clearly the battle lines are drawn in Maharashtra. Just to tell you that in terms of numbers, this secures the Eknath Shinde government further in terms of the fact that they will now have almost 198 out of the 288 member Maharashtra Assembly. The big question, of course, is Lok Sabha 2024. Remember in the last elections, the BJP Shiv Sena combined won 42 out of the 48 seats in Maharashtra. 4 were won by the NCP, 1 was won by the Congress, and 1 was won by the AIMIM. So there was a big victory for the BJP in the elections in Maharashtra in 2019. Since then, especially in the last 12 months, we've seen that all is not well. The Maha Aghadi did score important victories. Now, was that one reason why this has happened? Or is this simply because there is a section within the NCP which is more comfortable with life in the BJP camp? Praful Patel at the moment is speaking to Sahil Joshi. Listen in.
पवार ने महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ ली है, लेकिन बात यहां पर आकर नहीं रुकती है। कुछ ही दिन पहले पार्टी में एक बदलाव किया गया था, जिसके तहत पार्टी में कुछ नए पद घोषित किए गए थे और उसमें वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट के 2 पद बनाए गए थे। उस पद पे प्रफुल्ल पटेल, जो शरद पवार के काफी नजदीकी माने जाते हैं, उनको भी शामिल किया गया था और वो भी इस पूरे समारोह में अजीत पवार के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर देखे गए। आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हुआ कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस में, एनसीपी में शरद पवार के घर में इस तरीके से फूट हुई, इस तरीके से बीजेपी के साथ और शिवसेना के साथ जाकर सरकार बनानी पड़ी? ये सारी चीजों पर हम बात करेंगे और हमारे साथ पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता, पार्टी के जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो रह चुके हैं और अभी वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट, पार्टी के राज्यसभा के सांसद प्रफुल्ल पटेल इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैंने आपकी आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी। सबसे पहले तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार ये हुआ क्यों? क्या कारण है कि ये आज इस तरीके से डिसाइड करना पड़ा कि हमें पार्टी में शरद पवार के विचार के खिलाफ जाकर बीजेपी और शिवसेना के साथ जाकर सरकार बनानी?
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है। आपने भी कहा कि कुछ समय से ये हमारे पार्टी के भीतर ये चर्चा जारी थी कि हम लोगों ने बीजेपी के साथ खास करके एनडीए में महाराष्ट्र के तौर पर हमने सरकार में जाना चाहिए। इसलिए नहीं कि केवल सत्ता की बात थी, क्योंकि क्या है, देखिए हम लोग भी महाविकास आघाड़ी जो आपने देखा, शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जब अध्यक्ष थे और कांग्रेस और हमारी सरकार बनाई, वो कोई प्राकृतिक हमारा कोई अलायंस नहीं था। वैसे देखा जाए तो महाराष्ट्र में हम बीजेपी को बहुत सारी बातें मतलब इधर उधर की करते हैं, उनके टीका करते हैं, लेकिन शिवसेना और बीजेपी एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं, और बल्कि ज्यादा रेडिकल जिसको कहते हैं वो तो शिवसेना है। अब हमने उनके साथ सरकार बनाई, ठीक है, पॉलिटिक्स में मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ राजनीति में कुछ कम ज्यादा बातें नहीं होती, होता है कुछ बातें मतलब वक्त को नज़ाकत को देखते हुए कोई निर्णय होते हैं, और उस वक्त वैसा हुआ। हालांकि ऐसा मेरे हिसाब से वो प्राकृतिक हमारा भी वो कोई निर्णय नहीं था। अब वो सरकार चली, 2-2.5 साल चली, ठीक है, कोरोना का भी 2 साल का वक्त निकल गया, उसमें बहुत सारी बातें पर्दे के पीछे रही। अब शिवसेना टूटी, हम तो सब लोग साथ में थे, और शिवसेना टूटने के बाद उसके बाद भी शिवसेना ही सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के तौर पर अपने आप को मतलब उस अलायंस में हम प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी का तो अब मैं कुछ ये नहीं कहना चाहता हूं, मगर नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव में अगर आप देखें तो कांग्रेस अभी भी मानने को तैयार नहीं कि भाई हम सबसे बड़ी पार्टी नहीं हैं, और मतलब ऑपोजिशन की पार्टी, और इसलिए बहुत सारे इश्यूज को लेकर हम लोग यहाँ नो डाउट ऑपोजिशन में साल भर से थे, मगर जो एक तालमेल होना चाहिए ना वो ऊपर सुपरफिशियल था। मगर जब हमको भी समझ में आ रहा था कि साल भर के बाद चुनाव में जाएंगे तो लोगों के सामने एक तो ना हम एक अच्छे तरह से पेश आ पाएंगे, और साथ साथ में वो जो अलायंस होगा कि कैसे होगा उसमें कितनी कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस खास करके एनसीपी को करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हमें मालूम है कि शिवसेना उद्धव साहब की एक उनकी बात अलग रहेगी, वहाँ कांग्रेस नेशनल पार्टी और हम सबसे बड़े हैं ऑपोजिशन में, उनकी एक अलग बनेगी, और कॉम्प्रोमाइज खाली एनसीपी को करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हमको कैसे भी करके ये कुनबे को आगे बढ़ाना है।
तो ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज तो अभी भी आपको करना पड़ सकता है। आज की स्थिति में बीजेपी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, बीजेपी ने पहले ही कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके अपने आप को डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बना के रखा है। एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री है, जो शिवसेना आप कह रहे थे कि अपने आप को बड़ा बनाकर पेश कर रही थी, वही मुख्यमंत्री है, और अब एनसीपी भी उनके साथ में चली गई है जो आप क्लेम कर रहे हैं। ऐसे में आपको अभी भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना पड़ेगा, ये भी 3 पार्टियों की सरकार बनेगी।
नहीं, बिल्कुल कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना पड़ेगा, उसमें भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर रहे थे, मगर देखिए एक बात आप समझिए, आप स्टेबिलिटी की बात करिए, एक लार्जर इंटरेस्ट की बात करिए। आज कितना भी कहोगे तो बीजेपी इस स्टेट की लार्जेस्ट पार्टी तो है ना, जो भले आज वो डिप्टी सीएम उनके पास हो, लेकिन 115 एमएलए का समर्थन लेकर वो पार्टी आज इस राज्य में उपस्थित है। उसके साथ अलायंस करने से, चाहे वो शिंदे साहब क्यों ना मुख्यमंत्री हो, आज हम अजीत पवार के माध्यम से उसमें जुड़े हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उस गवर्नमेंट को स्टेबिलिटी का एक नजारा नजर आता है। जबकि हमारी उस अलायंस में देखिए ना, चले गए एकनाथ शिंदे तो खत्म हो गया ना मामला। और वो पार्टी नहीं, और वो पार्टी भी देखिए, मैं कोई किसी पार्टी के बारे में टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, मगर मुझे लगता है, और फिर देख एक नेशनल सिनेरियो भी तो होता है। आखिर हमको भी लगता है भाई देखिए 9 साल से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी काम कर रहे हैं, लोकप्रिय है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। जो व्यक्ति लगातार 2 बार लोकसभा में एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी के साथ आता है जीत कर, लोकप्रियता के आधार पर ही आता है ना। कोई ऐसा, हमारी देश में डेमोक्रेसी तो है ना, कोई राज्य में काम अच्छा नहीं होता तो वहाँ हार भी होती है, मगर देश के लेवल पे अगर आप सोचो तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को होते हैं, कुछ आलोचक भी होते हैं लोग, हर आदमी उनका प्रशंसक होगा ऐसा भी नहीं होगा। हमने भी कल तक उनके विपक्ष में रहे, कुछ लोग आलोचक भी होंगे लेकिन हम विपक्ष में थे। क्योंकि शरद पवार साहब का और मोदी साहब का वैसे देखा जाए तो संबंध अच्छा रहा।
लेकिन उसके बावजूद वो कभी बीजेपी के साथ नहीं गए।
नहीं, वो अलग बात है।
1999 में भी नहीं गए। वो आइडियोलॉजिकल फ्रंट पर बीजेपी के साथ जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं।
आइडियोलॉजिकल फ्रंट की बात मत करिए प्लीज। मैं शरद पवार जी की किसी भी बात पर यहाँ टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा। मेरे वो मार्गदर्शक रहे, नेता रहे, कल थे, आज है और कल भी रहेंगे। मैं उनके बारे में कोई भी बात नहीं करूंगा। लेकिन मैं आइडियोलॉजी की जब बात करूंगा तो शिवसेना और बीजेपी में क्या फर्क क्या है? तो एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। हम इसके साथ है तो उसके साथ है। आइडियोलॉजी की मत बात नहीं।
लेकिन
मेरा कहना है इतना नहीं,
मेरी एंटी डेमोक्रेटिक है, इसके लिए हमको उनके साथ
नहीं। वो देखिए, मैं ये नहीं, मैं कोई आइडियल सिचुएशन तो ऐसे भी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। मैं जिस समय की जो परिस्थिति है उस परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात कर रहा हूँ। आइडियल सिचुएशन तो यही होनी चाहिए कि भी एनसीपी पूरे महाराष्ट्र में लड़े और हम जीते और हम हमारी सरकार बनाए। पर वो आइडियल सिचुएशन बन नहीं पाती है ना, तो इसलिए जो परिप्रेक्ष्य में अवेलेबिलिटी में ही हमको फैसला करना है। आज हम अगर देखें तो देश में नरेंद्र मोदी की पॉपुलैरिटी, आज एक देश में स्टेबिलिटी, आज देश में और देश के बाहर लोकप्रियता, देश का एक एक जिसको बोलते हैं कि एक शालीन एक पूरी विश्व का देखने का नजरिया, ये सब बातों को मिला जुला कर जब तक आप उसको नहीं, उस दायरे में नहीं देखेंगे। देखिए, मेरा भी, मैं कितना भी मैं अपने आप को अच्छा समझूं, मेरे 100 आलोचक होंगे, 10 प्रशंसक भी होंगे, वैसे ही सभी के होते हैं।
आज जब शरद पवार ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया आपकी बात सामने आने के बाद, और तब उन्होंने, आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होने के बाद उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, और उन्होंने शुरुआत की प्राइम मिनिस्टर के भोपाल में दिए हुए स्पीच से, और उन्होंने उसमें कहा कि जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री ने एनसीपी पर भ्रष्टाचार होने का आरोप लगाया था, और उसमें सिंचन घोटाले की बात हो, सिंचाई घोटाले की बात हो, या महाराष्ट्र स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव घोटाले की बात की थी। आज शरद पवार ये कह रहे हैं कि देखिए, यही लोग आरोप लगाते थे और आज उन्हीं के साथ सरकार में बीजेपी शामिल हो रही है, उन्हीं को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर शपथ दी जा रही है। तो या तो वो आरोप झूठे थे, या तो वो जो अभी कर रही है वो गलत है। आप उसको किस नजरिए से देखते हैं, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत बड़ा आरोप इस पूरे मामले के पीछे लगाया जा रहा है?
देखिए, अब मैं आज के या कल के बयानों पे मैं नहीं जाता हूँ। मैंने देखा है कि सामान्य तौर पर राजनीति में आलोचना करना, एक दूसरे के ऊपर कोई भी प्रकार की बातें रखना, ये मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है, एक्सेप्टेबल बात है, मगर कुछ ना कुछ चलते रहती है। और इसलिए किसी एक ने बोला या उसने बोला, वो मैं बात पे नहीं जाऊँगा। मैं तो इतना ही कहूँगा कि हम बीजेपी के साथ अगर आज गए तो बीजेपी भी हमारे साथ आई ना, तो दोनों बात है ना। तो ऐसा तो है नहीं कि वन साइड हम ही गए। बीजेपी, हमने एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया तो बीजेपी ने भी एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया, तभी तो तालमेल हुआ ना, तभी तो हम साथ में बैठे हैं। और अब हम साथ में बैठे हैं तो हम ये सब बातों को ये बहुत महत्व नहीं देते हैं। मेरा तो इतना ही कहना है कि आज की परिस्थिति में जो भी कुछ हमने फैसला लिया है, महाराष्ट्र के इंटरेस्ट में लिया है, डेवलपमेंट के इंटरेस्ट में लिया है, स्टेबिलिटी के इंटरेस्ट में लिया है, और लार्जर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट में।
बट सर, सरकार तो पहले से स्टेबल थी, उनके पास नंबर थे, 169 नंबर उनके पास थे शिवसेना बीजेपी की सरकार में। क्या कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को लोकसभा चुनाव में एकनाथ शिंदे के बलबूते पर वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते, ऐसा लग रहा था, इसके लिए आपको साथ में लिया गया?
देखिए, मुझे ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी के बारे में मैं नहीं कहूंगा, क्योंकि वो उनका फैसला है।
क्योंकि हमारे सर्वे में भी ये बात आई थी कि बीजेपी और एकनाथ शिंदे का कॉम्बिनेशन 35% से ज्यादा वोट नहीं पा सकता, उन्हें एक थर्ड पार्टनर की जरूरत पड़ेगी, और तब से ये बात चल रही थी कि थर्ड पार्टनर कहीं ना कहीं ढूंढना पड़ेगा, और वो आप ऑब्वियसली थर्ड पार्टनर निकल।
देखिए, एक बात पक्की है कि मैं उनके, एक तो पहले सर्वे वर्वे ये सब तो ठीक है, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि सर्वेस गलत होते हैं, मैं उसके एकदम साइंटिफिक डेटा को मैं एकदम अमान्य नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन मेरा ये भी साथ साथ में कहना है कि इट्स टू अर्ली। आज बहुत जल्दी, हम एक साल पहले कोई कल क्या होने वाला है इसके बारे में अगर सर्वे करके बोलेंगे। हाँ, ये बात जरूर है कि जैसे मैंने कहा कि हमने एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया, तो उन्होंने भी तो एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया ना।
तो ये ऑफर आपके तरफ से दिया गया कि उनके तरफ से आया?
नहीं, देखिए, बहुत टाइम से कहीं ना कहीं प्रत्यक्ष रूप से कहीं ना कहीं हमारी संवाद दोनों ओर से जारी था, मगर उसको कोई मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि उसका कोई अंतिम अंजाम तक पहुंचे थे। लेकिन देखिए, पॉलिटिक्स में मैं यही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, संभावनाएं सब खोजी जाती है। आज हम शिवसेना के साथ गए तो आखिर एक संभावना को नजर रखते हुए ही हम गए ना, नहीं तो शिवसेना के साथ हमारा जाने का सवाल ही नहीं है। सबसे ज्यादा आलोचना अगर एनसीपी की और शरद पवार जी की अगर किसी ने की होगी महाराष्ट्र की कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, तो शिवसेना ने ही की है।
तो आज वही दो आलोचकों के साथ में आप सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं?
नहीं देखिए, मैं ये
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी हो या शिवसेना हो,
नहीं देखिए, अब
क्योंकि आपको याद होगा कि जब एकनाथ शिंदे बाहर निकले तो उन्होंने भी यही कहा था कि एनसीपी हमको दबाने की कोशिश कर रही है, एनसीपी अपने विधायकों को फंड्स देती है और हमें उसके वजह से खतरा लगता है और इसके लिए हम उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं रहे।
मुझे तो लगता है कि वो इंटरनल डिस्प्यूट था शिवसेना के भीतर का। अब वो तो कहीं देखिए क्या होता है, कोई भी निर्णय को जस्टिफाई करने के लिए कि भाई मैंने सही निर्णय लिया लोगों को बताने के लिए, फिर आप किसी के भी कंधे पे बंदूक रख के गोली चला लो। लेकिन वो ठीक है, वो उनका विषय है, मुझे हमारा क्या लेना देना है। वो उनकी पार्टी से अलग हुए, क्यों हुए, कैसे हुए, उन्होंने अलग होने का बहाना हमारे कंधे पे डाल के गोली चला दी, ठीक है, उसके हमें लिए कोई कहना नहीं। हम आज अगर इस सरकार में गए हैं तो उसमें बीजेपी को अहम रखते हुए गए हैं, क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि बीजेपी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। अगर उनके 115 के 106 और 9 बाकी 9 उनके समर्थक नहीं होते, 115, तो हम ये सरकार में कैसे जाते।
इसके पहले भी आपने इसकी कोशिश की थी 2019 में, तब भी आपको अजित पवार को लगता था कि बीजेपी के साथ सरकार बनानी चाहिए और उसको लेकर काफी विवाद है कि क्या शरद पवार को उसकी मंजूरी थी कि नहीं थी, और आज की स्थिति में तो दिख रहा है कि नहीं थी उनकी मंजूरी।
देखिए, मैं फिर से कहूंगा कि शरद पवार जी के बारे में आप मुझे कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछे, कोई भी उनकी भूमिका के बारे में मेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो मैं उत्तर नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि चाहे आपको लगे कि मैं कोई बात को छुपा रहा हूं, बिल्कुल छुपा नहीं रहा हूं, लेकिन वो मेरे आदरणीय है और मैं उनको इस मामले में कोई भी इस वाद विवाद में खींचना नहीं चाहूंगा। वो भले मेरे बारे में कोई भी अगर कमेंट करना चाहे या कर ले तो भी उसका प्रत्युत्तर मेरे ओर से नहीं मिलेगा।
ठीक है, लेकिन देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो आज आपके साथ में सरकार में है, वो पिछले कुछ दिनों से बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि शरद पवार के समर्थन से ही 2019 में सरकार बनने की कोशिश हो रही थी और वो पीछे हट गए और अजित पवार आगे निकल गए, इसका खामियाजा अजित पवार को भुगतना पड़ा। ये तो आपको क्लैरिफाई करना पड़ेगा।
नहीं देखिए, बात ऐसी नहीं है कि मुझे क्लैरिफाई करना है। जो हुआ पानी बह चुका है, कई उसमें अलग अलग विधान आए हैं, स्टेटमेंट्स आए हैं। फिर मैं कहूंगा कि उसमें आप मुझे फिर शरद पवार जी और उनकी भूमिका या कोई भी
पता था इसके बारे में,
कोई भी बारे में मुझे टिप्पणी ही नहीं करनी है ना, क्योंकि शरद पवार जहां नाम आएगा, आज नहीं भविष्य में भी, मैं उसके बारे में, वो हमारे आदरणीय है, मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बात।
लेकिन सर अभी तो आपको उनके साथ लड़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि अभी शरद पवार साफ कह चुके हैं कि खास करके आपका नाम लेकर उन्होंने कहा है कि मैंने इनको अपॉइंट किया वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर, सुनील तटकरे को अपॉइंट किया जनरल सेक्रेटरी के तौर पर, और आप पार्टी के हितों के खिलाफ काम कर रहे हैं, आप पर पार्टी की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। दूसरी तरफ अजित पवार कह रहे हैं कि हम ही पार्टी है और हम पार्टी के नाम और पार्टी के सिंबल पर अपना हक जताएंगे। तो अब तो आपको शरद पवार के साथ लड़ाई करनी पड़ेगी।
कोई लड़ाई की बात नहीं है, पार्टी एक संघ है और पार्टी में आज जो निर्णय हमने लिया है ये ओवरवेलमिंग, जिसको कहते हैं कि बहुमत के आधार पर विधायक हो।
कितने विधायक आपके साथ में?
देखिए, नंबर पे क्यों जाते, समय आएगा तब आपको सब दिख जाएगा।
फिर भी कितने विधायक?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मतलब मेजोरिटी, बहुत भरपूर मेजोरिटी के साथ लोग मतलब आज अजीत पवार के इस शपथ विधि को समर्थन दे रहे हैं।
तो प्रफुल्ल भाई, यही तो बात आएगी ना। शिवसेना के मामले में हमने क्या देखा कि जिसके साथ मेजोरिटी है उनके पास पार्टी का नाम और सिंबल चला गया। शरद पवार तो इस बात को मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। वो तो कह रहे हैं कि कल वो यशवंतराव चव्हाण की समाधि पर जाएंगे और फिर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में आपके खिलाफ जनमत तैयार करने की कोशिश करेंगे, बीजेपी के खिलाफ जनमत तैयार करने की कोशिश करेंगे। ऐसे में पार्टी पर आपको कब्जा करना है तो आपको शरद पवार के साथ लोहा लेना पड़ेगा। 5 जुलाई को अब उन्होंने भी मीटिंग बुलाई है, आपने भी मीटिंग बुलाई है। आप भी पार्टी के नाम और सिंबल पर दावा रखेंगे कि नहीं रखेंगे?
देखिए, मैं तो और अजीत पवार ने आज स्टेटमेंट वहां पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में क्या कहा कि हमने जो फैसला किया है वो एनसीपी के तौर पर किया है, इसलिए एनसीपी ही ये फैसला कर रही है, इससे ज्यादा मैं कुछ नहीं कहूंगा।
तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष तो शरद पवार है, लेकिन
आपको यही कहूंगा कि कोई भी पार्टी में एक चर्चा, विचार विनिमय और कहीं ना कहीं डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस होती है। उस डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस में अजीत पवार ने वो फैसला लिया है।
तो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस में अजीत पवार के साथ ज्यादा विधायक, ज्यादा सांसद और ज्यादा चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि अगर आएंगे तो वो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बन सकते हैं। शरद पवार जो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष वो हट सकते हैं, यही बात निकल कर आएगी उसमें, जिस तरीके से शिवसेना में हुआ।
नहीं, वो
कि एकनाथ शिंदे शिवसेना के मुख्य नेता बन गए और उद्धव ठाकरे को शिवसेना यूबीटी के नाम से एक अलग पार्टी बनानी पड़ी। ओरिजिनल नाम और सिंबल उनके पास नहीं।
देखिए, अब ये सब तांत्रिक बातों में अभी मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, क्योंकि अभी आज ही तो कुछ निर्णय हुआ है, और इसलिए मैं ये ज्यादा न कहते हुए इतना जरूर कहूंगा, अजीत पवार ने भी कहा हम एनसीपी हैं, एनसीपी के नाम पर, एनसीपी के सिंबल पर हम चुनाव।
असली एनसीपी आप हैं
भाई, एनसीपी हम हैं। अब असली और नकली का इसमें कोई सवाल ही नहीं आता, एनसीपी एक ही है।
आज सुप्रिया सुले, आप जब मीटिंग हो रही थी तब सुप्रिया सुले भी वहां पर आई थी और एक बार वो बाहर निकली, दोबारा क्या उन्होंने आपको मनाने की कोशिश की इस बार पूरे?
नहीं, सुप्रिया जी हमारी तो देखिए छोटी बहन है, और मेरे तो पारिवारिक संबंध उनसे पूरे परिवार फैमिली से है, और हमेशा रहेंगे, आज के बाद भी रहेंगे। अगर आप किसी को गलत फहमी हो तो वो भी दूर कर दें। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि वो आई थी, उनको देखिए उनके भाई के घर आई थी, और तो उनका घर है, मैं तो कुछ उसके बारे में कोई बोलूँगा भी नहीं। और कुछ बात हुई, मेरी भी हुई, उनकी भी हुई, अजीत पवार साहब की भी हुई, और मुझे लगता है कि ठीक है, थोड़े डेफिनेटली व्यूज अलग हैं, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है, मगर कहीं ना कहीं देखिए हर पार्टी में अगर आप सोचोगे, कोई भी बड़ी से बड़ी पार्टी हो, बीजेपी क्यों ना हो, वहां पर भी थोड़े व्यूज के डिफरेंसेस हो सकते हैं, लेकिन जब फैसला होता है तो वो तो एक ही होगा।
सर, फैसला लेकिन अध्यक्ष करते हैं पार्टी के, यहाँ तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष का फैसला नहीं।
पार्टी के अध्यक्ष नहीं, पार्टी का फैसला। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, मैं कोई फिर से बोलता हूँ, आप मुझे वो उस विवाद जो आपके मन में है वो मत उसमें मुझे ले जाइए। मैं शरद पवार साहब के बारे में मैं न बोलूंगा, न कहूंगा, न सुनूंगा।
लेकिन क्या एनसीपी की जब आपकी 5 तारीख को मीटिंग होगी उसमें क्या होने जा रहा है? क्या आप विधायकों को बुला रहे हैं, पार्टी के बाकी नेताओं कार्यकर्ताओं को उसमें बुला रहे हैं? किस तरीके का स्वरूप होगा? क्योंकि उसी दिन जयंत पाटिल और शरद पवार ने एक एनसीपी की मीटिंग बुलाई है।
मुझे कौन मीटिंग बुला रहा है मुझे नहीं मालूम, मुझे इतना मालूम है कि हम 5 तारीख को मीटिंग इसलिए बुला रहे हैं कि देखिए कोई फैसला होने के बाद, हालांकि बहुत सारा कंसल्टेशन हुआ है, बहुत सारे सीनियर लीडर्स, बाकी के भी बहुत पदाधिकारी और MLAs, MPs, इनकी भी चर्चा हुई है, और तब भी ये फैसला हुआ है। नेचुरली कोई अजीत पवार अकेले फैसला ले सकते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। तो ये बात को अब कहीं ना कहीं अब थोड़ा पब्लिक डोमेन में तो लाना ही पड़ेगा ना, पार्टी का दायरे में, उसमें ज़्यादा व्यापक एक चर्चा बोलिए, उसमें पार्टी में एक जिसको कहते हैं कि एंडोर्समेंट बोलिए कि भाई ये हमने जो फैसला आप लोगों के एक विचार के हिसाब से हमने जो लिया है, अब आप सबके सामने हम उसको और अधिक मतलब जिसको बोलते हैं कि मान्यता देने के लिए हम इसको रख रहे हैं। तो ये तो होगा, ये हर पार्टी में होता है, मतलब ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। अब आप बोलोगे कि हर कार्यकर्ता को हर गांव में जाके पूछोगे कि भाई ये आपको करना है कि नहीं करना है, कभी ऐसा हो सकता है? एक डिसीजन मेकिंग का एक पिरामिड होता है, वो पिरामिड में कुछ लोग इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। अगर पूरे पिरामिड को इन्वॉल्व करोगे तो आप कोई भी, मतलब हमारी पार्टी छोड़िए, किसी भी पार्टी में फैसला नहीं हो पाएगा।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि पार्टी के बीच में बातचीत हो रही थी, और जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया कि पिछले कई महीनों से ये बातचीत हो रही थी कि बीजेपी के साथ में अलायंस होनी चाहिए। क्या आपकी कभी शरद पवार से इसके बारे में बातचीत हुई थी? क्या आप लोगों ने जाकर कभी शरद पवार को भी इस बारे में कहा था कि हमको पार्टी के कई विधायकों को लगता है कि बीजेपी के साथ जाना चाहिए? क्या ये बात कभी हुई थी?
नहीं, पार्टी के भीतर जो एक विचारधारा होती है, या जो एक मनसा होती है, या एक सोच होती है, उसके बारे में तो नेचुरली चर्चा कहीं ना कहीं होती है और उन तक भी पहुंचती है।
तो आपने उनसे बात की थी इसके बारे में?
हाँ, मैंने भी की हुई, कई लोगों ने की, मगर वो ठीक है, कोई फैसले तक हम नहीं पहुंचे थे।
बट वो मानने के लिए तैयार
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। कोई फैसले तक नहीं पहुंचे तो उसका मतलब कोई थोड़ी माने कि नहीं माने।
मैं सवाल इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि 2 मई को जब शरद पवार ने यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटर में जब उन्होंने भाषण किया, तब उन्होंने अचानक फैसला अपना जाहिर कर दिया कि मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष नहीं रहना चाहता। उसके बाद आप सब लोगों ने उनको मनाया कि आप पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बने रहिए। आज 2 महीने के भीतर आप ही लोग अब उनको ये मनाने के बजाय कह रहे हैं कि हम एनसीपी है और हम अपनी सरकार बीजेपी के साथ मना रहे हैं, शरद पवार आपके खिलाफ भूमिका ले रहे हैं, तो क्या एक दोबारा कोशिश की जाएगी दोबारा उनके पास जाके मनाने की कि भाई हमने बहुमत का फैसला है, आप हमारे साथ में रहिए और आप हमारे नेता बने रहिए करके?
देखिए, दोनों बात जो आपने पूछी ना उसमें फर्क है। किसी ने वो 2 तारीख को जो उन्होंने इस्तीफा अपना कहा कि भाई मैं नहीं रहना चाहता हूं और पार्टी में जो भी है ये कुछ लोग बैठ के फैसला करें आगे का, तो किसी के भी मन में आज भी इस वक्त भी कोई यह नहीं है कि भाई पवार साहब ने इस्तीफा देके मतलब छोड़ देना चाहिए, कोई किसी के मन में तब भी नहीं, आज भी नहीं। अब इस्तीफा देना एक बात है और फैसला करना एक बात है।
पर आपने कहा कि आप पार्टी की कमान संभाली है ना,
क्यों नहीं कहेंगे हम आज भी नहीं चाहते।
आप जो बोलोगे वो हम मानने के लिए तैयार है, ये भी तो कहा था।
नहीं तो भाई जो बिल्कुल कहा था, उसमें कोई गलत बात क्या है? कौन चाहेगा कि शरद पवार जी को मतलब हमसे दूर हम हो या वो हो?
बट अभी तो नहीं मान रहे ना उनकी बात, वो खुद ही कह रहे हैं कि मेरी बात उन्होंने नहीं मानी।
ठीक है। देखिए, मैंने फिर बोल रहा हूं कि ये लार्जर डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस है। कोई शरद पवार जी या उनके अकेले की बात तक हम सीमित न रहते हुए एक सोच जो बनी थी उसके आधार पर आगे।
अब आगे का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसे होगा, क्योंकि अभी ऑलरेडी एक सरकार चल रही है, आपके 9 मंत्री अब उसमें चले गए हैं। क्या पार्टी को उम्मीद है कि कोई अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो अजित पवार को मिले, क्योंकि आज की स्थिति में हमने देखा कि 6 पोर्टफोलियो देवेंद्र फडणवीस के पास है। क्या कम से कम फाइनेंस या उस तरीके का बड़ा पोर्टफोलियो अजित पवार को मिले उसकी कोशिश रहेगी? आपके मंत्रियों को अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो मिले उसकी कोशिश रहेगी?
देखिए, एक बात तो पक्की है कि कोई भी अलायंस होता है तो उसमें सम्मानजनक अलायंस होना चाहिए, पहली बात। जब ये फैसला हुआ तो स्वाभाविक है कि चर्चा हुई, और चर्चा में इतना तो जरूर हुआ कि भाई जो भी हम ये फैसला लेंगे तो उसमें हमारा सम्मान और हमारा योगदान, दोनों बातें ना। सम्मान तो एक होता है कि खाली चलो मेरे को ये मिल गया बोल गया, हमारा योगदान भी तो है ना। आखिर आज अजीत पवार है, अच्छे हमारे अनुभवी लोग हैं। आज आप देख लीजिए पूरे महाराष्ट्र के सभी पार्टी के नेताओं में, ये किसी पार्टी का नेता को अपमानित या छोटा नहीं दिखाना चाहूंगा, लेकिन कद्दावार नेता, अनुभवी नेता आज राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के पार्टी के पास हैं, और वो सारों का योगदान वो भी तो देखना पड़ेगा ना। सम्मान तो एक खाली ये हो गया, चलो पॉलिटिकल एडजस्टमेंट हो गया, ये दे दिया वो दे दिया, ये तुम्हारे इतने नंबर है तो इतना नंबर के हिसाब से ये दे दिया। एक योगदान होता है, तो वो योगदान महत्वपूर्ण है। और राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ अगर हम उधर गए हैं तो उधर से भी हमारे प्रति चाहत अगर है तो योगदान का भी एक आगे का जो उनके मन में अपेक्षा होगी वो भी हमारे को देखते हुए जरूर मुझे लगता है कि अच्छे पोर्टफोलियो, अच्छे मतलब बार्टर नहीं, जिससे हमारे तरफ से योगदान हम इस सरकार को और महाराष्ट्र को प्रदान कर सकते।
सीट शेयरिंग का आप कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि आपने उसके बारे में भी बात की होगी। हाल ही में हमने देखा कि शिवसेना के कई सांसद या नेता ये बोल रहे थे कि बीजेपी के साथ भी सीट शेयरिंग जब हम करेंगे तो हमारा हिस्सा हमको मिलना चाहिए। 22 लोकसभा की सीटें हमने 2019 में लड़ी थी, 22 की 22 हमको मिलनी चाहिए। अब तो तीसरा पार्टनर आ गया है घर में, अब उनको भी तो कुछ हिस्सा देना पड़ेगा। क्या ये थोड़ी जगलरी आपको करनी नहीं पड़ेगी उसमें?
देखिए, कोई भी अलायंस, क्योंकि अलायंस तो अब क्या हो गया है कि एनसीपी 1999 में जन्म में आई, तब से मैं तो सदस्य हूँ, तब से ही मैं तो देखता ही हूँ अलायंस की जितनी भी बातचीत हुई कांग्रेस के साथ, खास करके उस शुरुआत के दिनों में, क्योंकि 20 साल तो कांग्रेस के साथ, मतलब हर चुनाव अलायंस हुआ तो कांग्रेस के साथ हुआ, एक बार नहीं हुआ तो भी ठीक है, मगर हुआ तो जब भी तो मैं तो हर अलायंस की चर्चा में रहा हूँ। मैं ही बल्कि उसमें बहुत सारा मतलब मेरा समझ देता था। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये सब अलायंस की बातचीत है ना, ये थोड़ी चर्चा ज्यादा चलती है, मगर जब नतीजे पर आना होता है ना,
बट यहाँ भी सबको एडजस्टमेंट करना होगा, बीजेपी को, शिवसेना
तो कोई भी अलायंस में करना होगा। एमबीए में होता तो नहीं करना पड़ता। उद्धव ठाकरे जी थोड़ी मानने वाले थे कि मेरे इतने लोग चले गए तो भी मेरे को उतनी जगह कम होनी चाहिए। वो तो अभी भी वही वो सोचेंगे ना कि वो चले गए लेकिन वो मेरी जगह है। तो मुझे खैर उनकी क्या सोच है उसके बारे में मुझे यहाँ थोड़ी टिप्पणी करना है, मगर इतना मैं कहूंगा कि भाई हर अलायंस की जो चर्चा होती है उसमें गिव एंड टेक तो करना ही पड़ेगा, उनको भी करना पड़ेगा, हमको भी करना पड़ेगा।
केंद्र में भी आपको कोई पोर्टफोलियो मिलेगा? आप मंत्री रह चुके हैं यूपीए की सरकार में, क्या आपको कोई?
देखिए, अभी हमने उसके
बारे में कोई बातचीत हुई है?
हमने आज इस घड़ी तक किसी भी प्रकार की कोई ऐसी चर्चा नहीं की कि जिसमें कोई केंद्र या बाकी की कोई जगह पर हमारा कोई योगदान होना चाहिए, स्थान होना चाहिए। मैं योगदान इसलिए बोलता हूं क्योंकि हम योगदान मतलब हमारी काबिलियत के आधार पर बात
राज्य के बारे में चर्चा हुई है, केंद्र के बारे में?
हाँ, नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से कोई हमने कोई ना बात की है, ना कोई चर्चा की है, न कोई हमने कोई बार्गेनिंग करने की कोशिश भी की है इस पूरे प्रक्रिया में।
क्या इसमें अमित शाह और प्रधानमंत्री से कुछ बातचीत हुई है आपकी? क्योंकि इससे पहले हमने देखा था कि आपकी बातचीत होती रहती थी उस मामले में।
नहीं, देखिए, अब मेरी व्यक्तिगत अगर बात करेंगे तो मेरे संबंध तो सबसे रहे ना, मैं केंद्र में रहा हूँ।
ये करते समय कुछ
नहीं, ये करते समय मुझे लगता है कि देवेंद्र जी ही इसमें मतलब पूरा उनका ध्यान था।
तो देवेंद्र फडणवीस से
और देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने ही इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में हिस्सा लिया और स्वाभाविक है उन्होंने यहाँ बात की तो केंद्र के उनके वरिष्ठों से उन्होंने बात की होगी और जरूर अब हम ज्वाइन हुए तो अब हम जाएंगे, उनको भी मिलेंगे और जरूर ये भी कहेंगे कि सरकार महाराष्ट्र में या हमारे यहाँ की महाराष्ट्र में आगे कैसे हमारी सबकी मिलकर सरकार आए उसके लिए कोशिश करें।
शरद पवार आज कह रहे थे कि उन्हें कई नेताओं के फोन आए हैं, दिल्ली से फोन आए हुए, ममता बनर्जी हो या बाकी सारे नेता हो, सोनिया गांधी ने उनको फोन किया हुआ है। तो अपोजिशन पार्टी की जो मीटिंग हुई थी उसके लिए आप भी गए थे। माना जा रहा था कि शायद शरद पवार को कोई कन्वेनर या उस तरीके का पद मिल सकता है उसमें। क्या अब ये मौका उनसे छीन जाएगा क्योंकि उनकी खुद की पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं रुक पाई?
देखिए, मैं फिर से उनके बारे में नहीं कहूंगा, इतना जरूर कहूंगा इस देश के एक कद्दावर नेता हैं, उनको अनुभव है, उनके संबंध पूरे भारत में है और मैं इतने साल उनके साथ रहा, मैं कैसे इस बात को इनकार करूं क्योंकि मैं देखा हूं, नजदीक से देखा हूं। लेकिन बात
अब उनसे बातचीत नहीं होगी।
नहीं, देखिए सुनिए ना, बात मेरा क्या कहना है, ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी का जो मामला है ना, बहुत कठिन मामला है, ये इतना साधारण सीधा मामला नहीं है। एक तो पहली बात तो देश के लोगों को हम पहले कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे कि हम इतनी सारी पार्टी मिलकर देश को एक अच्छा सरकार प्रदान करने का काम करेंगे। देखिए, पहले इसलिए संभव होता था कि कांग्रेस 150-200 सीट लेके आती थी, तो उससे क्या होता था कि भी कांग्रेस के इर्द गिर्द फिर बाकी के पक्ष साथ में हो जाते थे।
क्या आप राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व में काम करने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे? ये बात हम मान के चले?
नहीं, राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व का सवाल ही नहीं आता है क्योंकि राहुल गांधी एक तो पहले खुद ही वो नेतृत्व नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो तो खुद ही उन्होंने छोड़ के खड़गे जी को बना दिया है। दूसरा, राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व में 2014 और 19 के नतीजे भी सामने हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जब तक 150 से 200 सीट कांग्रेस पार्टी खुद न लाए तो उसके आजू बाजू में एक अलायंस, पहले यूपीए कैसे बनी कि कांग्रेस बड़ी पार्टी थी तो एक अलायंस बन गया और पहली यूपीए तो इसलिए बनी कि 64 लोग जो लेफ्ट पार्टीज के थे उन्होंने बिना स्वार्थ, बिना कोई मांग किए, उन्होंने बिन शर्त वहां पर समर्थन किया, इसलिए एक बड़ा ग्रुप हो गया। अब ऐसी कोई परिस्थिति आपको क्या लगता है आज कोई भी एक भी दल ऐसा है कि जो 20, 25, 15, 10 जो भी सीट लेके आए और बोले मैं तो बिन शर्त इस देश में कोई पर्यायी सरकार बने इसलिए मैं समर्थन करने को तैयार हूं? कोई नहीं होने वाला है।
बहरहाल प्रफुल्ल भाई, आप फिलहाल शरद पवार को पर कुछ बात नहीं करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन आपको पता है कि जब कुरुक्षेत्र में लड़ाई होती है तब अपनों पर बाण चलाने पड़ते हैं और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले कुछ दिनों में एनसीपी में भी हमको इसी तरीके का चित्र दिखाई देगा क्योंकि अभी दोनों खेमों में तलवारें खींच चुकी हैं और अब यह लड़ाई आर पार की होगी, इतना तो हम कह सकते हैं।
नहीं, आर पार का सवाल ही नहीं है इसमें। देखिए, मैं फिर आपको दोहराना चाहता हूं कि ये डिसीजन कोई अजित पवार ने अकेले नहीं लिया है, प्रफुल्ल पटेल ने अकेले नहीं लिया है, कहीं ना कहीं तो पार्टी में ये सोच जब तक लार्जर बड़े पैमाने पे नहीं हो सकती तो ये निर्णय भी कहां से करोगे आप निर्णय क्या, कोई भी आदमी जो भी निर्णय करता है और ऐसा निर्णय करता है तो कोई आत्महत्या करने के लिए करता है
तो
क्या?
मतलब अगर एनसीपी को अहम स्थान मिलता है एमबीए में तो ये बात नहीं होती क्योंकि आपका शिवसेना अहम स्थान लेने की कोशिश कर रही है, उद्धव ठाकरे नेतृत्व करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, ये दिक्कत थी थोड़ी।
नहीं, अब जो भी आप बोलिए, मगर एक बात तो है कि ऊपर से अच्छा दिखता था पर ऑल वेल जिसको बोलते हैं, ऐसा कोई एमबीए में भी कोई वो वज्रमुठ सभा कर लें, मीटिंगा कर ले, ठीक है, वो दिखाने के लिए अच्छा रहता है, मगर ऑन ग्राउंड कभी कोई बैठ के फैसला कैसे करना, किस तरह से, कौन लीडरशिप करेगा, क्या हमने लीडरशिप क्या शिवसेना को उद्धव जी को दे दी थी कि नहीं दी थी, ये कोई मतलब सब आखिरी वक्त तक आप ये अगर ग्रे एरिया में चलोगे तो कब तक आप मतलब इस तरह की लोगों को विश्वास देने में सफल होगे।
ठीक है प्रफुल्ल भाई, अभी बात खत्म नहीं हुई है। जैसे मैंने आपको कहा, मुझे लगता है कि दोबारा हमको बातचीत करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि 5 तारीख को आपने भी मीटिंग बुलाई है, शरद पवार ने भी मीटिंग बुलाई है। उस दिन पता चल पाएगा कि कौन किसके साथ में कितना है, लेकिन पार्टी के नाम और सिंबल के बारे में आपको शरद पवार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ेगी, ये बात तो खुलकर साफ नजर आ रही है।
चलिए, अब आपका नजरिया है, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता है, लेकिन देखेंगे।
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, आपने हमसे बात की इसके लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं कि कम से कम ये अलायंस महाराष्ट्र में ठीक से काम करे। 1 ही साल बचा है, महाराष्ट्र ने 3 सरकारें देखी है पिछले 2019 से लेकर। 3 दिन की सरकार, 2 साल की सरकार और अभी एक नई सरकार 1 साल के बाद, उसमें एक थर्ड पार्टनर देखा है। कम से कम इसके आगे कोई स्टेबल सरकार महाराष्ट्र में दिखाई दे, इतनी हम उम्मीद करते हैं। लेकिन बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने हमसे बात की इसके लिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site bestcolleges.indiatoday.in and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Possible human remains from the Titan submersible were recovered on Wednesday, brought to shore alongside what's thought to be debris of the shattered vehicle. Video shows what appeared to be the nose of the submersible and other fragments wrapped in white tarp, winched from a ship and unloaded at St. John's Port in Canada's Newfoundland. The fragments may shed more light on what caused the catastrophic implosion of the sub, which was descending to the century-old wreck of the Titanic earlier this month. Among the dead on board was Stockton Rush, CEO of OceanGate Expeditions, which operated the sub. Also killed were British billionaire Hamish Harding, Pakistani-born businessman Shahzada Dawood and his son, and French oceanographer Paul-Henri Nargeolet. The US Coast Guard said in a statement medical professionals will conduct a formal analysis on the presumed human remains. Experts had raised safety concerns about the Titan sub and questioned OceanGate's decision not to pursue recognized certification processes for the sub's design, fabrication and testing. The accident has also raised questions about the unregulated nature of such expeditions. The debris field of the doomed vessel was found last Thursday near the wreckage of the Titanic, 13,000 feet deep in the North Atlantic Ocean.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet, but it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Ajit Pawar is Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister for the third time since 2019. In a stunning development, Sharad Pawar's nephew staged a Sunday coup. He took oath along with 9 more NCP MLAs and joined Shinde-Fadnavis government. Here is how this latest episode of Maharashtra Game of Thrones is playing out.
A Sunday afternoon shocker. NCP leader and Sharad Pawar's nephew Ajit Pawar sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is Ajit Pawar's third stint as Deputy Chief Minister since 2019. This time he's going to be sharing the post with Devendra Fadnavis. 9 other NCP MLAs, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Dhananjay Munde, Dilip Walse Patil, also joined the Maharashtra government along with Ajit Pawar.
सामने वाले विरोधक वो खुद का खाली अपना अपना स्टेट का देखते हैं। एक कोई मुझे लीडर अपोजिशन में दिखाओ कि वो देश का सोचकर देश में काम कर रहा है, ऐसा कहीं दिखाई नहीं देता। और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए हमें सबको ऐसा लगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में ही लोकसभा हो या आगे वाले चुनाव हो, उसके बारे में हम साथ साथ जाना चाहते हैं।
The Maharashtra cabinet now has 9 ministers from BJP, 9 from Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and 9 from NCP. This big move comes days after Pawar expressed his desire to step down as leader of opposition in Maharashtra Assembly.
ये डबल इंजन वाला सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहा था, इसको अभी ट्रिपल इंजन मिल गया है। ये अभी बुलेट ट्रेन की गति से भागेगा विकास के लिए। मैं अजीत पवार और उनके सभी सहयोगी उनका स्वागत करता हूँ।
NCP has 53 MLAs in the state. Ajit Pawar is claiming the support of at least 40. He needs 36 to evade provisions of the anti-defection law.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीनं कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार.
महाराष्ट्र में आज हम सब एक हुए हैं. महाराष्ट्र की भी प्रगति होगी और जैसे शिंदे का एस सुपर था, फडणवीस का एफ फास्ट था, अब पवार का पी ये प्रोग्रेस के लिए लगेगा. सुपर फास्ट प्रोग्रेस ये आज हम तीनों पार्टियां एक मिलकर करेंगे.
Earlier in the day, Ajit Pawar met some party leaders and MLAs at his official residence in Mumbai. A meeting that NCP chief Sharad Pawar said that he was not aware of. His party is now staring at a split. Just a month back, Sharad Pawar had resigned as the NCP chief, only to take back his resignation 3 days later. He had then appointed his daughter, Supriya Sule, as the working president, a move that reportedly upset Ajit Pawar. The Uddhav Sena that had been split similarly after Eknath Shinde defected with 40 MLAs called Ajit Pawar a political opportunist.
जो मुख्यमंत्री है आज के मिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे, उनके ऊपर जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की जो तलवार लटक रही है वो जल्दी ही गिरने वाली है. उनके साथ 16 विधायक जो शिवसेना से फुट कर गए थे वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे और सरकार अनस्टेबल हो जाएगी. उसके लिए ये नया सपोर्ट लिया है.
The Maharashtra quake is a big jolt not just to the Aghadi in Maharashtra but also the mission opposition unity ahead of 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today, Sahil Joshi spoke to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who's not just welcomed Ajit Pawar into his cabinet, but has also warned of more defections.
शिंदे साहब, अभी जो हुआ है अचानक, आज 1 साल पूरा हो रहा था आपके सरकार बनने को और बराबर 1 साल के बाद आपकी सरकार में एक और एक डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. एनसीपी आपके साथ में आ गई है, ऐसा अजीत दादा का कहना है. अजीत दादा भी आपके साथ में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे. आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, कैसे हुआ ये सब?
1 साल पहले एक धमाका हुआ था ना
जी,
साल खत्म हुआ कल, तो उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया.
लेकिन अजीत पवार के
1 साल पहले धमाका हुआ था, उसका सेलिब्रेशन आज कर दिया.
लेकिन
अजीत दादा पवार
जी
और उनके सभी विधायक, उन्होंने हमारी जो मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व वाली डबल इंजन सरकार जो मैं और देवेंद्र जी और हमारा मंत्रिमंडल चला रहे थे, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर, विकास के मुद्दे पर उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है सरकार को. सरकार में आ गए, मैंने उनका स्वागत कर दिया है.
शरद पवार की अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उनका ये कहना है कि ये रॉबरी है, ये उनका कहना है कि ये लूट की गई है.
तो पहले जब पवार साहब ने 2 बार पहले ऐसा कुछ किया था क्या? वो क्या डाका था क्या?
और पवार साहब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पार्टी उनके साथ में नहीं है, लोग इनके साथ में हैं, सिर्फ विधायक आपके साथ में आए हैं.
अरे भैया, वो तो अभी दिखाई पड़ेगा ना सब. अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर मेजोरिटी विधायक, एमपी, पार्टी के लीडर तो मैंने देखे उसमें. उनमें तो एक कार्याध्यक्ष भी पार्टी का था, प्रफुल्ल पटेल.
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी के कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बनने की सोच रहे थे उनको ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया, उसके वजह से वो नाराज दिख रहे थे जो स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुआ, क्योंकि उनकी जगह पे अब अजित पवार के साथ में जो एनसीपी के विधायक आपके साथ आए वो मंत्री बन गए।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे लोग जो है ये कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में आए नहीं है, ये जनता की भलाई के लिए सरकार हमने बनाई है। ये लालच और कुर्सी की जो सरकार थी वो 2019 में बनाई थी, वो जनता के जनमत को ठुकरा के बनाई थी। जब शिवसेना भाजपा के गठबंधन वाली चुनाव हुई थी, साथ में हम चुनाव लड़े और सरकार बनाए दूसरे के साथ, ये तो अन्याय हुआ था। और तभी से लोग चाहते थे कि शिवसेना भाजपा का सरकार बने, हम एक साल पहले सरकार बना दिया और ये सरकार बन गया हमारी कुर्सी और सत्ता की लालच में नहीं। और हमारे जो विधायक हैं वो एक टीम के तरह काम करते हैं और निश्चित रूप से अभी ये जो हमारे शिवसेना बीजेपी के जो विधायक है अभी उनका भी शपथ विधि हो जाएगा।
लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि एक साल पहले जब आप बाहर निकले तब आपके विधायकों का यह कहना था कि एनसीपी शिवसेना को खत्म करना चाहती है और आज उसी एनसीपी के साथ सरकार में शामिल होना, इसको लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब किधर है हमारे साथ?
लेकिन अजित पवार और एनसीपी के बाकी लोग आपके साथ में हैं।
अरे अजित पवार तो काम करने वाला नेता है ना, उसको तो काम ही नहीं करने देते।
आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी?
उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया था ना।
क्या आगे के चुनाव भी उनके साथ में लड़े जाएंगे, विधानसभा, लोकसभा या बाकी जो चुनाव होंगे वो सर?
चुनाव जो है आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे और जोर से ताकत से मेजोरिटी से जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जी
आने वाली उसके बाद विधानसभा के चुनाव भी जो भी वो भी हम इकट्ठा लड़ेंगे, साथ में लड़ेंगे और मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शिंदे सर, आपने हमसे बात की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
While Ajit Pawar's decision to join NDA today has sent shockwaves across Maharashtra, his claim of joining the NDA as NCP party and contesting polls on party symbols has drawn everyone's attention. With this split, does another Shiv Sena-like legacy battle await Maharashtra? Here's a report.
The biggest political coup of 2023, a sensational defection drama enacted by NCP's Ajit Pawar, and a huge dent on the mission opposition unity ahead of Lok Sabha polls. Maharashtra witnessed a politically busy day on Sunday as Ajit Pawar joined the NDA alliance and took oath as state's deputy CM. His third such oath in the last 4 years.
मी अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक दृढकथन करतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून.
What sent shockwaves in Maha politics was Ajit's claim of joining NDA as the real NCP. Ajit Pawar, who claims backing of 40 NCP MLAs, asserted that he will contest elections on NCP's poll symbol of clock.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढे पण तशाच पद्धतीनं कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार.
Ajit's claim did not go down well with Pawar Sr., who pledged to fight the symbol war in People's Court.
मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळे थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही.
Sharad Pawar, however, is still unsure about who in his party is still backing him. When asked about the remaining loyalists, the seasoned politician came out with a hilarious response.
भविष्यकाळासाठी तुमच्या पक्षाचा आश्वासक चेहरा कुठला?
शरद पवार.
The possible symbol war in NCB is eerily similar with a tussle over Shiv Sena's bow and arrow. Exactly a year ago, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena found itself in a similar situation when Eknath Shinde's rebellion toppled the Maha Agadi government. All eyes will now be on NCP's future and the Pawar versus Pawar war. Bureau Report, India Today.
And here is what Prithviraj Chavan had to tell my senior colleague Rajdeep Sardesai on this Maharashtra quake.
So as you can see, lots of twists and turns in Maharashtra's politics, and where does the state now head? Joining me now, Prithviraj Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, Congress MLA, joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Chavan. Are you surprised with all that's happened on this Sunday? Because we've been observing in Maharashtra the possibility of Ajit Pawar leaving for the longest time. So has this caught you and the MVA, the Maharashtra Vikas Agadi, a bit off guard?
No, Rajdeep, to tell you the truth, this was on the cards. Because there was no way in the world that BJP would have faced the combined onslaught of MVA, whether in Lok Sabha election or any other election. They have not been able to hold the local bodies election for 1.5 years. They're overdue because there's just no way they can face the total numbers of the three political parties. So they had to work on destroying the MVA, breaking one of the constituents. I had even publicly stated so in my Nipani election speech when I had gone to campaign in Karnataka. Because we all knew the hobnobbing that was going on between Ajit Pawar and the top leadership of BJP, facilitated by the Maharashtra BJP leaders. This is all known. They were only negotiating the terms of the breakup from NCP. There were many ED cases against many leaders, so those cases had to be dropped. Then what position they would get, what would be their future, would they all get tickets to contest the next assembly election? All this nitty-gritty of power sharing was being discussed. We are not still sure whether the final power sharing formula is known, because the
verdict... No, 1 minute. You're saying they haven't discussed the final... No, what is left to discuss? 9 NCP MLAs, 9 NCP individuals have become ministers today.
Let me just one small point.
Yes.
The verdict on the Eknath Shinde defection matter will have to be delivered by the Speaker before 10th of August. Because that's the 90-day deadline.
Yes.
After the Supreme Court remitted the matter back to Speaker. That time, there's no way that Mr. Eknath Shinde can escape disqualification. So this is going to happen any time before 10th of August. It could happen next month. It could happen this month. So this is a plan of what happens when 18 MLAs first and then 26 MLAs of Eknath Shinde group gets disqualified, because they will have to be disqualified. Now,
one minute, sir. Let's get this clear. You're telling me that before August 10th, your expectation is that some of the MLAs of the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, or the Shiv Sena group, let's call it the Shiv Sena, which is its, will be disqualified by the Speaker. There's a huge question mark on that. This is a BJP Speaker, sir, Rahul Narvekar. But
you're saying have to be, but there is a law of the land also.
Law of the land, sir.
The Supreme Court has very clearly said that everything is violated. But technically, the disqualification matter lies with the Speaker of the Assembly. So it has been remitted back to the Speaker of the Assembly. He'll have to rule. Now, he may as well rule in favor of BJP. But then we are free to approach the Supreme Court again.
No, but are you telling me, Mr. Chavan, that you believe this was Plan B? That if this effectively, by getting the NCP on their side, you believe that the dependence on the Shiv Sena is over, and the BJP therefore has a new power partner in the NCP. Plus, you're saying before the 2024 Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections, they could not afford to have the existing MVA together. Am I correct?
Yeah, both things are correct. Number one, this is a Plan B in case Eknath Shinde's group of 16 MLAs get disqualified, including Mr. Eknath Shinde himself. That possibility cannot be ruled out. They have clearly violated the anti-defection law, the 10th schedule. The second thing, they also wanted to weaken the existing MVA. We just succeeded when a large group of about maybe 35 plus MLAs leave the NCP. But now the battle now starts on the street. Just like Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is fighting a battle on the streets to define who the real Shiv Sena is. Mr. Sharad Pawar has vowed in his press conference today that he'll hit the road tomorrow morning. He's coming to my constituency, coming to Karad. He will take darshan of Yeshwantrao Chavan Samadhi and he'll start his campaign from tomorrow.
No, that's all very well. Prithviraj Chavan, Sharad Pawar starting his campaign from tomorrow, but it comes at a time when his party has imploded. Majority of the MLAs are going with Ajit Pawar. There is a feeling that Mr. Pawar at 83 will find it difficult to rebuild the party. And B, there's a belief that Mr. Pawar was not entirely unaware of what was happening. He knew what was happening. Some of his closest aides, the likes of Dilip Valse Patil, Praful Patel have switched over. Is Mr. Pawar fully on board with the MVA, or are you, or has he kept all options open?
Well, look, I have to believe what Mr. Pawar said. He's a very senior politician in our state, in the country. Now, if you go with the premise that he's lying to all of us, then it's a different matter. But I have to go by the fact that he addressed a press conference. He told that he did not know about it, that he will fight against this group and they'll be taught a lesson. There's, of course, another matter pending, whether Ajit Pawar indeed has the support of 36 MLAs required for the 2/3 number. Now, Mr. Pawar in his press conference has said that many people have called him, that their signatures were taken surreptitiously, they'll come and meet him again, they're with Mr. Pawar only. So ultimate number, the magic number of 36, does Mr. Ajit Pawar has that number, or something else will come up tomorrow?
No, but then if that is the case, let's be clear. Why did Mr. Pawar not suspend Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar from the party? You see, when he did the press conference today, and in a moment I'll play that press conference clip again, he didn't seem as someone who's facing a major crisis. He seemed to be rather cool about it.
No, but he said, if you want to believe him, of course, you know his political background better than anybody. You know how twists and turns is taken. But he at least ostensibly told us that he has called a meeting of his executive committee on the 6th, which is just a few days later. Mm-hmm. And any major decision to expel senior leaders like a vice president or a general secretary or a secretary will have to be taken in that meeting. He was at pains to explain that we have a constitution and I can't take a random decision to off with your head kind of a decision. That will be decided in a working committee or whatever the executive committee meeting that there. We'll have to believe him. Now, supposing if you start displaying every politician, then it's a different matter. No, I would like to believe what he's saying.
I have stopped, I must qualify. I have stopped believing Maharashtra politicians, because Maharashtra politicians in the last 4 years have done all kinds of Kappi's acts.
You include some of them, not everybody.
No, but my question to you, Mr. Chavan, is where does this leave the MVA? Where does this leave this Maha Gadbandhan, this whole opposition alliance that was building up? Here is Mr. Pawar fighting on his to save his home turf, and there was talk that he would become convener of the MVA.
No. I don't know about the convener and all that. That meeting will happen in Bangalore later on. And of course, he'll have to fight to save his turf. But yes, it weakens the MVA to the extent that certain number of MLAs who would have been campaigning along with us will now campaign against us. Mm-hmm. To that extent, we are weakened. But ultimately, the battle will be fought in the streets of Mumbai, will be fought in the streets of Maharashtra, the villages of Maharashtra. And you know what happened in Karnataka? People don't like this government formed by treachery, by buying and selling MLAs and this horse trading and all that. They don't like it. Mm-hmm. So I think the ultimate verdict of what people want to react to the NCP split will be known only later on the elections are held. But yes, it's we'll have to take a call. It's not a very happy situation for us. There is a hemorrhaging of the MVA alliance.